these all the mics? Are these, Mike, are these all the mics?
We've got the mics, but our master AV guy is not there.
Oh. All right, these are all of them? All right, I'm going to put four up there.
Hold on. We got to get them turned off.
Oh, all right.
Test.
Hello.
Test,
Hello.
test.
Hello. Hello.
So Rob's going to take care of it. He's got a rig
I
up.
was going to put the ones up there and then take them to the girls.
Rob, the AVs and ROs. All right. Test.
Oh, if there's a question, the answer is yes.
Test. Test. Test.
I'll just keep that chair right there. Oh, this one is working. Put that one up here. There's another one up there. Here, I just gave Linda one.
Yeah.
We need one now. Yeah, down there.
You have one? Okay. I got the one that I had yesterday. Okay, I think we have.
Hello.
Mics up.
That's on.
Why don't you try it?
Hello. That one's on. Whoops.
Test. 1, 2, 3. This is the one I had yesterday. Nobody else gets it. Because this one works all the time. Oh, I mean, test.
Hello. Hello. Working. I have 3. Working. Still working. Still, yes. Hello. We think we're working. Here's one. Sylvia. One. Jen. There you go. Working? Yes.
I know, it's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, cool.
I have the most important thing for everybody here. In case it gets out of Hey, Nick, you know.
showing up for mixed games. Thank you, Hammer.
Kenny, did you?
Freaking won the tournament.
I know. It was an extra.
All right, welcome. Wow, what a great turnout for mixed games. We're going to talk about it for an hour before we get back into some review of yesterday and some new things coming up today. For those of you new here, I will introduce our board. I'm Matt Savage, and Linda Johnson and Jan Fisher here, founding members of the TDA board, alongside Kenny Hollert. He's here from PokerStars and a professional poker player who won the tournament last night. Give him a round of applause. Actually, it was this morning. Your trophy's in the mail. Neil Johnson down there. He's from the APT. We have Devner Campos, DC. He is from the Brazilian Series of Poker. And Toby Stone from PokerStars. And, of course, our host here, Mr. Paul Campbell from the ARIA and the Poker Go Studio. All right. Are mixed games the future?
Yes.
Kind of mixed. Mixed bag. I think so. I've said it for 20 years. So I'm not sure the future's arrived yet, but we definitely need some mixed game rules and procedures done, and we at the TDA have put a commitment forward that we would like to do that. And the problem is that a lot of mixed games rules are not consistent across the world, and that's what the Poker TDA has done forever, is try to get things standard and make sure that all the rules are the same. And because of that, we are here this morning to discuss this. And from now on, going forward in the TDA Summits, for as long as we do them, we'll put in the mixed games on day 2 just for that. All right, so let's start off with pretty much the basic one that we put into the TDA, but we didn't really make it very clear. The TDA stud ruling on 7th Street was changed to replacing the exposed cards. We all believe that you should get a down 7th Street card down. In the old days, that 7th Street was dealt up to the first player, and that player could declare themselves all in. And because of that, many of the mixed game players and stud players that said that you should always receive a down card, so we changed that for the TDA. Now we found out that the World Series of Poker is doing it a little bit different than I would do. They are, in not giving the rest of 7th Street down, they are instantly shuffling that card back in. And when they instantly shuffle that card back in, then they deliver everybody a down card. I thought that our rule was, but it's not written clearly, that we would finish that street and then shuffle in that card and then deliver one down card to the first player. Microphone, please. Yeah, we're going to ask anybody that's speaking to use a microphone because we have it live streaming, a live stream on YouTube.
I don't think there's any question, but that's better. And one reason is if they shuffle all the cards back in, this guy, everybody else could never have gotten the 5 of clubs. Let's say that was the exposed card. The other 4 could never have gotten that card. Now they have a chance to get it. So I would just say, and the players are going to be happier getting their natural card, even though it is random. We all know it's random card. They want their actual card. So I would definitely say, just shuffle in, finish dealing, and then shuffle.
Yeah, I agree with Linda. The way I explain it to the players, I do our procedure the way that the TDA was under the impression. So, like Linda said, if there's 3 players in the hand, 7th Street, first card gets dealt up, it's the 5 of clubs. I do not shuffle the 5 of clubs in there immediately. have been a proponent about random card theory for years, even long before it was ever implemented. But the way I explain it is that player B deserves a random card that is not the 5 of clubs. Player C deserves a random card that is not the 5 of clubs. And then I will reshuffle the 5 of clubs. And player A deserves a random card that could potentially be the 5 of clubs.
The question was, why can't everybody receive the 5? Anybody receive 5 clubs? Jordan Cutter working
Jordan Cutter.
the World Series of Poker.
So basically, if you compare this to what we do on the flop, like, oh, it was supposed to come on the river. So that's how I equate to how we're doing it. Whether or not it was supposed to go to that player or not, as soon as we expose a card, whether it be on the initial one or three cards later, we'll just stop there and go. It's a lot easier for the dealers. It's a lot easier for the floor staff. Instead of, okay, no, he doesn't get a card, now he does. It creates more issues. Same thing as why we did that on the turn. Instead of, all right, put this is a natural turn card, put that to the side. It's more just easy and flow and stuff like that with random card theory and no original card. He's supposed to get that card, no one else is. It's already been exposed. Who cares who gets it? We know what's in there. Someone might get it. Same.
Jordan, sorry, just quick, is your policy then, like let's say there's 5 people on 7th Street. If the 3rd card gets exposed, are you immediately reshuffling then? So
Yeah, just shuffle right then. Well, they already got delivered cards.
Yeah, they've already been, but so, okay.
To be fair, I talked to Jack Effel and Troy Iverson the other day, and they basically said it was unclear in TDA, so that's the reason they're doing it. The question for you, Jordan, is what do you think? Do you think that way is better, or do you care? Do you care?
But I'm just saying it's just easier for the players, the dealers, the staff, everyone. Like, okay, you've exposed a card, we're just going to shuffle it right there and move on. You know, instead of
Stud players don't like it.
there's no natural card for that. They don't know the card that they would have had, though.
Hello. Is that working? Justin Hammer, Poker Atlas. I don't have a preference on which one we do. I think either one is fine, and I honestly don't really care. But what I don't like is when we preach random card theory in all ways, and then when it comes to a spot where random card theory could apply, we revert back to some of the old rules, like natural card, or can't get the 5 of clubs, or whatever. I don't like that we're using terminology that indicates that we don't care about random card theory when we are in fact talking about random card theory. I think it's perfectly fine and reasonable, just like when they had that 4-card flop or when they dealt the cards to the wrong people. I tell people there's no magic moment at which that deck was decided on how the cards would go. Everyone is entitled to a random card, and so long as that happened, the hand is fair. If they would have gone the other way, that's not a thing. As soon as you looked at 2 random cards and you said, I would like to play them, you accepted that action and the hand is valid. And there's nothing shoulda, woulda, coulda in any of these situations. There's no magic moment where this is my card, I am now entitled to it, because the second they cut, the deck became just holier than thou, predetermined. Right. Every moment when we say, as long as you get a random card, things are fair, then as long as they get a random card, their things are fair. There's no I should have got or they would have got. And you can't base rules instead on if players are going to be upset, because we're never going to fix that problem anyway.
Good morning, everyone. Barbara Zangaro. I'm at the Orleans, where we spread mixed game tournaments every single day of the year. So, yes, they are the future. And we're having player fields over 200. So, with stud, and that I have been told by the mathematicians that, well, if you shuffle that 5 of clubs in and there's only 4 cards left in the stub and I don't get it, then I've got a better odds of predicting you got it or whatever. So that's the only reason I say deliver the remaining cards, and then you don't know if that player got the 5 of clubs or not.
The comment. Sorry, I'm. Because we are streaming, guys. Anything that's not on a microphone, it's dead air on the stream. So just to repeat, he was asking Barbara if we do it the way that it's been suggested, and we deal out the remaining cards before we shuffle, and the stub becomes only 3 cards, then now the other players have the same reasonable chance of assuming that player got the 5 of clubs again. A higher probability because there's only 3 cards left, and we know one of them is the 5 of clubs.
Okay, I'm going to give an analogy, so bear with me. This is either going to be really brilliant or really dumb, and I'm going to just take a shot at it. So
good luck, Brett.
Who are you?
I'm Brett from Maryland.
All right.
So my analogy is when we're dealing Texas Hold'em or Omaha or any flop game, if a card is exposed, if not in the blinds, then we just replace it with the first burn card. So my suggestion is if one card gets exposed in Texas in stud, and there's another card in the deck that nobody knows, we just use that card. We don't need to reshuffle you're not going to get the 5 of clubs is out of the question, but there's a lot more uncertainty about what that new card is going to be for the rest of the players. Thank you.
I agree with that in a way, but the reason that we did it is a lot of times when we're getting this in stud is they deal multiple cards. You know, they think they're on 6th Street still, and they still deal cards up, which is why I think we went to this. That's the only reason I have against that. It's not that it's not a bad idea.
That wasn't stupid. Great job taking a shot. Appreciate it.
We determined yesterday Hammer's nuts, so. That's true. So am I, so careful whose team you're on.
All right, so for me, we can do anything, but I want everybody doing the same thing. So, and that's what we want on the TDA. So, I don't know. Should we take a vote on? I don't know what you guys want to do.
I could go pretty much either way. I agree that consistency is the most important on this. I just know that the players who play these events have a strong opinion one way.
Okay.
I'm not even. I think arguments are valid on every solution that we have heard. I think it's valid. There's points and counterpoints to all solutions. I just know that the players who specifically play these games almost unanimously prefer one version,
which is
getting their real card. No. The way they feel is I am a stud player as well. Anybody who plays stud knows when you fold, you look at the next card and think that's the card I would have gotten because that's the stud mindset. So I agree with Paul. I think I agree with Paul and Hammer. That's the problem is we preach random card theory, and we should be doing random card theory. But again, somebody who passed away was still yelling at Matt about 4th Street. Yesterday, a gentleman who passed away, his dying wish was to remind Matt that we're wrong for getting rid of the open pair on 4th Street. So we should take into consideration, yesterday, as Barbara said, the people who are playing
dying
these
wish
events.
Was to bring back 4th Street to be double bet. That's literally his dying wish.
Luis.
Same.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion either way, but I think since we want it to be standard, if Jack and WSOP already set the precedence, that we should stay consistent to make it both sides.
And I don't actually disagree with that because they would change it for us, but do they have to? And is it that much of an issue? Okay, well, let's talk to some players. Jeannie, how do you feel? What do you want? Do you want your right card, or do you care?
Thank you. If you are dealing out Omaha and the 3rd card is up, they don't stop, they don't shuffle, they just keep going, and that becomes the burn card. But it gives everybody their natural card, except for that player who was exposed. So, as an advocate for the players, I would say that most of us, if not all of us, prefer that you just keep going. And as far as the flow, what's wrong with that? If you just keep going, then it flows pretty easy. And then you go ahead and shuffle and give the guy a chance to get his card.
So if they dealt 2 up, you just continue and give the 3rd and 4th player their card up, and then shuffle those 2 cards in. And
If they butcher
Clear them down.
7th Street completely, then yeah, you can step in with Rule 1 and fix it however you need to fix it. But as a dealing procedure, it feels like most of us would do the way the World Series is doing, but we all know that the players would hate that.
I
So-
feel the opposite. I'd feel that most of us would do it. That would continue
Well,
to
no,
do
but
it.
we do that because many of us have played stud before. Like, you know what I
Right.
mean? We're also like the comment that was made yesterday about the way people bring the chips out. People who've been around long enough to have played a lot of limit poker will bring an entire stack out because that's just how you're used to betting and cutting and stuff.
All right, so go ahead.
Counterpoint.
And all the times that I've rolled it the way because it is unclear, so I've always shuffled it in right away. I've never had anyone say, "Oh, we're supposed to get those cards." Once we went to random card theory. Now, there's a handful of people that probably think that or don't say anything, but no one's ever really adamant that, "Oh, I'm supposed to get one of these other cards."
I honestly don't have a preference. I will go with whatever we decide on this one. But I do have a pretty strong preference in how we're describing why we're doing it. I don't want to keep saying it so that everyone will get their natural card, so that when I have a situation where I have to really hammer down random card theory to make somebody accept whatever decision I'm making, they will say, well, what about that stud rule where you insist on doing it with a natural card? Me generally want to get away from saying things like that when I know I'm going to have to make a very strong case.
Jeannie, are you upset if it's that way, or you just... Yeah. I would like to vote to do it the same way that the World Series is doing it, just because it's
There's
random.
actually
And,
there's actually a situation that works better the way the World Series is doing it than what a lot of the stud players want and what a current rule is. And I feel like the players, if one card is exposed, 5 of clubs is exposed, then the players say, "Oh, I want my natural card." Let's say the 5 of clubs and the king of diamonds gets exposed, and then there's a down card, and now you want to give the player the ability to catch the 5 of clubs but not the king of diamonds, and you want the player in 2 seat to be able to catch the king of diamonds but not the 5 of clubs. You'd be doing so many reshuffles that you just risk a lot of bad stuff happening. So this is one I could definitely just go on where if you just shuffle it right away, you don't have that happen. It can't happen. So the players want their natural card, and yeah, you can do it. You can give the most people the natural card if you just continue to deliver and then shuffle it in. However, if it's multiple cards, the procedure just gets so convoluted that it's just easier to just shuffle it in right away.
Sorry, just one thing to add, because I know we've got 2 people. What I would say, Hammer, is it alludes to what Jeannie said, is I would consider that a down card, even the up cards, I would consider that the natural deal. Or not, even if you don't want to use the natural, like if you, to what she said, if I expose a card on the 3rd card of Omaha, I complete the deal, and then I would replace that card, whatever the game requires to replace it. So I would use that terminology for stud as well. I would say I'm finishing the deal, and then I'm replacing that card. I wouldn't say I'm guaranteeing these guys get the card they're supposed to get. I would just say I would tell the dealer I'm completing the deal, and then I'm fixing the mistake that was made to the 1st or 2nd player or whatever. So exactly. But again, I think most of us don't really. We're afraid of pissing the players off, but most of us don't really care which way it goes as long as we all do it the same. Yeah.
That's right. That's the
Yeah.
That's the mantra of the TDA. So
For
how
people
d-
who
how does
who
it-
couldn't hear, Jeannie's just saying she just wants it to be the same, because right now it's being ruled different places and different properties, just in Vegas, which means it's definitely being ruled differently around the world. Sorry,
In the
whoever
back.
was next.
Got somebody in the back.
So I just wanted to comment on this particular rule, because the reason this even came up is because I have a player friend who played at the WSOP, It's on 7th Street. It's a massive pot for him. He's the first player to get the card down, but it gets exposed. So he loses out on the card. The other players, there's 3 other players in the pot. They don't get the card they're supposed to get. The WSOP shuffles immediately and then redeals the street. At the Golden Nugget, they go by the old rule. They allow the player to declare themselves all in. They're not exposed to any action anymore. And that's what we want to get away from. We want all the players to be exposed to win or lose more chips. And the other purpose is to keep the proper card in stud games and draw games is because they're not community card games. The cards are supposed to go to specific individuals. In flop games, they're community cards. Shuffling immediately with a random card theory, that's perfectly fine because everybody gets a chance to get that card back. It's a community card. In the stud games and draw games, they're individual cards. Specific players are supposed to get specific cards. And we don't know exactly what those cards are going to be, but we do know the sequence of the cards that are supposed to come off. And when the players see the cards that do come off, they get mad that they didn't get their card. And that's the whole reason this came up.
If I can add one thing to the concept of randomness, the way randomness reads now in TDA, for error remedies not otherwise covered in the rules, in other words, we have no procedure or rule in place, TDs may use the concept of randomness to design a solution. In other words, a solution on the fly, as long as you can satisfy yourself that's random, fine. But if we have an error remedy that is covered in the TDA rules and procedures, then we use that. And I would argue that if there's a remedy that 99% of the active players like that remedy, I think that there's no reason not to adapt it. If people are side of 6 on one, half a dozen of the other, I would favor whatever tends to be more player friendly.
All right, real quick, because this is a long topic and we don't need to go this far. But when we prematured stud, we used to put all those cards to the side, and then the players thought that they were their cards. So what's different now? Why can't we just shuffle it in and go? Because we're preaching random card 30. We used to, okay, these are all supposed to be your cards, and now we're gonna put these to the side. We're gonna shuffle the deck, and then we're gonna deliver a new 4th Street. Like, like if we expose 3 and then we put 3 face down, those were supposed to go there. So, I mean, if we're doing that, why can't we just move this to this part of the stud too and move on?
Okay.
So we don't deal a lot of mixed games at South Point. I'm Jason Sanborn from the South Point. But just a thought. If we expose a card on the first 2 rounds, we replace it with a burn card. Is there any reason why we couldn't just, if there's an exposed card on 7th Street, we replace it with the next available card off the deck? Like, it's a random card. Everybody knows the last card was exposed. Can't we just use the next card off the deck that is a completely random card also to replace that card?
But you usually replace it after you complete the deal, because you're basically giving the burn card. So are you saying finish the deal and then give them the next one off, or you're saying just give them the next one off, basically moving all the cards? Okay, you're saying.
"25 minutes in, and this is the first topic, so we have 1 hour. So what?
I like it. I've I never had a super strong opinion on this one anyway, but based on what I've heard, I'm in favor of just shuffling it in right away. Currently, yes.
Sorry, Paul, you said you're in favor of how the
I'm in
World Series
favor.
is
I'm in
doing
favor of just shuffling it in right away, and just.
All right. Is anybody strongly
adopting
opposed
our,
to doing it the way
random
the
card
World
theory.
Series of Poker is doing it right now? Anybody severely strongly opposed?
To be
besides
clear,
Linda?
the World Series is shuffling immediately, not finishing the deal.
All right. Mike, put it in. Let's go. Next. All right. We're just shuffling it in. We're doing what the World Series does. So, all right. All right. Reshuffles and draw games, whether or not to use burns. or and whether to burn again. Exposed 7th Street cards, that one should be stricken because it's already there. Dramaha rules, adding a hand to the rotation in mixed formats once it reaches the final table. These are all little things that we will tune up amongst the board. If anybody out there has really strong opinions about any of these things, this is where we want to know about it. Reshuffles is probably going to be the biggest thing that we're going to discuss today. So go ahead, Neil.
Well, no, there's just been a number of people who've written in, because again, like what Jeannie had said, this is something that's being done differently. So, I mean, I'm going to pass to Tyler just because I don't specifically know I don't know when we're putting the burns in because I'm not flooring those tournaments.
Are you flooring those tournaments, Jordan? No? Okay.
So, Tyler.
Yeah, so for the draw games, first off, I'd like to start with, as of right now, the rule is only on the last draw may a player receive the last card on the stub. How we're at the Asian Poker Tour is any street they're allowed to get the last card. I'm not sure if anyone has. Okay. Yeah, forget your name.
Sorry, guys. Kelly from Brigada. In New Jersey, the state regulators refuse to allow us to deal the last card off of the deck because they claim it's the only one that's guaranteed to have an opportunity to be exposed every single hand when the dealer cuts the deck, possibly. So what we do when we run out of cards, unfortunately, we have no choice but to take that last card and the burns and mix those together to try to complete the street so that it's not a discarded card at least. If there's not enough with the burns and the last card, then we have no choice but to reshuffle, obviously, on any street.
And I believe that's, in general, that's the standard way, but even on the very last draw, they wouldn't be allowed to get. Okay, well, obviously in places where jurisdictions don't allow certain rules, obviously we can't go with those rules there. But would anyone be opposed to that being a standard rule in the draw games, that you are allowed to get the last card on any draw?
I don't see any issue with it from a game integrity standpoint. I understand the argument that the Gaming Commission in New Jersey would say that card does have the potential to be exposed, but it would require quite a little revamp to a lot of rule books, and to you making sure with your own state's Gaming Commission that you can put that rule in.
Well, if the rule is there that you can allow it on the very last street, then I would think that you'd be able to do it on any street.
I think unless there's a black and white legal restrictions, I think the idea that the last card on the stub is always exposed is a very atrocious concept. If we can accept the idea of giving out the last in the stub during the last draw, then we can certainly accept the idea of giving it out during the second draw or even the first draw. However unlikely it is. That's my and the reason we want to do that is because those are quote unquote clean cards or and then we want to maximize the probability of being able to give them out, basically, and that goes into the concept of reshuffling, whether or not we include the burns in the reshuffle as well.
I think that's
will be covered too. So I'm a big advocate of always giving out the last card on the stub if necessary.
One thing I'd like to add to that, because for Ray's tournaments and our tournaments, since all our dealers are slide dealing, we don't have the danger with the card on the bottom of the deck. Because we're not, the dealer's not rolling the deck, the deck's not in the dealer's hand, it's in the little shoes that we've had made. So if you move to slide dealing, the concerns about the card on the bottom of the deck also go away.
Any other comments?
fine with last and all streets, but I think some of the things some of us are not burning on every draw when we need to, or not using the burns to reshuffle every time. So I think we should standardize that. Either we do or don't.
Agreed. Well, they're allowed. A player's allowed to receive the last card of the draw if it's the last card on the stub. If there aren't enough cards in the stub, then you can reshuffle the burns with the last card.
Barbara from the Orleans. What we do is on Second Street or Second Draw, we add the burns in on all draws. The other thing that is, do you burn again when we burn every single time we reshuffle.
Well, no, because they're shuffling in the burns.
I was gonna say one thing we also do. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we have buttons for the draws, because if you're using the burns, because most people use the burn to track how many draws they've done. But we use, like the buttons for mixed games where you're playing 8 hands, you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever. We use the 3 of those to highlight which draw the dealer is actually on, because in case you have to use the burns, you could lose track of which draw you're on. So it doesn't matter to us if the burns go in, because we have the buttons.
So a colleague over here just brought to my attention. There's such thing as a false real burn cards and false burn cards. False burn cards is when we reshuffle, for example, on the second draw on the last draw after reshuffling, including the burn cards. God help us, please do that. And in order to signal to the players which rounds they are on, we put up false burn cards from the muck pile, right? So let's say we did reshuffle during the second draw in the triple draw game, then somehow we need another reshuffle during the third draw. Then those cards aren't clean. Those cards aren't clean. You don't have to reshuffle them actually. So actually, if you think about it, but you should still reshuffle it as a consistent rules. But earlier when I say you really should reshuffle the burns is because if you think about it, the first burn card, the second burn card, all the true burn cards are quote unquote clean. They're clean. They were never in anyone's hands. They were never discarded, so they're clean. You would and as a draw game player, I would love for those cards to be the chance for them to be drawn, to be maximized.
I think most people here who have run mixed tournaments or played mixed tournaments agree that last all the time is fine. I think that most people who run or play mixed want the burns shuffled in because they are pretty clean cards. The one topic that the players, I know that there's a little bit of dissension on, and I just want, this situation comes up. We have a reshuffle procedure where you reshuffle the muck, you reshuffle burns, you just don't reshuffle any discards on that current betting round. I assume most people are doing it that way. In the event that you get to the final draw and you can satisfy the card requirement with simply clean burn cards, do you do that, or do you stay with your current procedure of shuffling in the muck? So a lot of the players in cash games, in like these bigger reserve games when they're playing mix, they have a rule that if that specific criteria is met, to where we need we need 2 clean cards, and there are burn cards to use, we are not reshuffling. We are simply using clean cards as opposed to doing a full reshuffle. You understand what I'm saying, Neil? Yeah. So that's it'd be a little tricky procedure to write, but I'm probably in favor of giving the players the cleanest cards available.
Yeah. The only potential issue there, and I'm in favor of it, don't get me wrong, I'm happy to put it in as the rule. The only potential issue is the reason we use a burn card is in case they're marked. And if the cards are marked in some way, those burn cards have been sitting on the table exposed to everybody, If they were if you were concerned about a marked deck, and I bring that up more because draw cards get marked real easy. Not even intentionally marked. It's just the way draw players play. They do more damage to decks than any other game that we have. But because of the way they peel. But I like that. It's cleaner. If you need 2 cards and you have 3 burn cards there, I have no problem putting there. But I don't know, like the example that was brought up for New Jersey, there might be people who can't from a rule. But as far as the TDA guideline for how you should handle that scenario, I'm fine with. Does anyone have a concern? I know we have one person to comment, but does anyone have a concern with saying if the burns will satisfy the final draw, you can just use the burns without reshuffling? Oh, we do. Okay. So
Michelle McGinn, Arizona, Talking Stick. We run a ton of mixed games, cash and tournament, and that's exactly how we do it. We have tiered. Our dealers are all trained that way. If we can satisfy the draws with the burn and whatever's left on the stub, we do that. All of our dealers are trained that way. When players come out to play our mixed games, they love how fast it goes. The shuffle in that case is so quick. Yes. We'll go down to the last. We do not use the last unless it's last. But then if we can satisfy it, we'll just use the burn cards because they're clean. We call them unused in Arizona, but they're clean cards, and all the players appreciate that. We actually don't even pick them up. We do a little scramble right there and go boom, 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 and it's kind of like the slide.
Yeah,
Very effective. The players love it.
I agree with that. Yeah, I think in the new proposal we should have A, B, and C. A being we can use last. B being we can use the burns and the last to do a little mix of the 3 or 4 cards. And then C should be we always use the burn cards when we reshuffle, when we have to reshuffle everything but the discards.
Seems clear and concise. And is anybody opposed to that?
No, I think it's a great idea. My only concern is what would the procedure be for if there's a second reshuffle? Do we use those dead burn cards? Yeah, right, they're no longer clean, exactly. But they would have been part of the muck originally also. So should we just include them all together at that point, except for the discards on the last draw? Okay, so include those dirty burn cards essentially. Yeah, all the cards are dirty. Yep. Okay, perfect. That's what I'm good for that.
Unless something really stupid happens on the draw, no one is using the discards from the current draw, correct? No. Just double checking.
And also just for clarification, when during the deal, if there's a card exposed, we're using that card as the burn card. If that's the case, it is not a clean burn pile, so then you would just use everything.
Sorry, one more thing. I flew into Vegas for a couple of days. So for the last couple of days, I've been playing some mixed cash game, and I've seen some absolutely atrocious reshuffling rules at a certain mixed game, 2040 mixed game. You can take a guess where it is. So it's about reshuffling. So basically, for example, on the second draw, on the third draw, so let's say there are 5 cards left on this. Let's say there are 3 cards left on the stub, and all the remaining players require, let's say, 5. What the dealers would do is, 1, 2, 2, for example, in that order, the dealer will actually give the first player 1, and then the next player 2, and then shuffle and find a way to give the third player 2. And that is, I don't know, I hope everyone see the issue with this. It's absolutely unfair to the last player that only the first 2 players get clean cards, and the last player somehow get dirty cards. Wait. I'm seeing some blank eyes. Do I have to explain why this is a problem? Okay. Yeah. So. Okay. So in the draw games, all the players would put out cards, number of the discard first, right? So the dealer, before giving out any replacement cards, the dealer would know the total number of cards to be given out already. So the dealer would be able to count how many whether or not they have a sufficient number of cards to give out, right? Then the dealer can determine, what needs to be done, right? Then I propose, and to be honest, I think it's common sense that if a reshuffle is needed, it should be done at the beginning, so that the reshuffle is done and so that everyone get the same treatment, not just the players in the later positions. And that game, while that game is absolutely fantastic, but that's just the players, but that reshuffling rule is just absolutely atrocious.
Barbara, are you doing it the way he's talking about, or are you doing it describing?
We deal until we have to reshuffle.
I think that's. You understand what he's saying, though. So, if we changed it, could you change your? Okay.
So 2 years ago, Lloyd, who's on the board, and Shannon, who runs a Mixed Cards Academy in Australia, we spent months like emailing back and forth trying to like iron out a procedure that they liked, and I was participating just because I enjoy writing and trying to make it clear. And that one thing that Lloyd advocated for was not using the word shuffle, because that implies picking the cards up off the table and doing a riffle. He was using the term scramble, which is kind of like a mini shuffle, where if it's just so few cards, and plus it's hard to do a riffle with like 10 cards or whatever. So you just do like a mini wash on the table, it's a scramble, and then you slide the cards to the remaining people, which is only going to be about 2,
Mike,
3,
make
4.
sure you write that. Mike, make sure you write that down. I like it.
I've
Anybody
got it
opposed to
written. I've
that?
got it written down as well. Yeah.
Did you have one more? Yeah. And then also what that does is I think that would maybe allow you to deal the very last card because it hasn't been picked off the table at any point. So you would learn about that either. There's no cut. Sorry, no cut. Either just scramble and then slide the cards out.
If you can get away from that.
I agree with all this. I agree that in the event that we know that we can complete a shuffle or complete a draw with clean cards, we should do so. So it requires a bit of training. You know, we do the best we can to train the dealers, and most of them do a great job. But sometimes they're going to make errors. So are we in agreement that what we want them to do is when they get down to a final draw and it feels like they are going to be running out of cards, so actually fan their deck a little bit, see if they do have enough cards to complete. So Justin, you don't like that. So that is the only way to ensure that the draw is done with all clean cards. That's what we currently do at Arias. The procedure doesn't change. You just deal until you cannot deal anymore based on the rule. And then yes, the final player or two may get a dirty card while the first player got a clean card. And I do agree with you that is just the positional disadvantage or advantage in that one specific situation. Because I agree with you. While in a perfect world, it would be nice if they all got clean cards, but I do not want the dealers fanning the deck. I do not.
So I agree with Paul, and I think we're all on the same page that if you're about to run out of cards, we don't want a dealer to fan out the cards. It obviously takes on the risk of exposing out a card. So what do we think about the procedure of, let's say you have 3 players and it's 1, 2, 2 is the draw, and you put them as a dealer in front of you, just 1, 2, 2, and then you get to the last one, you only have 1 card left. Then at that point you scramble them with the burns and then you slide. So instead of risking pitching cards and then realizing that you don't have enough, or exposing them when you fan them out, put them in front of you, then slide and pull.
It is. I will say it's an interesting solution to it. There's a couple of people up here. Well, Hammer hates it more, just so you're aware. Anybody wondering Justin's opinion? He hates it more of having the cards down on the table. While everybody thinks about that for a second, I just want to clarify what's been agreed. We will allow last on every draw. That was agreed. We will add burns on every reshuffle. That was agreed. I don't know if we agreed, but it was mentioned by a few people that they are burning after every reshuffle. They are doing burn. I personally like that because I think that's just good dealer training. Always burn before you're bringing cards. I don't have to tell them. I don't then have to train an exception to not burn. They can just burn each time. And then recommended procedures. I mean, these may be part of the rule, but the one that I mentioned, using 3 buttons for draw, that would just be an RP as a way to be cleaner for how you do your draw games. If the burns satisfy the draw, you do not have to reshuffle. And changing it to a scramble instead of a shuffle. All of that was agreed. Okay, I'll make sure that Mike gets it. So then the final question is, how are we doing to Ray's point? Are we going to keep it the way it is, where you don't know you're out of cards until you get to the final card? Or are we going to try and change it to clean? How many people, I know just before you go, just so we have a sense of where we're at, because if it's 50-50, then we just let house rules stand. How many people would like to make it so the dealer is checking how many cards you have, and if they don't have enough, the old stud rule, how many people want to make sure everybody gets a clean card, and we'll check the deck to make sure they have a clean card? There's only like 4 or 5 hands up. So, okay, then I think we can just leave it. When the dealer runs out of cards, I guess I would say for the 5 or 6 people that hate it, can you live with it, which is what Matt always says.
Yeah.
Or if worst case scenario, you can just do it differently in your room. Like, I know Matt hates it when I say that, but like if you hate it, then you can just change it to whatever you wanted in your thing. But there's only 5 or 6 hands, so I would say we leave it the way it is.
You gonna be okay, Ray?
The important thing is, did you win money or lose money? If you're winning at that game, it doesn't matter how they're doing it. Just in the interest, because we've got a few more and our hour's running short. So, was there anything else? Was there anything else from draw? Whoops.
Can I real quickly say one thing? Sorry. So to alleviate the concerns about fanning out the deck, what I've seen that works really well is for triple draw, especially, is you have 2 muck piles. So you collect the discarded cards in that round. Don't add them. Keep them separate from the muck pile. If you run out of cards, don't shuffle in the cards that were just discarded. You only shuffle in the cards that were discarded the previous round. That way, everybody in that round. Yeah, well, good. Okay, good. Yeah. Well, I'm glad I brought it up. Thank you.
I just want to finish this on a positive note. I really want to give a word of appreciation to Shannon from Australia for the last couple of years in Asia. Me and a lot of people, including Neil, including Tyler, including a very large number of floor people, of poker enthusiasts. We've been promoting mixed games in Asia that leads to the boom of poker boom in general, and the boom of mixed games in Asia, and the standardization, not standardization, like correcting some atrocious rules in mixed games. A lot of them were from Shannon. So
Yeah.
well, I don't think he made it here, but I just really want to say appreciate. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure he's watching. And I the other thing is, I know that he sent me a lot of things. He wanted to be here, but I think that we're going to come up with a lot of rules that we will not be able to discuss today. And what I would ask is that we will put these in as TDA rules, and then as we go over the next couple years, if we find something that's really, we will change it, and we will have, again, more mixed games in the TDA Summit. So of course, getting everybody to do the rules the same way is going to be difficult. But I think that if they have a resource like the TDA to look at, it's going to become a lot more easier. And I of course, want all of you out here to reach out to me if you have something that feels that absolutely has to be done to mixed games, and we'll try and get some of those today as well.
I just want to clarify, Neil, current round draws are never to go into the reshuffle.
No. What I was questioning is he was saying you would have the discard pile you could use and the discard pile from this round, and I was saying there should be no discard pile from this round until you're actually giving the cards. Like if you want to draw 2 and Beanie draws 2 and you draw 2, the dealer shouldn't be taking those 6 cards away and then going 2, 2, 2. The dealer should be going 2, 2, 2.
Right, but those don't get mixed.
They don't get
muck.
mixed. But
right.
the pile won't exist until
I just
after
wanted
you've
to
given the draw.
clarify that because a lot of people it came across as you're mixing that into the muck.
Sorry. Yeah. No. If okay. Yeah. Understood. Yeah. I just that struck me because I was like, wait, there should be none of those. Okay. So that covers draw and stud. For the Dramaha, because we've had some questions in the chat as well. One question, I asked the people up here at the front before we even started. People have been questioning the odd chip in Dramaha. We've all been giving it to the Omaha because we consider the Omaha the base game, just like it was Omaha high-low. So for an odd chip, it goes to the Omaha hand. Is anybody giving it to the draw hand? Okay, we got 1, 2. We never talked about it up here. We're giving the odd chip to the Omaha? But which one is the 5-card game? Yeah, but you're getting 5 cards for Omaha and you're getting 5 cards for draw. Justin said you give to the one that gets more cards. Ray asked odd chip for Badesi and Badusi. I've always given it to the draw hand because, again, the base game is draw. But okay, well, that's something we probably should.
I think in a tournament,
I don't
just
care.
always be worst position. I don't think any game should outrank another one. It feels to me like more of a cash game rule where you'd use the game with the most cards. I feel like in a tournament, it should go to worst position, and the game shouldn't matter. Just similar to like, stud 8 or better. There's always a high hand. There's always a high hand. There's not always a low hand. The high gets the extra chip. However, if a high or a low is split, it goes by position. So I don't think any game outranks another. I think in a tournament, it should just go by worst position.
Does anybody? Sorry.
And we can definitely live with that. In Arizona, in both the cash and the tournament, it always goes to the 5-card hand or the draw hand. So in Dramaha, it would go to the basically the hand in the hand. Basically, is how we express it.
I like what Paul said. It's something that I can easily explain to players. You don't have to worry about for the people who feel the ace to 5 is more important than the Badugi, or for who feel the Omaha and the draw. Yeah. So does as a rule from TDA for tournaments, it always goes to the worst position. Obviously, except a high-low where the procedure is already confirmed. Yeah, this is for the random mixes that get put in. Is there anybody who can't live with giving it to just worst position? Okay, that one's easy. Another question for Dramaha that came up, this has a little bit of random card theory in it as well, is are people still burning for the turn before giving the draw out? Because that's the way you're supposed to be, or that's the way I learned the game, is you burn the turn card, then you give the draws. We burn, turn. Burn, turn, then the draw. Sorry, I misspoke. Burn, turn, and then the draw. Yeah. Sorry, misspoke.
Hi.
As opposed to doing the draw post-flop before giving them the going then turn and river.
Can we also address double board, extra chip, and double board? Because we're giving it to the top board.
Oh, okay. Well, two things then. First thing, is everybody happy with Dramaha the way it is now, which is you burn, you turn, and then you draw? Yeah. Okay, motion passed. Next question is on multiple board pots. Where are you giving the odd chip? You're doing worst position, Paul? Yeah. Okay. No board outranks it, because I know some players or some places are giving it to the top board, considering the first board the primary board.
I think that we can get behind that.
Okay, so
Yeah,
does
that's
everybody
good.
then agree also that for multi-boards, unless it's like an ultimate Omaha high-low kind of thing where you have a high and a low, if it's a PLO double board bomb or an NLH double board bomb, you're just giving the odd chip to the worst position? Well, the last ones were easy. Adding a hand to the rotation in mixed formats once it reaches the final table. This is a broader question to me, because this goes to how you're running your mixed games, because I want Tyler to explain briefly how we do ours. This makes sense. If you're playing an 8-handed tournament and you're playing 8 hands of each, the question is, should you switch to 9 hands of each if you went to a 9-handed final table? If you're playing 7 hands and 7 hands, would you add an 8th? I don't know. We do our mixed games with 2 buttons. There's one button that's moving the game, and then there's one button that's moving the blinds. And we do that because if you said your mixed games was 8 hands of each, how often is your table actually 8-handed? Probably 20% of the tournament, 30% of the tournament. And so many times, depending on your rotation of games, you're catching a multiple big when you switch to the studs and then other players didn't have to. So we've set up basically a second button. I can't remember, did it come from Nobu or something? I can't remember who came up with it. Oh, no, Tyler did it. So I can't speak to this. I mean, I think that's more if everybody wants to, because it depends on if you're playing 6-handed, 7-handed, 8-handed. We do really fast ones at night. We do hyper turbos of like no limit stud and no limit mixes, and we just do 4 hands of each, because the tournament's going to go so fast that if you didn't do only 4 hands, you wouldn't be able to play all the games. So no matter how it impacts the blinds, we just said, screw it, we're just playing 4 hands, guys, because you entered a Rose tournament, you want to play all the games. But Tyler, can you say what we're doing with the double?
Yeah, so as you know, mixed players, I'm a mixed player as well, we tend to complain about everything. And a huge complaint I'm sure we all get in the mixed games is, okay, it's, just call it horse or an 8-game mix, and a player gets the big blind twice because it's only 7-handed or 6-handed, and players complain. I always argued that it's random who this happens to. Players still didn't like that explanation, so we figured we'd try a red-green button system, which surprisingly hasn't had any complaint from the players. The only players that complain about are the ones before they experience it, and then somehow they like it enough, they adapt. So essentially how it starts is at the start of the deal, like in dealer's choice, let's say, player starts with a red and a green button. The red button stays where it's at for the whole time, and the green button moves each hand. So player starts with red-green button. Hand gets dealt. Green button goes to the next active player, the next player that's dealt cards. And then that hand finishes. Once the green button catches up to the red button, the game changes and it moves on to the next player, and then it goes on. That way, the only time a player will ever receive the big blind twice is if a small blind gets knocked out in the middle of the rotation. So there's like a 3-hand window of like a 6 or 7-handed tournament where if the small blind is knocked out in that window, a player will receive the big blind twice.
I hate that. Okay. When it came to dealers, no. In dealer's choice, when we first started doing it and it was 8 hands or whatever, people would complain because you could strategically pick a game where you could give somebody the big blind twice. It wasn't random. It was something that people were using as a strategy. So they changed it to let's play around. In dealer's choice, I think that makes sense. In a set mixed game where it's a number of hands, you don't ever need to change the number of hands you're doing. And in this case, it would be somebody not paying the big blind, not paying it twice, if you're doing it because it wouldn't get all the way through. But how many hands do you do at 9-handed at a horse final table? Like, it's one of those things where it matters for a very insignificant amount of time, and then it goes the other way. And we don't do it the other way. We don't say, oh, this table's 7-handed, let's do 7 games at this. Well, now it's 6-handed, let's do 6. I don't think we need to make dealers change how many hands they're dealing. I think you pick it at the beginning of the tournament. If you want to change it when left or something maybe, but stick it. Get out the same way you got in. Keep it 8-handed. Don't change anything. It's random on who it affects, and causing things to change at the very last minute where everything is most important just always causes more mistakes, in my opinion.
And I should clarify that the red green button thing we don't do for horse. We just do it for the big bet games. And yes, I completely agree that it is a strategy for players to, they're on the bubble. They want to punish the short stack by having a big bet game.
Then I'm sorry I said I hate it, because I don't.
No, mix. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, and yeah, it sounds wonky, and a lot of the players who, when they first sit down at the table, and what is this? That doesn't make sense. They do object, and I'm like, just give it a chance. If you hate it at the end of the tournament, cool. And everyone, literally everyone, has actually liked it once they've played with it. No, Alan loves the red green. No, he hated it before.
Oh, Alan hated it until he played it. My bad.
Yeah.
Dave Prince, Seminole Hard Rock, Hollywood, Florida. I'm a dealer. I'm very fortunate to deal for a lot of amazing clubs that are all represented here. I deal a ton of mixed games in relation to the dealer's choice and horse. I agree with Hammer. Absolutely should be the same number of hands dealt from start to finish. It doesn't matter how many players are at the table. In relation to the dealer's choice, I have seen it run multiple ways, and the absolute worst way is every time the dealer the button passes the dealer, it gets changed, the game changed, because that absolutely gives a huge disadvantage to anybody later in the round, because the button is always going to be on seat 1 when the dealer changes. The red-green button fixes that and makes sure that every single time the dealer gets to choose the game they want, not based on strategy of where the blinds are at the time, but based on what they actually want to play. I think that's huge when you're doing a dealer's choice game. Every player that chooses a game should be choosing it based on what they want to play and not based on what's advantageous just for the blind structure because they're out of position instead of in position. So strongly recommend the red-green button for any dealer choice event, and it should always change on the dealer.
We've done it for a year. We started in Incheon last year, ironically where Alan was with us. He came to see us in Incheon and actually gave quite a bit of really positive advice and feedback on the events. We've done it for a year and we haven't had any problems with the dealer's choice. We run, which says a lot for mixed game players. But we run up to 1,000 US on our dealer's choice and haven't had any complaints about it.
I am not being argumentative at all, so please don't take it that way. I was actually under the impression that a lot of players liked playing dealer's choice for that strategic reason. That they feel like that is a very strategic dynamic of the tournament where they're not only playing poker, they're also maybe picking a game that they're not good at, but in that specific situation favors them due to the blind structure. So I was under the impression that players who choose to play dealer choice like that and don't want that taken away. So.
Oh, totally. There are definitely some players, obviously the more skilled and knowledgeable players who do prefer that. This is more of a rule for all players for the general field. Yeah, that was when we were discussing it at the inception of this. That was a major point.
In general, I asked Tyler, what are we trying to avoid there? Because as a mixed game player, I would rather pay the big blind twice at a lower blind level, and if we move to a stud game or something, I don't get caught with a bigger blind later. So it's all random. I don't care how many people are at my table. I would rather pay the big blind at the lower level than get caught at a big blind later.
The answer to that is the big discussion that we had when we were in Incheon last year with a number of our mixed players. We've got a big mixed game WhatsApp group that we talk to everybody in, and we talk to them on site. Is when you run the tournament, you decide we're going to play 6 hands of each, or we're going to play 8 hands of each, or 10 hands, whatever your thing is. That creates some type of arbitrary situation within the tournament itself. Yes, it's completely random. but it will potentially have an impact. And if you know, especially these tournaments are not drawing 600 players. They're not drawing 1,000 players. These tournaments are drawing 50 players, 60 players, 70 players. If you know the majority of the tournament is going to be played short of the number of games the number of hands of each game you're playing, then you're basically saying the vast majority of this tournament is going to be played where people are getting double big blinds, all the tables, all the levels. And so our idea was, when we sat down to look at this, was how can we make it so the double big blind exists the fewest times possible, because it is a penalty. Well, it depends on a dealer's choice. You have no idea. In the rest of them, we don't do it, right? In a normal horse or a normal torse.
No, only in a big bet
Yeah. So the idea is to, and I get it is a strategy. Paul's not wrong. Certain people have that strategy, but it's you don't like that the tournament itself has created a negative or an exploitable thing within the tournament if you can fix it. We believe that this fixes it for dealer's choice, and so that's just what we're not, in no way are we saying anybody has to do this. This isn't for the board. This isn't for TDA. This is simply, we've done this, and it's been very, very popular with all of our dealer's choice players because they used to bitch about the double big blind. Because it's fun when you can do it to somebody else, and it sucks when it happens to you. So,
all right, two quick ones. Is anybody still taking the big blind in the horse variants versus drawing high carding? High carding, yeah. Only in OE. You're still taking.
Barbara from Orleans says that only in OE they're still taking the big blind. Or OE and toe. Sorry, OE and toe.
So if there's only one stud game in the mix, we take the big blind. If there's multiple stud games, we draw. And then my question is, when we draw that player, then they draw for the seat of the table they're going to. Is that standard?
I have a question for you. So, based on what you just said, does that mean that your qualification is if stud comprises 50% or less that you would do position? Okay, so right, but it's being played half the time.
Or
Right.
33%.
So it's half
yeah.
or less.
Yes.
Okay. So what if there
I'm
was
not
a
opposed to
format
changing
like
it.
Thorse, triple draw, Hold'em, Omaha, Raz stud, stud 8 or better? It'd still be half or less stud games. So it's just based on how many stud games, not the percentage of the time you're playing them. Okay. I believe any time that you are playing a mixed game that involves one stud variant that freezes the button, all balancing should be done by a random high card. Random to random. Yep, random. So if I need to move a player from player 1 or from table 1 to table 2. They're 8, they're 6. There's 2 seats open. I'm going to high card on table 1. They're going to draw from their 2 seats. They could get any of the positions available on their table.
Justin says Poker Atlas will do that for you.
I would also agree with Paul as a player. If I know that they're about to open a new table and I don't want to move and I'm maybe under the gun, I might take a lot of time because I don't want them to move me, or I can manipulate where the button
Read
is.
the bottom line here.
It says it was anonymous, Matt. Don't call Jeannie out.
Because I confess I've manipulated the button by playing faster or slower depending on who I want to see move. So, Barb, can you change that? Okay. All right. Anybody opposed to that? All right. So, again, it's already 10:10, and the Hold'em players are in here with.
Matt, sorry, can I add
Looking
2 things before we wrap up? Just 2 things. Sorry. The mixed game players are getting an hour out of 15 hours. I just want to add 2 things. One thing I want to, we've done this in 3 tournaments now in Asia. I know, I'm in no way am I saying, but I'm saying you could experiment with this. In mixed versions, we've run stud with blinds, and we haven't had any problems. It's simplified the operating of the tournament, and we've just run the entire tournament with blinds. You treat the big blind as the forced bring in, and you just deal from the button and you move on. It's something I think eventually we may get there. In pure stud tournaments, I would never do it. You can deal it like normal. In a big mix. The other thing that I want to see us do, especially with mix and stuff like this, we talked about it at the board meeting. If I told you, I say, Hammer, I want to know your results, everybody would go, oh, go to Hunden Mob. I would like the TDA website to have some stuff like that. We've talked about it. Jan talked about adding a glossary. I would love to have a page that is like, this is how you play Badoogie. This is how you play. So I want to see if we can have that where it becomes the one-stop source. If you want to tell your players, how do you do this or how do you do that, you just say go to pokertda.com or tdapoker.com. I should know the website. pokertda.com.
And we are getting a new website. And we're going to have some
a new website. Because right now, if you Googled how do you play Badoogie, you're going to get 14 different results. They're going to be very sketch because it might go to some weird online site that has their how to play. So if there are people who are interested, like at the moment we have our mixed game rules, and when we have a question, I go to Jack's rules because I know his rules have to be approved by Nevada Gaming, which along with Nevada and New Jersey are the two most restrictive on the planet. But if anybody would like to add or be a part of that, then please reach out to me or Tyler or whatever, because we'd like to build that into the TDA website along with a glossary, stuff like that. I'd really like to see it as the one-stop shop for games and rules and everything.
I just want to add one thing. If we all are agreeing and you're going to recommended procedures for high carding, you're balancing or creating new tables. I don't know if anybody's here from the Win, but they do it great because when they're starting a new table, what they will do is high card, but they will never draw from that new table, so you only get moved once. And the biggest complaint with mixed game players is that we're constantly getting moved.
Any players. I hate it.
Yes. So what the Win does is if they start a new table, that is no longer a table that they will high card to start new tables.
Is there any other mixed game procedures that really need to be brought up today? I got a hand behind you, Susan.
Sorry, I'm assuming that Double Board Bomb Pot will be a mixed game, and it's a new thriving game that's come about. With drawing player to balance, our procedure that we've kind of landed on at the Venetian is to move a person by high carding. But I had another question about this Double Board Bomb Pot. On the initial deal, somebody's discovered to have 3 cards after you put out the flops. And the biggest question is, how do we handle that? Do we give them a 4th card off the deck because it's part of the initial deal and we're just going to complete that player's hand? Or do we misdeal it? But that's another subject that maybe can come up later.
This is after significant action?
No, before action.
Oh.
So
yeah.
Double Board Bomb Pot, right? The initial deal is dealing each player 4 cards and then putting out 2 flops. Before a player has a chance to speak up, the flops are out, and he says, oh, wait, I only have 3 cards. Misdeal and take the time to redeal.
Yeah. Okay.
But maybe adding that, just backing up, adding that game to the high card to balance. High card from the table you're going to move from.
That's what I'm saying. I'm okay with it. Right. I'm okay with either one. How many want a misdeal? I mean, I don't love misdeals just because it's slow. That's why I don't like it.
So as someone that spent the last 7 years in Texas where double board bomb pots kind of originated and, popular and all of that. I played at Venetian the other day. They don't burn pre-flop, right? They go straight to the flops. So in that situation, you don't even have a card to be able to replace it. So obviously in Texas, the model's a little different, and it's pretty clear, like we just make it a misdeal because it doesn't take off any more time. Obviously in a pot rate game where you want to get more hands on, make more money, that's kind of a different situation. But I think we need to standardize all of it because as much as I love the win, and I think they do a lot of things right, I know they do 6 burn cards on double board bomb pot, which is absolute insanity to me, and I don't understand why they do that. Yeah, right. I'm saying that right for anyone that plays at the win, right?
Get 9 burn cards? Sorry, just real quick, Mike, just for you. From what Paul was saying, Rule 11A currently says in stud, what says stud only, but players are being moved by position. The last seat open at the short table is the seat filled. You're doing random on mix, right? Yeah, that rule's gotta get okay, so we would tweak 11A and we would tweak 11B because 11B still says you're moving the big blind in horse and everything. So we just note for 11A and 11B we have to tweak. And probably look at C and D as well just to make sure we haven't missed anything.
Anytime there's a stud variant in your mix, or you could say anytime there's a variant with a frozen button, it's all.
Anytime someone's going to have to play an orbit of games as the big blind, it's not fair to only move the big blind. So yeah, we'll just for you and I when we look at it later.
Okay. So there will. Okay, go ahead.
Not in a mixed game setting, but just in a regular bomb pot tournament, which we run multiple each week, Omaha and No Limit. We always just move the player who had act first to the or spot at the next table, assuming that no player should ever have to act first twice in a row. That's the disadvantage. We don't use any terminology about next to be blinds, whatever, because there's no blinds. So that's what we've been doing. I think high carding might slow the game down. If I could just go to the table, the hand's over. All right, you were going to be first to act. You're coming with me. And then I move the button next hand.
Katie Baxter from Live Poker in Maryland. We also have been running a lot of double board dailies, and we do the exact same thing as that. I can live with either way, but we should standardize it.
Okay, that's good. All right, we're after 10 o'clock. Again, thank you. We will do more mix. And please reach out to Neil or to any of us. We'll get you the right person. We will be contacting Shannon, I guess, about a lot of these different rules down in Australia who loves it. I'd like to congratulate the final table from last night. Well done. With people that are new. And our winner is Kenny Hollard. Once again, give him a second round of applause if you already have one. Trophy's coming. And Ray,
we are going to add a rule that if you have a bracelet or if you final tabled the main event, you're not allowed to play the TDA tournament.
Only if you final table it twice. You're not allowed to play. All right, so this is the final table photo. So we'll go back to this. A couple of your rooms in here are like freaking kennels. So what's going on? I know, that's why I did it. That's why I put this up next. Huh? It's getting insane. Okay, great. I love dogs. I'm a dog lover. But why? Why?
Because truthfully, it's gotten out of control. I was playing at a table, and we were way into the money at the WSOP last week, and there were 3 dogs at the table. And it got to the point, right? No, it got to the point where you couldn't sit straight in your chair because all the dogs were taking up the space under the table. There was nothing we could do because they were all wearing their vests. True story, last week at the WSOP.
So somebody in here that has to deal with this on day, I want to know what you can ask. Is it even worth the effort? What are you doing with if somebody has an allergy or is afraid of dogs? And what if a dog actually bites a staff member? It's happened twice.
If a dog bites a staff member, the player is left and they cannot bring their dog again. If that means they don't play in our room, then they don't play in our room. So as far as allergies or fears, again, this is an ADA compliance thing. We will accommodate and move a player. And as far as our HR department, which many of you are probably regulated by, we cannot ask anything.
So here's what's allowed. Retired government here. In Nevada, you are allowed to ask, what is the dog working at the time, and what function is the dog trained to do?
And what's the...
I'm just saying, what you're allowed to ask a person in general is, what function is the dog trained to do?
The problem is some casinos, their policy does not allow just the standard employee to ask. That's a big problem. They do not allow the casino, even the floor or the director of a department to ask that. It has to be asked by a specific person. Yes.
And I think that it's a federal law that you can only ask what task the dog performs. But in reference to if we've had someone bitten on property and Atlantic City Police Department was called and animal control took the animal away. It's considered an assault when you're bitten by an animal. I don't know if that's a regular thing across the country. But as far as federal laws go, we are only allowed, just like she said, to ask what tasks does the dog perform. We can't ask for papers or anything like that. But we also make ADA accommodations for players who state that they are allergic. We can reseat that player prior to them being seated.
How about if they are afraid of the dog?
Fear doesn't, it's not like we're testing them for allergies. So I don't know. Anyone could say anything, just like they can say anything about their service dog.
Just one more thing. If the dog growls, our security department is brought in. And if the dog growls or shows any aggression, they are asked to leave for the day.
What are you guys doing at the World Series, just basically? Free for all? Are you moving players with allergies or claim allergy? You don't know? It does offer an angle. All right. I am, a lot of things that we're going to bring up today are basically either suggestions or to just see what everybody else is out there is doing and what they can do. Again, I like dogs. It doesn't bother me as much as it bothers other people, but I do get a lot of complaints about it. Yeah. My dog would bark a lot, so it's not bringing my dog. My dog did bite Jordan, too. Yeah, if they pick shipwrecks off the floor, yeah, we're good. All right. Give a little day run review right now. Mike, just on some things that we talked about. I want to see that hand. We talked about it last night in the tournament, meaning there was some discussion on should it only be the aggressor that's able to ask, or should it be either player that has cards? Did we come to an agreement on that, Mike? No.
No, I don't think so.
So, for those of you that weren't here yesterday, the question is after the last card is dealt, and there's maybe it goes check, check, and the first player doesn't turn his cards up, and the other player does, and shows that they have the winning hand. The winner then asks the loser of the hand, I want to see those cards too. And the rule is that if they do that, then that hand is live, okay? But there was some controversy yesterday as if they were even allowed to ask to see it. Is that a bad etiquette, or what is the situation? And Kenny Holler came up with a reason that you could have been 3 different aggressors in this hand. Pre-flop, it could have been one person raised. Post-flop, it could be another person raised, and back and forth. So I believe that either player that holds a hand that is paid for all the bets should be able to see the other player's hand. As long as it's not abused. I don't think it should be abused.
Yet.
as you say, indeed, like I think it makes it very clear as well, because I can raise pre-flop, bet on you on the flop, bet into you on the turn, bet into you on the river, and then you raise me on the river, and now I would not have a right to see your hand as well. Like that would not make sense to me. And
Anybody strongly opposed to this? Well, the dealer.
We're not gonna
the muck.
take cards out of the muck. It's a little bit of dealer training, but it's never an issue, to be fair. Like in all the events that I've ever played, like it never gets basically asked.
I'm not strongly opposed to this, but I want to be clear on what we are saying here, because the reason we were allowing people to see a card is collusionary. And so in essence, every time you said, "Can I see that hand?" you are in some essence accusing that person of cheating. If this is just a curiosity thing and we're allowing them to satisfy their curiosity, then what does abusing it mean? Because if that's the rule, then people are going to want to do it every single
I
time.
don't think it's curiosity. I think it's they paid for it. They paid for that information.
Well, then what is abusing it? Because they've always paid for it every time they ask.
Somebody's asking every single time.
You're at the showdown.
paid for it every
Showdown.
single
You
time.
show down the cards.
Right, but if we're saying this is
Well,
something that
when
is
there's an all-in on a
acceptable-
call, we also show all the cards. So should we then also not?
I don't have an opinion, like a strong opinion on what we should or shouldn't do. I just want to
It-
know what we are telling them and why. Because if you
It's
say
just become an etiquette thing. That's
Right.
all it is. That's all it's become. It's just become an etiquette thing over all the years that we've been playing poker.
Agree,
You know?
and I think it's poor etiquette, but now we're saying it's okay if you do it. So like we are encouraging poor etiquette, and if it's the rule, people are going to use it, and I don't know what abusing it is if that's the rule we're telling them to follow.
Sure, I agree with you, but the point is at the end, everybody has the right to see someone else's cards. You're paying for a showdown. I'm not paying to see your cards. I'm paying to bring this hand to a showdown, and then everybody should turn the cards over. Unless we have that rule where at showdown everybody has to turn the cards over, which we don't.
I agree with everything
I
you're
don't
saying.
disagree with that either, but I think it would be hugely unpopular.
I
you
just
know.
think if that's a rule and then people follow it, I don't know how we say you're abusing it.
Yeah,
I mean, that's a very good point. That's a very good point, yeah.
There isn't technically, I mean, I understand, and this came up yesterday in the discussion, I understand why people are afraid of people doing this every time. This has been the rule since like 2011 in Europe. We're one of the ones who brought it. When I was with Poker Stars, we're one of the ones who brought it into TDA. It's just been written differently here, and I understand other people are doing it differently. This is the rule we've had in Asia. The 5 years I've now been in Asia, it's 15 years old in Europe. People aren't abusing it because, one, you have to think of the number of times you're going to get to a called showdown in a tournament, as you specifically. And two, when you ask to see the hand, it's getting turned over live, and you might not get the answer that you want. You might cost yourself a pot. And three, you're not seeing people do it because if I do it every time I read a showdown, if I ask, most players do not want themselves. Everybody at the table is going to turn around and then ask me every time I hit a showdown. So at its core, I agree with everyone. It's been asked. And this is a small difference between operators and players. I know many of us are players as well, but operators aren't obsessed with protecting what I called with, what I limped with, whatever. Players are obsessed with that. But this is I can't argue against Toby pre-flop raised, he bet on the flop, he bet on the turn, he checks the river, Kenny bets. Now Toby can see Kenny's cards, but Kenny can't see Toby's. Just because Toby slowed down on the river and Kenny bet, that doesn't make any sense to me. So the rule is, if you have cards, you can see cards. And again, we got 15 years on the EPT of no abuse of it. We've got 5 years on the APT of no abuse on it.
Well, here's my counter to that. Right now, we have described, at least I have, if it's a spot where it's bet call, the guy's trying to fold, and the guy who has an exposed card said, I want to see those cards, I will shame the shit out of them. I will tell them that that is a collusionary rule, and you are in essence saying, I believe you might be cheating. That's what I do right now, and I think that's kind of the theme that it's been. My concern is we are changing that theme. We are not saying that this is any sort of collusionary rule. We are doing it because you paid and you're entitled to it. And if we're giving them that out, I understand everything you're saying, and previously that's how it's been. I think we are opening the door for this to happen way more often because we are in essence saying, since you paid, you have earned the right to see those cards, and players are going to take
But the existing
advantage
rule
of that. allows.
allows everybody in the hand to do that except one person.
Right,
Only
with
if
the
they hold
different
cards.
with the different reasoning on why you would ask. We're changing that.
The
reasoning.
rule doesn't say anything about collusion, does it?
What we're talking about right now is changing what I have been talking about every time I get called and someone asks to see cards. I will always say it's very poor etiquette to ask to see a card that people are trying to muck. Now we're saying, no, that's not bad etiquette. You paid for it. You had the right.
The rule set.
Sorry. Even though it's poor etiquette, is it a problem? Because it's been like that online for 25 years. I mean, Party Poker started doing that. PokerStars did that for 25 years. I mean, the information is out there. It's a showdown. The hand is over. The best hand wins. I mean, nobody's going to be doing that every single hand. PokerStars' EPT and the Asia Poker Tour has shown it for 15 years. I mean, it's the rule the way it is now. It's unfair to one guy in the hand. So I mean, let's fix that. It's not a huge deal, I think.
Don't have a problem with whether or not it is. The problem is, the reason I started this is because Matt said as long as they don't abuse it. What is that? If it's not a problem and everyone's entitled to it, how do you abuse it?
There is no abuse of it, in my opinion. You could do it every time, but then you would expect everybody. The rule literally reads, any caller has an inalienable right to have the last aggressor's hand tabled on request, in brackets, the hand they paid to see, provided the caller tabled or retains their cards. Because again, if I say hammer, show me, you say, okay, show me yours, show me yours, I'll show you mine. So again, most people don't want to give away any information, and most of the players are happy to see the pot. This is just and also for some of us, this is fixing a loophole in the rule. Maybe we just never read it properly, but we've been ruling it that anybody can. The way the rule is written now, if it's 4 ways on the river, 3 of the people can ask, and one of the people cannot. So at any rate, we have to fix that loophole. Like, we either have to make it so everybody can or so nobody can, and I'm not in favor of making it so nobody can. But I think this is one of those things that has just changed a little bit, because I agree with DC. You can see the hands online. You've been able to see them for the entirety of online. I always do that. What did that guy have? I click on hand history on stars, and I see the hand history. If you're telling me, like, so Paul said this, if you're telling me it reaches a point, well, now we're seeing all the hands. Everybody's asking. Most of us would be thrilled. I would love it if we got to the end, like, show me, show me, show me. Then, to Matt's point, the best hand would win because all the cards would come on their back. But I disagree with the point of they will abuse it. I don't think there's a way to abuse this rule. You paid for it every time. You want to see it every time? Be prepared to show your cards every time.
Clarification on showdown. Must all. In other words, could showdown, or I must. And when we're saying either player can ask to see the cards must be shown. Is that the implication of this? Cards must be shown. I cannot muck at showdown.
No, my point is only there is something changing from the theme or the reasoning behind when somebody does that. What we're talking about now is changing what's happening, so I believe it's going to happen a lot more. And I'm not saying that there's...
No, but, sorry, Justin, we changed the reasoning for the rule in 2013. The reasoning for the rule was you have paid to see that hand. You have an inalienable right to have that information if you choose to, but you're turning that hand over live. So that's what you're risking. But we didn't write the rule that says if you think that Tyler and Erica are cheating, you have the right to ask to see their hands because you think they're colluding. We said you paid for it, you can see it, but you might lose.
I understand the letter of the law, but I think the theme or the reasoning that we would talk about when someone asks to see a card is very much you are participating in poor etiquette or you are accusing that person of cheating. I think a lot of people still say things like that, which is why it doesn't happen a lot. I understand, but the whole reason I started this is because Matt said if they abuse it. People are going to ask to see cards a lot more.
I think you're missing one of the big points that most of us are here as brick and mortar operators. We're attempting to create a positive environment that over the last 2 decades decreases by the day. And the one thing that this is opening up, the rule as it speaks right now has a hard line on etiquette. Well, we need to. It's the one thing we can fall back on when players break that line. And what you're attempting to do right now is encourage the conflict that we already fight on a hand-by-hand basis, because as normal brick-and-mortar operators running a local daily tournament, you're meeting the same people every day. They don't forget yesterday what got happened. They don't forget the last week. So they're constantly going to needle each other. And all you're doing is promoting the conflict that the etiquette is supposed to prevent. By changing this, it's just going to add to conflict. I mean, I wish we still lived in 2013. I wish we still lived in 1993 when I got into the business. And etiquette, everybody was expected to act. If you can't be a gentleman, be somewhere else. As simple as that. That's not the way life is anymore. And by taking away the etiquette from this rule that we can actually implement in a rule, you're promoting, it would be opening itself up to tremendously bad behavior. Absolutely, people are going to push this rule to the absolute limit.
Yeah, I don't agree with that statement. And I've seen, I live in a very new market, okay? Poker's been going on in Brazil for 20 years mostly. And most of people haven't been playing for 70 or 40 years there. They never learned the etiquette. And most of people now, they learned poker through online stuff during the COVID year, okay? So they wanted to have something fun to do while being at home for 1.5 years, and they found a poker site, and they started playing. So the etiquette part has never been taught, okay, to them. So I don't think that's really an issue. We need to protect the integrity of the game, make it fun for everybody, and make it clear what the rules are. I know that etiquette is a part of it. Behavior of the players is something we need to be concerned about, but as long as we are not infringing on another player's rights or another player's comfort in playing, I think we need to be a little bit more concise and clear, and not resort just to tradition.
So, are we not?
Sorry, I just want to add one. I just have one question in general. This rule, the way it is now, allows any caller to ask to see the aggressor's hand. Is anybody? This rule has existed for 14 years or 13 years. Is anybody seeing the existing rule being abused? I see one hand. Like that's why, basically that's why we don't, and again, for those of us who've been ruling it the other way, if we don't come to an agreement to change it, okay, that's fine. I'll tell you that we're not changing. We're going to keep ruling it the way. I'm sure Toby and Stars are going to keep ruling it the same way. But I think I don't doubt that for people who have a local room, it could potentially be a problem. And I understand that, and I'm not trying to discount that. I'm saying the existing rule has been here for 13 years. We're not having it be abused when everybody except one player can use it and none of them are using it because they don't want it used on them. And so changing it to me isn't that big of a... Now, if we made an announcement and said, coming out of the TDA, the biggest change is now the aggressor can needle the shit out of that guy, okay, yeah, I bet we would then see some of that action taking place. But no, this is not going to be the headline coming out of the TDA. The headline is going to be the mixed games. But I just was curious if people were seeing the rule actually abused now, because we're not seeing it.
Yeah, and I just think that you can handle the abuse part of it on case by case and at your local property. If somebody's abusing that privilege of seeing that hand, then tell them to stop doing it.
Well, I mean, the rule that we've basically had to put in play, we don't allow anybody to look at a hand. If they have a problem, they come to the floor. The floor is then allowed, they'll take it upon themselves to do it in a discreet manner, to be able to look at it, try to police it. It's one of those where...
Yeah, but that's
we're
fine.
From South Florida, and South Florida's got so many mixed cultures. Everybody is defending their turf, so to speak. Doesn't matter where they're at a poker table or doing whatever.
I compare this rule to somebody calling the clock on another player. That's the same type of situation. If I call the clock on you, now I'm after this player, and I'm going to call the clock on you whenever I can. It's the same type of thing.
Yeah, but we're calling it an
and all it has to do is happen one time where you lose the pot after asking. And there's a way to make that happen. If somebody keeps asking me to see my hand, I'm going to hold the winning hand one time. And I'm going to say, oh, I have the winner. And then they'll never do it again.
I would add that it sounds like you're not already following the existing rules, so then it just becomes an exemption for you. If no one can ask to see in your room, then you're not following the existing rule because the callers are supposed to be allowed to ask. So it would just be an exemption in your room. If you don't think your players can be trusted with the rule, then you would just exempt the rule in your room.
And Neil, that's exactly what it is. If we recall the history of this rule, asking to see a hand at showdown was the biggest division in poker. And that's in 2013, the World Series of Poker's rule was the winning hand always had to be shown. And there was a lot of argument amongst players. Players wanted the right to discard their cards at showdown. And at Poker Stars, basically the rule, as I recall it, was that anybody could ask to see the hand, and that you guys would show the hand. So we had Poker Stars to see a hand, and it will be shown, must be shown. And the TDA was trying to support those players that wanted to muck face down at showdown. That was the discrepancy. The World Series agreed we will no longer require the winning hand to be shown. And Jack would say, well, we were doing that just to validate, quote unquote, validate the hand. But he relented on that one, and the World Series no longer require the winning hand to be shown. At EPT, Neil, you guys wanted to retain your rule. So, and the 18A was to say, for somebody to ask to see the hand, they had to retain their hand, and they lost, otherwise they lost any rights or privileges they had to ask the hand. And there we were talking about the rights and privileges of Poker Stars.
Well, that was a rule. If you had cards, you had to have cards to see cards.
That was your rule. Exactly right. And if somebody asked to see the hand, it had to be shown. So, and the Poker Stars would not let go of that. You guys said the hand will be shown. So the way it was written, the compromise, if you will, was that they will just lose any rights or privileges, and we assume that those will be the rights and privileges of that house. And the gentleman back here is saying that his house, you asked to see any hands, a strong suspicion of collusion.
Yeah, I mean, the word rights is where we have the problem. It's a privilege to be able to call a clock. It's a privilege to be able to see a hand or something like that. And if you call it a right, you're saying that we don't have the ability to take that away.
Well, we're saying those are the rights and privileges of your house. That's what your house will extend. The EPT, they had their set of rules, and we couldn't get more people on board. Then, staying with 2013, there was one exception, and that was that if on the river somebody bets, if I call that hand, I have the right to see the hand that I called. And I recall Jack's reasoning there was, okay, you may make the decision that even though I think I'm losing, the price is worth it for the information. And that's how 18B came to be written. And also, that's a long-standing concept going back decades or centuries in poker. You paid to see that hand. And so that was the only exception. But that's the history of this rule.
Yeah, I just want to respond to the question, if we make it a right, how can you abuse it? We have a lot of rights and privileges that we think you can abuse. You can abuse the right to call the clock. I have the right after 30 seconds to call the clock on every player. If I do it every hand, I'm abusing that. If I have the right to ask to see your hand, and I do it every time, then yes, I can be ruled as abusing it. It's certainly possible to abuse a right.
What about a player's right to discard face down, to muck at showdown? Does a player have a right to do that, or they?
Which rule number says he has that right?
it is implied in
Implied-
it is implied in 18A that the rights and privileges will essentially be according to the House, because we could not get across the board agreement.
So the point is, yes, if we have two rights and they conflict, then the House has to make a decision, or the TD, as to which one takes precedent. That's also the case all the time.
Have a comment here?
So as it's written, is if there was a river bet, are we talking about taking that out and also just making it simple? Anybody with cards can ask to see the hand.
Yes.
Okay.
And the hand must be shown. And a player does not have a right to discard face down at showdown.
Sure. At showdown, any player with cards can ask to see another hand, regardless of if there was a river bet. So
Correct.
we're taking that out.
We're not going to be out promoting this. We're not going to be standing on the
Right.
street with a sign saying you can now ask to see every hand.
It's about striking a balance, I
Yes,
think. You
I
know, we
understand.
want to avoid chip dumping, collusion, without everybody being able to just ask
They
every
paid
time.
to see the hand.
Right. Now, also, it doesn't say, I find in TDA, that the hand is live if the supposed winner of the pot asks to see the hand.
We will add that. They will add that, yeah.
Then the hand will be live.
Yep.
Okay. I think the two things.
We're moving on. Jesse.
We've got another one up here.
I know. Just to add just a couple quick tidbits about this for what we do in my room. Prior to 2025, we ruled the way TDA says for our cash games as well as tournament. We did find a lot of abuse. We did find that the majority of time that the people were asking to see this was literally just to needle the players, to get, to drive them insane. We, in 2025, rewrote our entire house rule book, and in our cash games, we do not permit anybody to ask to see hands. If you want to see the last aggressor's hand, we basically just force the order in which cards need to be exposed, and that is how you would see that hand. In tournaments, we do follow Rule B, where a caller can see an aggressor's hand, but we do not allow it the other way around. Also, for 18A, this says lose any rights or privileges to ask to see a hand, not lose rights or privileges to see a hand, which is where even in the examples, it references its TD's discretion outside of a caller on the river to see that, and in that case, we use our house rule that we do not permit that to be allowed. Since this rule change, I would say that the players who did abuse those rules, the players who would generally complain about playing with them or who got aggravated with them, all of that aggravation has gone away, and I do not see any downside of taking that away in our tournaments, outside of the caller being able to see the last aggressors.
Test.
I'm going to go against what the board is saying here. As a player, I hate it when there's a lot of animosity at the table. I agree with the gentleman back there about the etiquette, and we start asking to see players' hands, that I want to see your hand every time, and it gets ugly, and it changes the atmosphere, and I hate it. I just hate it. I want to say that.
That's why she's the first lady of poker. All right, one thing real quick, and then I'll stop, man. I promise. The one rule in tournament poker that I get by far the most complaints about, by far, and it's not even close, is why do I have to expose my cards when it was all in and I'm trying to muck? He wins the hand. He has the nuts. How come I have to show my cards? By far, the most complaints I get about anything. So when we say we're going to do a rule where people have to show their cards more often, I have hesitance that it's going to be a good one, or that it's going to be well received, or that it's not going to be abused. It's the only point that I'm making, because when Jen watches this video, I want to be on the record having said that.
I just want to say I agree with Linda very much, and the gentleman back here, I agree with him also about the etiquette very much, and with Justin. I think this would be a very bad change. We're not playing online.
Not a change.
We're not.
It's not a change. It needs to be clarified. It's already the rule.
Right, but it does say in their last aggressor, right? Yeah. It does. So technically what it used to be was you can't ask to see a hand. That was the end of story. That was before it was last changed, right? So if it's just that, if I bet and you call, if you want to see my hand, you just have to wait. I have to turn it over first. And that's pretty much it. I don't need to see your cards. If I turn over a winner, that's it. And it will get abused. It will create a lot of animosity at the table. Just giving players more options to ask to see other players' hands will only create a negative atmosphere at the table. So.
We need a
sorry, just how many people, just before you go, Brett, the existing rule is calling hands only, not the basically the aggressor on the river is not. How many people would prefer to keep the existing rule? So it's callers only. How many people, okay, thank you. That's looks like probably 50 to 60% of the room. How many people are in favor of changing it or are already allowing anyone to do it? We're split pretty much right down the middle, guys. Well, yeah, a couple people had both hands up, so that doesn't count. We're split kind of right down the middle, Matt. What I would say is, I mean, the existing rule, nobody has a problem with the existing rule, correct? Everybody's fine. It's not being abused. No issues there. So I guess the only question is for those that are already doing it the other way, do they just need to write the exemption? We're obviously not going to get an agreement. It's 50-50.
Neil, this is exactly where we were in 2013, and the compromise is exactly what's here, which says you lose any rights.
No, I understand. I understand all that, Mike. What I'm saying is that the vast majority, or 50% of us, aren't using the rule the way it was. Like, I don't remember
the way you're
2013,
using it. What I'm saying is the way you're using it is perfectly fine under 18A. You guys give rights and privileges for anybody to ask to see any hand. Those are the rights and privileges of your house.
Yeah, but you said this yesterday, and I respectfully disagree a little bit. 18A simply said it talks a lot more about what people are giving up by mucking, not what they're getting by retaining their cards.
But again, in your house, if your rules give the rights and privileges for anybody at Showdown to ask to see any hand, if that's what you do, which I believe it is, correct, then that's good enough to find a universal agreement. So your house is consistent under 18A.
No.
The rights and privileges of Jesse's house is consistent under his house.
All it means is that for those of us who are doing it slightly different, we would have to, on our rules, we'll write an amendment to 18B clarifying our thing.
Okay. I have a 15-second plea, and I just want to say very first that everyone's concerns are very valid, and I respect that and I understand that. But we have people up here saying they've been doing it this way for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and they haven't had a problem. So I would say my advice would be give it a shot, and if it doesn't work in your room, don't do it, but don't be afraid to give it a chance.
I appreciate that sentiment, but I saw that I lost that fight with first card off the deck as well. We used it for years, and we used it for years in Europe. Didn't have a single problem. We tried it over here, and Negreanu lost his bloody mind, and his mob carried the day. And ironically, I like Europe might be back using first card off the deck anyway. I don't know if Toby did it or not. But while your sentiment is correct, the American players are loud and vocal about what they do and don't like. So, but if it had been 70-30, I would be a little bit that. But that was, from those of us looking this way, that was 50-50, right? I'm not wrong. That was pretty solidly 50-50.
You asked the question two different ways. How many are currently doing it? You didn't ask. You asked how many
we
like
know
it.
everybody's currently doing Well, I said how many are in favor or currently doing it that way.
I don't think you said it that way, but
No, I did. I said how many people are in favor of changing or are already doing it that way.
Excuse me. I think the question is are we doing it? Are you guys doing it the right way now? Because it says aggressor. I'll be the first to admit we took the rule out because I misread the rule. I missed the word aggressor until yesterday, when the rule was brought up, and I'm like, how did I miss that?
Sir, that's actually how this came up. Is we realized in our board meeting that all of us were doing it wrong. That's why Matt was requesting a clarification, because we realized Toby, Kenny, me, Tyler, like we're all doing it to where anybody can do it, and we haven't had any problems. So we were like, oh well, if we're doing it that way, we should fix the rule. That's what engendered the whole conversation. Is we're all already not following the rule, so we either need to tweak our rules to say it's an exception to TDA, or we need to fix the TDA rule.
We've got another comment in the back here.
Hi, I just have a question about this as a player. So are we
trying to decide just for understanding that if I come to a showdown and I pay for it, now I do not have the right to ask to see the hand, or every time I pay and I ask for it, now I'm abusing a rule. Because
Yes. That's what I think. Every time, I think if you do it every time.
And for those players who do continue asking and it needles your other players, well, then handle those players. Handle those players, right? You know.
so why
like
would a
we-
player pay? I'm just saying, because it always been like you pay. I'm not saying that everybody actually does it every single time asking. I've never experienced that personally over the years. But
Yeah, exactly.
if we talk
exactly.
about this, we can't say that you're paying for something and then turn around and say, well, if you pay every time and you ask for every time, now you're abusing it.
I agree with you, and that's been a few people here have said that, and that's right. We should stop saying don't abuse it because it is a right.
Correct.
It is
so-
a right, and I cannot argue with that. What
Okay.
It is already a right, yeah. What I would say is that I forgot about the gentleman down there who was saying that he's going to needle other players. If we feel this rule is better for many different reasons, and we all up here feel the rule that any player can ask to see any other players at Showdown is better for various reasons, things that we talked about yesterday with like the flush board, for example. Okay, if we feel it's better, it's not a good enough reason to say my players are going to get annoyed and therefore we shouldn't have that rule. You know, deal with those players if you need to. But if we feel it's a better rule, then we should have that rule. If you feel it's a better rule.
We've got another comment over here. Can you stand up?
Motion, just put it to a vote and move on.
Into the mic. Mic.
We have one in the back.
I think you should rephrase the question you posed earlier and ask how many are in favor of keeping the rule as it is versus how many are in favor of changing it. And those who want to change it, which I think is a vast minority, can simply make a house rule.
And that's exactly what they can do under 18A right now. We need to clarify that, but it says if your house has the rights and privileges, if your house extends the right and privilege for anybody at Showdown must have the right to see any hand they want. If that's your rule, it's okay under 18A. We could not get a further, but a lot of players, and this is what provoked the 2013 convention, if you will, a lot of players don't want to show their hand at Showdown. They want to muck. And they didn't want at a World Series to have the winning hand shown. So
you know,
if there was no showdown.
To what the gentleman said, I think that's kind of what we already agreed. We asked the question, it went basically 50-50. And so the people who are already doing it the other way are more or less just going to continue doing it the other way, and they'll write an exemption.
I think we're really wasting so much time talking about something that's not even I don't think there's a problem for the majority of us that have been doing it the quote wrong way this whole time. I was doing it, if you have cards, you can ask to see cards. And a bunch of us were always doing this. And everyone else who wasn't doing this is freaking out for the fact that maybe we want to change it to say that. But those of us that have it this way, it's not a problem. The only thing that's going to change is the guy who was the better now has the right to ask to see the caller's hand. But dude, they're not asking. Like 99.9% of the time, this better is not asking to see the caller's hand. This is not a problem. We wasted an hour talking about this yesterday. I don't know how much time today. If we change this rule to say, if you have cards, you have the right to see anyone else's cards at Showdown, we're not creating this big problem. They're not asking. And if that one time somebody asks and you don't think he should see it, you're the boss. Say, no, you can't see it. I don't think it's a big deal.
But the rule does need to be corrected. It needs to be fixed. It has to be clarified. And it also needs to be added that if the winner does ask and they happens to be, the loser's hands have to be better, they win that hand. That needs to be added as well. All right, we're moving on. Change which one? All right. All right, we talked about chip penalties yesterday. We're going to add that to our penalty as a possible. Yes. Okay, so just want to add that from yesterday. We never really came to an agreement on this. I don't really want to talk about it a lot, but we don't have a forward motion rule. The rule is currently whatever you cut out of your hand is a bet. So if the player behind says call, they're not required to do anything. They're not required to put any chips in the pot. You can rule it as you want in your room. You do not have to say, but this rule does not need to change. No, we did not decide that. We did not. We did. We decided that other people need to wait until the bet is done. That's correct. Because they're out of turn. Out of turn and generally angling.
Matt, back up if you would, Matt. What was the prior topic?
Chip penalties, Mike. Oh, chip penalties.
Oh yeah, chip penalties.
We have a comment over here.
Sorry, guys. So yesterday we talked about, and just glossed over it, I feel, the button in the wrong position. And after thinking about it last night and reading the rule as it is written, I think we have to change this. So the issue is if the button is moved twice in error. Now, it can happen a few different ways. A player moves a button, doesn't tell the dealer moves it again, right? That's multiple people's fault. It can also happen where, in the example that was on the slide, the player big blind busts, the button's moved, and instead of being a single big blind, we dealt small and big, right? That's the same thing. I think you have to move the button back to the correct position, play the hand, have the player that should have paid the big blind pay the big blind, the player that should have received their button play their button, and then you skip the button ahead. And that corrects it. But yes, it's also, they should have paid attention, but are we going to allow a player to skip the big blind and the big blind ante, which is...
Sorry, guys. We got a lot of crosstalk with no mics, and there's like 30 people trying to listen online. 29, not counting me.
Okay, what do you do if the button stays in the same spot 2 hands? If you do it 2 times, are you skipping it forward so that it gets back to where it's supposed to be? So the person who was the small blind twice doesn't get a button. No. The more you change procedure and you tell people, what if a dealer taps in and you say, hey, just don't forget, the button's supposed to go back 2 spots and then forward 3 spots. Wherever the button is, that's the hand. If you miss your button, you need to speak up. Otherwise, you're going to lose your right to a button.
You try to fix it where you can. You try to fix it where you can so that everybody pays the blinds. In some spots, you might not be able to do that, but in many spots, you will be able to do that. Then fix it. It's that simple, right? It's not complicated. If the button skips DC to him, then go back and then skip it next time. It's not an issue. Fix it if you can. Sure, you can come up with all kinds of arguments and scenarios to support your argument, right? But that doesn't mean that you cannot fix it in the moments that you can. Make it right when you can. When you can't, rule number 1.
Yep.
We've got someone in the back.
Hi, Brendan Boyer, Mohegan Sun, Connecticut. I just wanted clarification. I was sitting in the back yesterday. I didn't know if this was already over. I apologize if it was already talked about. Are we getting rid of forward motion, where there is no such thing as forward motion? Is that what we were talking about?
We've never had forward motion. There's no forward motion
So
rule.
me as a player, I can take chips, go forward, come back, go forward, come back.
You cannot do that.
So what? So then what's that called?
What do you mean that you can't? If somebody's doing that, you call the floor and say, this player's doing this with chips. And they say, do that again, you're going to get a penalty. Do not do that.
But it was forward motion, right?
It's not forward motion. There's no forward motion rule.
Okay. Yeah.
Just like a player cannot bring a full stack forward and then check all the time. It's not a bet, but they can't check.
So what is it if they do that? If I come up and check with that, I'm just not allowed to do
It's abusing a rule.
So
it's abusing.
just penalize them or
Yeah,
force
you
them
can
to
penalize
bet?
them, yeah.
Penalize? I was just curious. I didn't know if we went over. Thank you.
We kind of briefly talked about that when we were talking about chip penalties. Should a minor penalty eliminate a player? I say yes. If you have a penalty, if a player is getting a penalty, I think they should be able to be eliminated from a tournament. If they're on a penalty, there's a reason for the penalty. Doesn't matter if it eliminates them or if it hits their big blind or whatever. That doesn't matter, and that's why I think I'm going to try to go to chip penalties in some locations. So, yeah, all right.
Can I say something on the chip penalty thing? The thing I don't like about it, the thing I don't like about it is, say a player only has 5 big blinds left. Now, if we penalize him, if we give him orbit penalty, he has enough blinds for 2 orbits. If we do the chip penalty, now he only has enough blinds for 1 orbit. So we're essentially taking 8, 9, 10 hands away from him. Yeah, he's not going to play those hands, but he would have got those hands. If I have 5 big blinds and it's, near the bubble, I can fold 16, 20 hands, however handed we are, to try getting into the money. But now if I'm penalized and you take chips away from my stack, now that's reduced by half. And no, I agree you shouldn't be doing something that warrants a penalty, especially a 1 orbit penalty, but I don't think it's fair to essentially take away an orbit worth of hands from the player. Yeah.
Stand up. You'll be 2. 1, 2.
The difference is the player is getting less hands of the tournament. I'm just saying that is the. Yeah, he's going to play the same amount of hands, but he's not, that he personally is going to play the same amount of hands. However, his chips are in the tournament for less hands.
So?
Which?
Then he shouldn't misbehave. That's why it's a penalty.
Yeah, but those hands are played.
I would add just one second to that. I understand what he's saying, and he's not incorrect that the player could have lasted 30 hands and can now only last 15 hands because we took the chips away. As has been said by many people up here, then don't do something wrong. But again, the chip penalty is supposed to be an arrow in the quiver, not supposed to be the end all. If you decide that for whatever reason, bubbles, pay jumps, whatever, you don't want to give chip penalties when you're ITM, or you don't want to give chip penalties when you're near the bubble, that's fine. Only do chip penalties when you're not in those scenarios.
It's better to give chip penalties when you're in the money, so they don't ladder up.
Exactly.
That's the best time to give chip penalties,
Exactly. I agree with Toby. That's my point. The situation you described, 100%, yes, you're going to get less hands. And I am very okay with that. I think that's the best time to give the chip penalty because we are on the bubble. We are approaching the money. You can't be away from the table. Every player has to have the ability to lose their chips at that point of the tournament. That is how your tournament is fair. So, yes, if you have 5 big blinds, don't commit a penalty. One gets taken out. You're actually doing the tournament a disservice by putting a player on a penalty away from the table when you are approaching the money or in the money.
But a penalty has to matter, and it matters there. I mean, it really matters there, and that's why it's called a penalty.
We've got 4 people standing to speak. They have their numbers.
It was suggested yesterday that maybe we could, under recommended procedure or something, group penalties, suggested way to what we would give a small blind penalty and such. Are we going to be able to do that?
So
we will add some guidelines to for the procedure. Yeah.
Every single penalty you give is going to reduce the number of orbits you have. So if your equity is vanishing because your stack is low compared to when it's high, it doesn't matter. The penalty's the penalty. What you're suggesting, I think, is like saying in hockey we shouldn't have high sticking penalties during the playoffs or in overtime. The situation just is what it is. You got your penalty now, you pay now. I think that's what most people think.
Love the hockey reference. Let's move on.
Canada.
The chip penalties are a more consistent penalty in the moment too, because for a violation that you deem a 1 lap penalty worthy, you take your 2.5 big blinds. If you send them on a lap penalty, the blinds might go up during that time. So the penalty is very representative of what you want to accomplish, instead of now you're relying on randomness of the tournament clock, where one person on a 1 lap penalty may actually pay more blinds than the same person on a comparable 1 lap penalty, where you're in the moment giving them a chip penalty, but allowing them to play poker so they still have the opportunity to lose their chips.
In the back here.
Yeah, I'm Caitlin Arnwine. I'm a poker player, and also I host some events. So just because I like to work with beginners, so will there be a progression of this so that beginners, like I was in 2021, are more likely to make mistakes more frequently? And I think one way you can prevent this that also helps pros is by laminating rules, putting them on the table. It'll also help people who are deaf and hard of hearing to see the rules, and everybody can see the rules. But if there's a progression so that people who are beginners don't get penalized right away, I think that would definitely help.
Yeah, I think as an organizer, you always, or as a floor person, I have made rulings in the past that I just talk to a player basically if he did something wrong, while for the same offense, if I knew it was an experienced player, I did give him a penalty. Like, you go back to rule number 1. Like, if you know somebody did something wrong that they clearly did not know it was wrong, you talk to that player and explain the rule to the player. But if somebody does it because they know that it was wrong, you give them a penalty. Like, you always have to adapt to the situation. And yes, with new players, you want to be way more lenient than you are with experienced player. And every tournament is different. Every tournament has a different player pool. There's different price points. There's so many different factors that will determine whether or not a player will receive a penalty, even for the same offense.
Yeah, and to be clear, I don't think that beginner players should necessarily have lax rules or in women's events or anything like that, because when you're at the final table, you don't get lax rules, and when you mess up, then it really matters. But I do think that if there's a progression and you let them know, then that also satisfies it.
Patricia Tremel. As a player, so I typically do not get in that situation to be penalized. But if I put myself into the overall shoes, I do not support that operation goes into our personal chip stacks and uses that as a penalty against us. I think it harms the game overall. It would be better to come with a different sort of solution that doesn't touch the player's chips. The chips are in the game. They're for all of us to be there, and I just don't think that should be part of the penalty. We're not playing cash game, we're playing tournament. So I'm against it. If that is something that is being done regardless, then there should be definitely clear lines on when can the operator use that and enforce that, because right now it seems like it's up to anyone for grabs to use it whenever whatever situation arises. And the other one, if that is something that has been implemented, then there should be certain warnings. So If you do this, okay, you get that. If you keep going on, then that is going to fall into effect. It shouldn't be a one-time. I've been on the side where someone is doing something inappropriate, but again, I think that's a little too intrusive to take people's chips away.
Again, it is not mandatory to do that. It's one of the tools that you will have as a floor person, but by putting somebody on a certain amount of hands, you're changing the dynamic of the table. For the players that are on that table, certain players will actually also be in a disadvantage because the person to their left is or to their right is gone because there's nobody extra to protect the blinds. There's somebody that will have a second button. It creates completely different dynamic on the game. So why should one player have a bigger advantage because somebody else did something wrong? And why should somebody have a disadvantage because somebody else did something wrong? And this is more fair. It's more fair to the whole tournament. By taking away a few chips, mathematically it increases like the value of each other player's chip stack, yes, by a very little fraction. But this is more fair throughout to actually give chips than compared to putting somebody on a certain amount of hands penalty.
Additionally, if you get disqualified, your chips are out of the tournaments anyway.
So my only issue with this is I want us to make sure that we are also still considering in a lot of these situations, we use that round penalty as a cool-off period for that player as well, right? We were just talking about this, and I that's a very big part of, I would say better than 75% of the time if I'm giving a penalty, it's because there is some sort of an argument at the table, and that time away from the table allows time for that to de-escalate.
And you can still do that. There's times when you're going to want to do that. You're going to want that, Martin Cabral away from the table for as many rounds as possible. Okay, so you can still do that, but the point is that this is a better way to do it for the other players, especially at that table, because when that player's away for a round, you cannot win his chips. Every other table's playing 8-handed, this table's playing 7-handed, so there's a number of advantages to a chip penalty. Obviously, the person who can't play, he's disadvantaged, okay, but it's not fair on the other player, so we're just trying to make it fair across the whole tournament. But in a situation where you need someone away from the table, then that's what you can do, send that player away from the table, absolutely.
But let's clarify, I happen to love this chip penalty, but we're not making it a rule that this is how you have to do it. We're just saying, we're just adding that this is a possible thing that could happen. We're adding chip penalties to the list of possibilities of penalties.
All right, Rich Lehman from Pops Poker. I really love how we're coming up with an equitable type of penalty, 2.5 blinds, 1 round, etc. is very, very fair. I do feel, though, however, we're kind of missing out on the punishment of actually taking that person away from the table. In a lot of instances, and I certainly recognize laddering up is something that we're trying to prevent. However, a lot of these penalties happen earlier in the tournament. There's no laddering up at that point in time. And that person really should be removed from the table. Maybe it's a behavioral issue. It might be something where they're slowing the table down because they're constantly acting out of turn. You constantly got to come over there, etc. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that actually a 1-round penalty carries with it a punitive penalty that you just are not allowed to play right now, and you're going to the rail. And so I think it still is a valuable way to...
And I 100% agree with that, actually. I agree with you. I think that chip penalties have way more value on the bubble or in the money. That they are way more valuable at that time. I completely agree with you.
Can I just, 2 quick things? So we try to be more player friendly and not give full round penalties. If I give player A at this table a 3-hand penalty and they're just paid their blinds, they have 3 free hands. At the next table, the same penalty, that guy could be under the gun. He's going to get penalized harder. So this would be something more equitable for that. The other thing I noticed, I was doing a bomb pot tournament really late into the tournament, and the antes were very high. And when I had to give a player a penalty for acting out of turn a couple times, it was going to be really huge part of their stack if I took them out 4 hands, since they had to pay an 8,000 ante every single hand. This would solve that immediately in that situation. It'd be a lot more consistent, the punishment. What's that? What's that?
Don't misbehave in bomb pots.
Bomb pot tournaments, unfortunately, are very popular where I'm from.
Justin Hammer, and I have an excellent question that was asked by Kerry Berger from Thunder Valley, who's afraid to touch the mic, so I'm going to have him ask it.
All right, thank you, Hammer. So with this new chip penalty rule, will we be able to do combo penalties, chips and time, number of hands along with chips?
Yes, it is. Like we say, it is an extra tool. You don't have to use it. You can just use the chip penalty. You can do a combination, whatever you feel like is needed for the issue that the player has caused. You do it based on that, just as you do it today. Like if you, whatever punishment you would give today, you give tomorrow as well, but with the extra tool that you can take away chips.
All right.
Just real quick, I wasn't here yesterday. I apologize. So, in chip penalties, do the chips come out of play? Do they go in
The
pot?
chips come out of play, yes. They don't go back into the tournament.
So, is that changing the dynamic of the tournament by taking chips out of play that players were entitled to win?
Toby's response, sorry, speaking for you, Toby, but Toby's response yesterday, because they've been doing it at EPT for a year and a half, 2 years. It's you give so few orbit penalties that the actual chips are insignificant, because you're just, I mean, I don't know for a full Orleans festival how many orbits you may give. And again, your mileage may vary on that. Your local room, you may have more pains in the ass that you have to give more penalties to. Well, it is a big difference. A traveling circus like the EPT or the APT or whatever, players are a little different because they've all had to travel to get there for the most part. It's a different environment than the people playing the daily every day at Orleans, coming to see Paul every day, going to see Jason every day. Like there are different dynamics there. So it's probably something that works very smooth because we don't. I mean, I asked Tyler the other day, if we gave 10 orbits in a 12-day festival, I'd still bet the under that was the thing. So having that amount come out is probably not that big of a deal. Now, it might matter if you're doing a turbo structure where they only get 10,000 chips, or you're doing a satellite where you're doing milestones, then maybe you don't use that particular arrow for that particular tournament. But in general, for our things where we're giving 100,000 stack or 200,000 stack, I just don't think it would be that, it would have that impact. It's a much bigger pain in the ass for your chip control than it is for the actual players.
We have a comment in the back.
Yeah, so we were just talking over here with the Women's Poker Association, and we realized that when you give a run-round penalty, you do take chips out of their pot. You do take chips out of their pot when you give a one-round penalty because it's you take their blinds. So a one-round penalty is actually already taking chips away from them. And also, we're talking about abusing rules. What about people who will intentionally tilt other players to get them to lose chips? So that's something that no one's brought up that should also be considered.
Okay. Good. All right. So on all of our events up here, I think we all use release forms. Do you have release forms for the studio? Okay. So I know a lot of you aren't using release forms, but I just want to know, if you are not using release forms, is there signage in your room for photos that you are in a casino that you could actually have your photo taken? And if not, should you? Because it seems like in poker there's a lot more photography being taken, but in casinos it's not allowed. So I know this is going to go to house policy. But Jack Apple brought up the point that their release form is very in detail. They cannot, people cannot be promoting certain brands and other things like that they have on their release form. So if you do have a release form, I suggest that you look at one of the ones that these guys are using up here. We use one for the World Poker Tour as well. But again, we also have signage as well. So photography in poker rooms, what are you allowing? Are you allowing them to take photos at the table? Hand funerals, we call them. is when somebody goes busted out of the tournament. I see it all the time. People are pulling out their phones and taking pictures. Are you allowing that, not allowing that? Just a discussion that I had. Joe McKeon says that every situation should be different. He hates it when pros do it, but he says he's fine with amateurs doing it. So it's just one of those things is dealers are trained to kill losing hands. Are you allowing your dealers to turn those cards back over so people can take pictures? Because that's what's happening out there. You allow hand funerals?
I do.
All right, just topic. Topic that was brought up by a player. Yeah. You'll allow the dealer to turn the cards back over. TikTok, yeah.
If you catch
Videos.
it live, you catch it. Great. But if we're not pausing the tournament or pulling cards out of the muck or face down or turning them back over. If you catch it live, great. Sometimes it's good for, our PR and whatnot. We want that. We want that to be shown. And I'll have the dealer slow down maybe a little bit on the river if it's a decent size. But those cards been turned over or put in the muck. Let's move along. Muck that cheese.
All right, let's move on. I know most places have shirts and shoes required. It's house policy. But how do we keep the shoes on? Players are more and more taking their shoes off, and it's bad. It's terrible. So
That's disgusting.
yeah, if you don't have this policy, I think you should figure something out because I'm seeing way more shoes off than we have in the past. Some places have rules against tank tops. Are you letting your players take shirts off for massages? I know in Asia for sure they're letting them take their shirts off. But if you are, I'd suggest stopping it. Yeah, I've seen it. I've got a picture.
Dress rules.
Okay. All right. Moving on. I've had this suggestion a lot. We have a recommended procedure that stacks must be in 20s. There are a lot of people that want it to be a rule, not just a recommended procedure. There are others out there that have said that, we should be able to have creativity with what we do with our chips. So, is anybody opposed to making this a rule?
No.
Just one thing, Matt. Is this something we're literally going to penalize people? So I've got
No, you
I've
just
got
tell them-
25 I've got 25 chips, and I want to do 10, 10, 5, or I want to do 5, 5, 5,
just
5,
put-
5. The dealer is going to say, please stack them up and make one stack of 20.
Yeah, I think the floor will go around the table and say, yeah, that's got to be the rule. Yes.
Nobody will have an issue if somebody with 25 chips has two stacks of 10 and one of 5. It's actually
My concern is
easier.
my only
but it's
concern
more
is
like
enforcement.
the guys that have 20 chips of 10 or 5 stacks of 40, like stacks of 25, 30, you name it, or just 2 big stacks of their 2 denominations.
Well, realistically, nobody should have more than a rack of chips anyway. That's what it should be. But my concern is enforcement. If we already have in the time that I've been in poker, you realize what a dealer has to do now with the tablet, the clock, the everything. And now they got to check they're already checking the stacks to make sure the big chips are in front, because that's pretty much a rule for everybody. The big chips have to be in front. But there's so many things, like if we're not going to enforce it, and there is no enforcement mechanism, then I don't want to change it from an RP to a rule.
Well, it's already a recommended procedure, and I think that I heard from from people in here that they would rather it be a rule than a procedure recommendation, because certain places are saying, it's just a recommended procedure. I don't have to do that. Or on the World Poker Tour, when we have the action clocks in play, you must do it. And you have to go around and correct 10 different stacks, where I think it's not fair to everybody in the tournament if you can't determine how many chips somebody else has. And
I'm
so I
only
think it should be a rule.
I'm in
And I
favor
think
of- my
as soon
question is,
as
are we going to be
the mo-
penalizing people who don't put their chips in 20?
as soon as we make it a rule, we tell them they have to do it. They have to do it. In Borgata, they let them have 4 or 5 racks of chips on the table. So I think they should be in stacks of 20. Does anybody disagree?
Hold on.
I'm not disagreeing. We have it as a rule at our final table. Stacks must be in 20.
And nobody has 20 at the start of the tournament, so it's not an issue. You don't have to do it when you have less than 20. I use it to needle players all the time. So they stack them in 20 when they have like 3. I do it all the time. So I think it should be in 20s. Aye. Aye. Seconded. Yeah, it's already in.
How about stacks no higher than 20?
Stacks of 20.
We have a comment.
What? If you want to talk, stand up if you want. Oh,
We're not giving penalties, Neil.
we've got a comment in the back.
Hey, it's Caitlin again.
Folks, we've got someone trying to talk in the back. I will.
I know that this won't influence things. I just want to, from a player's perspective,
Project. Talking to the mic.
yeah, so I know this won't change anything because it sounds like everyone's made up their mind and in agreement. I'm just saying as a well, I started playing in 2021, so maybe I'm not really a beginner anymore. But I am pretty bad with math. And so therefore, I like to keep my chips in like terms of this is how many stacks of 20 blinds I have. Some people, when they're like near the end, like to make little, creative things and whatever. And if anyone asks, like, oh, how many chips is that? I think, of course, then I tell them this is how many chips I have. But taking away a player's ability to like stack their chips, because then does that also mean people like shuffling chips? Because they're not in stacks of 20 when they're shuffling chips. So that's just, from a beginner's player perspective, like it could help. And maybe even from a disability rights perspective, that's not my area, but somebody else would know better than I. It could help to not necessarily have to have it in stacks of 20.
All right, we're moving on. Yes.
Yay.
How many of you in the room are using action clocks? No, action clocks. How many are using act clocks? Nobody's using a shot clock. How many are using action clocks? You don't care that. So I'm just going to gloss through this then because it's not a big thing, but tournaments with using time chips that accumulate or don't, players wanting them to use them, all of them for a pay jump, a table break. We talked about this a little bit with the one chip behind, or force players to take another blind. I think that there's enough talk about that already, that we've already talked about this. People are going to do it as they see fit, so I'm not going to do anything. I just put this in there earlier. Anybody have any questions about how we're doing that? Some of us on the board feel like those time extensions are players' rights to use them as they see fit. Others do not feel that way. I think you do. As you've changed your mind. Okay. All right. And we have a rule on the World Poker Tour that if you throw all of your time chips in the pot, you have to use all those time chips. Others do not. Just make sure that's clear in your rules.
To clarify, Matt is saying throw them in, not the person who spreads them in front of them, because we have this distinction. The person who spreads 6 in front so the dealer can take them one at a time and not be bothered. Matt's saying they're not putting them all in play. Matt's saying when they splash the pot with the 6, he's taken all 6, whether they make their decision in 10 seconds or the full 3 minutes. So there is a difference, because we had to clarify that. If you spread them in front of you, he's not taking them all. If you splash the belt with him, he's taking them all.
And in your action clock procedures, there's different things some have an audible tone, some of them don't. Some have the dealers announce 10 seconds, some of them don't. We use 15 seconds pre-flop, 30 post-flop, 20 and 30. Some use 30 and 30. It's all up to you. But if you have any questions about that, just feel free to come ask any of us. I think all of us up here are using action clocks in some respect. Not really, only because, we couldn't come to an agreement just with us. I like 15 seconds. They want 20. Yeah. Shorter pre-flop, yeah, 15 seconds. Yeah, I understand, but they're probably not going to change from 20 to 15.
Not shorter necessarily pre-flop, shorter for your first decision in the hands.
Just a recommendation from a player that I've known for a long time says, players not in the hand cannot make change or sell chips for color ups without the dealer's help. While this hand is going on, it creates betting confusion. I agree. Just a suggestion. Ray Henson, Texas poker player. I don't really want to get into that, but he suggests that the ante, if you don't have a full ante, you can't win that portion of the ante from each player. Example. Microphone.
So yesterday there was a whole conversation about the guy has one chip behind, right? And the whole benefit strategy of that done, and I have one behind. Now I can be all in, and I don't have to pay the ante, but I can win the full 40K ante in the pot, plus 5K from that guy, 5K from that guy. And so, I'm about to 11x, 12x my stack. I do think if we're making the big blind first and zero ante, that I shouldn't be able to win an entire 40K ante. That should be a side pot if we're doing big blind first. It's the least we should be able to do. There's just way too much of an advantage with this one chip thing.
The question becomes: are you paying pre or paying post? If you paid your big blind, are you paying your big blind for the 8 hands coming after you, or are you paying your big blind for the 8 hands that you just paid? The ante. Sorry, is your ante is your BBA covering the 8 hands you're about to get, because that means then you should be entitled, or are you paying it for the ones you just got? And that's because we did ask that question when this came up is. And nobody has an answer. Yeah.
Nobody in the back can hear you guys having your conversation here, so let's get a microphone there.
Well, we've got. Go ahead, Alan. While we're getting John Hammer his mic.
Okay, we don't have agreement on the question you just asked, but without that, the point of the big blind ante is not to have to put an ante in every time. If we go back to if we think back to having to put in an ante every time, then of course the person with only one ante in his stack gets to win all the antes. So in this case, I believe that in essence the person who only has 5K left and the ante is 20K, he's still entitled to that 20K because he's kind of in theory put the ante in, or at least it was put in on his behalf. So he should be able to win that.
Okay, 2 things. I think there is an answer to if you are paying it first or paying it after everything went, because the very first hand of the tournament, or at least the first one with an ante, somebody is paying it. Therefore, they have to be paying it for all the hands that are coming around. I think that's the right one on this. When it comes to how we should do this, this is the problem when we do it wrong. You have to come out with other solutions for how to do it. We are paying it wrong. It should be ante first, and so there's going to be a whole bunch of things that go wrong. When you do it wrong at the start, there's a whole bunch of wrong things that are going to come after it. So figure out how to continue fixing the wrong way we're doing it, which is wrong.
Is anybody still doing it ante first? Jesse at Best Bet. They're still doing an ante first. I think they're the only ones in Bay 101, as far as I know. However, Jesse will be changing it for the upcoming World Poker Tour. He's already told me. Paul said he luckily went to blind first, and he regrets it. Anyway, we're not going to bring that up. We're not going to open that one back up again. I thought I put it in my slide, but I couldn't find it just going through it. So a situation happened at the World Series recently. Justin made a video about it. And let's compare it to the first hand of a big blind ante tournament, or it's a bounty tournament. And everybody starts with 10,000 in chips. It's 1 in 200. So the person that puts up the big blind cannot win a bounty on the very first hand of the tournament. We discussed that last time. If you are in the big blind on the first hand of a bounty tournament, you cannot win a bounty on the first hand. I understand. You can't. If there's a big blind ante, you cannot win a bounty on the very first hand of the tournament. Because you gotta have 9,800 and everybody else has 10,000, you can't win that. Just fast forward to the World Series. It happened in I think it was a $250,000 pay jump. And let's just use this as it was a buy, a 250. Yeah, but it was that big of a pay jump too, right? It was at the final table. And for example, let's say it was, again.
We're not on. No, it was not a bounty tournament.
No, I know it's not a bounty tournament.
That's
it has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, but so there are some venues now that do not have an ante for the first hand or the first orbit in a traditional bounty tournament. So we're not talking about mystery bounties here or anything. Actually, so whatever green chip bounty or PKO, those would not have an ante for the first hand or orbit. There was another topic about on the final table of the World Series, might have been a 250K.
Was it 250,000?
So
buy-in.
I'm just gonna say it in big blinds. Player in the big blind starts the hand with 10 big blinds. Another player on the button has 9.5 big blinds. There's a three-way all-in with a covering player. The player in the big blind, after having paid his ante, now only has 9 big blinds in front of him. The question was, if they both get eliminated, who gets the higher finishing position?
This was brought up because there was a lot of disagreement online with people. The base rule that people put forward is once the ante has been paid, the guy in the big blind can no longer eliminate the player on the button. The guy in the big blind has 9 big blinds. The guy in the button has 9.5. If there was no third player, the guy on the big blind cannot eliminate the player on the, and it's the ante, whether the ante goes first or goes second, it doesn't impact this hand. But there are people saying because you started with 10 and started with 9.5, that player had more chips at the start of the hand. But like this, I'm just trying to show both sides of the argument. There are people saying the chip count at the beginning was 10 and 9.5. The 10 is obviously the bigger stack. And then the other camp is saying the hand didn't start until the ante is in. And also at the base, the big blind cannot eliminate the button player. He has less chips. There is no way in poker for the big blind to eliminate the button, so the big blind cannot finish ahead of the button in that tournament. We're bringing it up because there was a lot of people on both sides, so we want to make sure that there's clarity for everyone.
They ruled it correctly that
the player on the button gets the higher position because he had more chips to play with, so to speak. Yeah, after having paid the ante.
This situation will come up. I haven't seen it at final table. I have seen it off a final table, and we had to rule it that way. Does anybody see a problem with that? Or does anybody in this room want it to be that the player that started the hand with the most chips gets a higher prize?
No.
No.
Huh?
Maybe we should phrase it a little bit different in that case.
We phrase it exactly
At the
that
first
way.
riffle
We
when
say
the
when
ante is not
when,
paid.
when there's a when there's a hand for hand. Yeah, I think so. When during hand for hand, or at the final table, I believe, when there's a simultaneous elimination, we go by chip count, right? And then whoever started the hand with more chips would finish at the higher positions. Correct? Right? I believe we phrase it that way, right? In general, right?
There's one of two ways to phrase this so that it's easy to understand and easy to implement. One would be just to define the start of the hand as after the ante is posted. That would fix it. Or you can define in situations where your stack size is relevant that your stack size is defined by the chips that you can get action on. So either one will suffice.
I just said what I said. I mean, literally, we usually phrase the way I believe we usually phrase it the way I just said, right? Like the amount of chips you start the hands with. I believe that's how we usually. I understand that part. I totally agree. I mean, I'm not playing with words. I mean, like I'm really like the literal, the simplest way to interpret the way we phrase it.
To cover, because I know Brett, you started to stand up as well, but when we said that, Ray was the only person who kind of raised his hand. So I agree with his argument that we need to change the language, as Paul put it. Does anyone have a problem? Does anyone have, aside from the language that we use, does anyone have a problem with the way it was ruled that the button finished higher? Would anyone, aside from the language issue, would anyone have ruled it that the big blind should have won? Okay, so we change the verbiage, and then we know that we have the right rule.
Yeah, I gotta live with that. Yeah, like the
Thank you.
language need to be changed. Until the language is changed, I think all of those
Mike will
occasions.
change the language tonight.
I believe all of those occasions were ruled incorrectly in the past.
Congratulations, Ray. You can join the Nuts Corner with me, Tyler, Hammer, a couple of other people.
Great job getting second.
So, Ray, it pretty much is still the same thing that you said. It is the player with the highest chip stack, because once a player says, I'm all in, and another player says, I call, we count their chips. And in that moment, who has the most chips? Right? In that moment, when somebody says, I'm all in, and he says, I call, and then we count their stacks, one guy clearly has more chips than the other. The guy who has the more chips is the higher stack. And you're counting these chips after he's already put in his ante. But it's not at the beginning of the hand. It's at the moment of all in, who has the higher stack, right? Yeah, of course. If it's a double elimination at two separate tables, if it's two separate tables, you merge the payouts. Chip stacks are irrelevant. Chip stacks are only relevant when it's two payouts on the same table. So it's two payouts on the same table. If two people on the same table are eliminated, it goes by chip stack. And your chip stack is defined by how much did you have when you went all in? How much do I have when I go all in? That's what I have. How much does he have? Who has the higher stack at the moment of all in?
I'm going back a little bit. Would it be a bad thing necessarily to not have antes for the first level? Would that solve any of the issue we were just talking about?
There's already barely players often playing at the first level. We will have even less if there's no ante.
I played a double green chip bounty last week. There was no ante the first level.
I have a quick question, Neil. A, for clarification, I don't put antes in the first level of any tournament for various reasons. What's that? No, not many players.
Yeah.
I'm a little confused about the last one, though. I hear what everybody said, but which way are we going? Did the button win, or did the blind
No, the
win?
button wins. We're going to tweak. Ray had a point on the language that lots of times what people have written into their payouts is about the chips you had at the start of the hand. So it's an interpretation language-wise. I've been looking. I'm not even sure that language is in here. I think it's in people's house rules about how they do payouts. And so if it may come up out of a recommended procedure where we will say, if your payouts say the chips will be, if you're someone who splits payouts based on same table, different table, whatever, we say if your language says the chips that you started the hand with, Mike and I will write something that basically says change that language to the chips you could get action on, I think is what Paul said, or
Gotcha.
something
Okay.
else that basically intimates everything but the ante kind of thing. And it'll be an RP. Well, we don't actually have a rule for it, Justin. It's not in our language.
Right. So the guy who put the ante in
Yeah, yeah.
did lose.
Yeah,
okay,
Matt said it
good,
was ruled
good.
correctly. It
I'm
was
with
ruled
you.
correctly. The guy with 9.5 bigs beat the guy with 9 bigs in the ruling, right? Yeah. So, Mike and I will just put a recommended procedure to tweak that language in your payout info. Go ahead, Matt.
How many in the room are using 3 minutes at hand for hand? Taking off.
60 minutes, tournaments and longer.
You are, Danny? For major events.
We do it, Matt, for anything 60 minutes or longer.
Okay. 60 minutes or longer. Yeah. Okay. I had some questions. People were asking how many people are doing 3. In our rules already, it says you can do 2 or 3. So no change there. Just current procedure allows to use either. And I just was wondering how many people are using 3.
Before I worked for PokerStars, actually, I did a maximum of 3. So I started the clock. If the hand is finished within 3 minutes, the clock just keeps running. If the hand takes longer than 3 minutes, I pause the clock.
Interesting. I don't dislike it. All right. Moving on. Lloyd, who's not here, is on the board. He wanted to make sure that people knowing that there should be a standard procedure for all of us in the room that when we break a table. I have seen it multiple times myself where somebody will come to the table and just hand out the seat cards or hand out the little slips or however they're doing it. And then the floor person will just walk away from the table and go do whatever they were doing instead of instructing those players where to go, because it is a problem in these situations where he said he had something where players were going to the bathroom because the table they were breaking was near the bathroom. Players are not going directly to their tables. And again, I see this all the time. We're trying to get players to go directly to their table in a timely fashion. It is in our rules and procedures already. But Lloyd just wanted to make sure that we were doing that. Yes. He says to watch the players move. What happens now? The floor goes to each table and tells them one by one. The DQ player was from the breaking tables coming from 3 tables away from the bathroom. Anyway, he just wants to make sure, and I do as well, that everybody's directing players to their new tables and not just dropping off the seat cards and just walking away. Just something to mention. Restarts. Not everybody in here does restarts. But this player said, it might be worth a rule to say on a restart, players are responsible for opening their own bag, validating their chip count before play begins. Players who arrive late after the tournament clock has started have no recourse if an error is discovered. I don't know. Worth mentioning? Yes? Anybody opposed to it? Huh? No. I've definitely had players. You do what? Players are saying that I wrote this number on my bag, it's not there, and now because you opened my bag, I'm not sure. Right. Players write down the wrong numbers all the time. All the time. Not on purpose, all the time. So, I mean, maybe this is at the point when I open them 3-4 minutes before the clock starts. I'm not sure what everybody else is doing. Doing the same thing, so you get antes out. All right, it was just a suggestion. Okay.
Matt, at the Venetian, how we do it on bagging, the The players actually do their own chip count. They actually have to put it on the bags and seal the bags themselves. Then we just verify the information with their ID. So when they show back up the next day, we can open it up, or they can open it up. It doesn't matter.
Except for final tables. We do it. Yes. Yeah. Yep.
I do love the idea to say that if a player does not open their own bag, they lose the right to contest the amount of chips after the tournament starts. I think we should encourage players to arrive and open their own bag, and that will help with that possibly, but it also will stop people from showing up right after it starts and then complain, I don't have the right number of chips, and then we pause the tournament if we need to look into it, which
This
we
has
usually
happened.
don't.
This has happened to me.
We
a few
should
times.
not.
Yeah.
The player counts their chips, they mark it on the bag, whatever's in the bag is there. If they didn't show up early enough to open their bag, then it's on them.
I think you should actually put like 2 minutes before or something like that. We're going to open it at 2 minutes before tournament restart. And if you're not there before then it's on you.
I think it's a fair suggestion.
John here, Icelandic Poker Federation. What we do back home is when we end the day and bag the chips, we have the dealer, we have a mandatory procedure where the dealer confirms the chip count for every player and signs the bag and kind of eliminates the miscount of chips. But I like the rule.
No, this is very dangerous because if a dealer makes a mistake, let's say you're bagging 200,000 chips effectively and the dealer counted 250, well, me as a player, I won't say anything, and then the next day I come back and say, hey, there's only 200,000. Well, you said the dealer counted 250,000. Where are my extra 50,000 chips? You're going to open a can of worms. Players will take massive advantage of this, and you're going to get yourself in trouble by doing this. Your chip count in a tournament will be off. It will be lots of issues, lots of complaints. So let the players put whatever they want to put on their bag. Yes, sure, for media reasons, you want to have it more or less correct, but at the end of the day, and at the start of the day, it's the chips that go in and out of the bag that matter.
We kind of got lucky with this one because years ago we used to verify every chip, and it was really bad. And then we just said, get them out of here, let them do their own chips, and it was so much better. Poker Atlas, we have the dealers count the chips. This is not official, right? The dealers count the chips even today. It's not an official count. They put it in the program. Yeah. Players write it on the bag, and then the dealers, or they tell the dealer, and then they put it on their bag. Okay.
Okay, maybe now that there's a rule where we stack in 20s, when a player doesn't show up and the bag is emptied out, that the dealer could stack those chips in 20s.
Yeah.
I stop.
I'm happy with the floor doing it. Also, we were talking about it. I actually would love for the floors to be the ones that control the stacks of 20s, not putting extra pressure on the dealers to be the stack of 20 police like they were the phone police for so long. Let's have the floors go around the room, do your job, go around the room, tell the players to put them in 20s. Don't put that extra heat on the dealers.
Just can I add one thing? I understand the can of worms that you're talking about, but the way we do it is that nobody leaves the table until the player and the dealer agree on the count.
The other potential is because again, the reason most of us went to not counting the chips for them is because of the thing. So I've got 100,000. I got 5 stacks of 21Ks. The dealer, I count them for the dealer. The dealer says 100K. I'm then the one who puts them in the bag, and I palm 4 of them, or 5 of them, or whatever I palm as I'm putting in, or I palm the 25K because I'm the one feeding the bag and sealing it, and I just slide the 25K in my pocket as I walk away. So there's so much danger in us agreeing with what they have. That's why the vast majority of us went to. The only time it becomes a problem is when the idiot who wants to write $1 trillion on their bag, so you can't actually use your end of night chip counts to have any real chip count. But if you tell the player, here's your bag, seal it, and then they're the one who tears it open, doesn't matter what it says on it, because they're the ones who put it in and they can't complain. And again,
that
if
is
we
just-
have to open it because you didn't show up, then you lose your right to complain as well.
That is 100% the most. That's 100% the most secure way to do it. It's the only secure way to do it without all kinds of other potential things happening. Is have the player put it in the bag, seal his bag, and have the player open the bag, and that's it. What he writes on the bag is irrelevant.
Okay. Who in the room is still rounding up on color changes? Stop being lazy. No, I'm talking about, just automatically giving an extra chip if they have any chip. I'm not talking about if you're doing a 100 color change. If you have 3, you're giving 1. Yes? Well, you're giving everyone that has 1 a chip. Yeah. Okay. I messed up the wording there. If you have what?
On a race-off?
Yeah.
You collect all the black chips. You gave each player a card, right, based on how many chips they had. You have 21 black chips. We're giving out 5 red chips. We're always rounding up.
They should be purple, by the way, the 500 chips.
Excuse me.
No,
500 value chips.
The question came up, as you guys can read on there, is should you be rounding up when it's not 50% or more? It sounds like you guys are. How many people are not rounding up if it's less than 50%? Okay. How many people are rounding up whether it's less than 50% or not? Okay, so about 10% of the room is doing it. You'll have more to chip penalty.
Your total chip count will be more accurate. So your total amount of chips in play stays the same based on the amount of. Yeah, but you're also adding. You're rounding up and down. That evens out. If you only round up, you're only adding chips to the tournament.
I have a second. I have a question then. If you do it with chips, do you do it with your payouts? Yeah. No. No, you. I mean, yeah. No, I just meant it purely as a joke. Purely as a joke.
Anybody want to comment? Stand up. Sylvia.
I think, Matt, I mean, unless you're going to convince the 10 to 15% who raised their hands, then you guys would just be doing an exception to TDA, which, again, is...
We have a comment in the back here, in the middle back.
This is a question regarding clarification. This is the second room I've worked in, and in the previous room we did it the same way. And just to touch base, are we doing this wrong in the opinion of the majority? 21 black chips, 5 purple chips. That is incorrect.
That is correct, indeed.
That
yes.
is correct.
That is correct.
What is it
22
now?
is for.
Hey, folks, can we keep it down so we can
Sorry,
hear?
21 black chips.
21 black chips, 500
No,
chips is
it's
incorrect.
4 500 chips.
Okay.
Yes.
And if it
22
were
is 4. 23 would be 5.
23 would be 5. Thank you very much.
For the people that are rounding up, for the people that are rounding, if you have only 2 100 chips, do you hand out the 500 or you not add any chips? Because that was the question actually that came up.
We've got a commenter in the back, way in the back.
And
Whoa.
at Philly Live, we round everything up. Like, if it's one extra black chip, they get a full purple. Whether I agree with that or not, but everything's rounded up. So the end of tournament chip count is obviously off.
Are there any people actually that would give, let's say, a purple chip to every player that has at least one black chip without racing off? Oh, that's what he.
Oh, you're two. We've got another commenter in the back and one up front.
Hi, Kelvin Vasconcelos, Red Rock. We follow the 50% rule, so 3 and up, round up, 2 and down, round down. At race, when we collecting the chips at the race, if it's over by 2, round down, over by 3, round up.
Just a quick question. If we're going to be rounding properly, like up or down, instead of always rounding up, what is the point of the race-off? Can we just look at each stack, and if they have 2, they don't get a bigger chip. If they have 3, they do get a bigger chip. What's the point of the race-off?
Then players will take advantage of it, and they will leave 3 100 chips behind every time.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Can we standardize it with a Venetian? So you'll fix it.
So adapting a 50% break point.
It's not in there, Jen? So. Okay, so let's make sure that's in there. And Jen, fix your lazy procedure. Okay. All right. That's good. That's a good one. Okay, so this is the one about who gets the higher prize. Yeah, we already discussed that. On who gets the higher prize with the big blind ante. Chip inventories for review procedure, chip procedures for inventories on how to manage them better, giving out and returning the right amounts when you do the color ups. Still going to a lot of poker rooms around the country and around the world where you walk past a table with a bunch of chips just sitting in the middle of the room and no one is around them. I don't understand why this is not a bigger deal to many of you out here. They've had problems with it in the past, people picking up chips and stuff like that. There are chip masters, but I still go where many casinos where people are leaving chips on random tables in the corner of the room, by whatever. Maybe there's surveillance, maybe there isn't, but I still think it's a very bad look. Don't want to mention any names. Lodge in Austin. But yes, I think this is just another thing that people need to do a little better about managing. Sorry, Johnny Grooms.
So Matt, it's kind of like in the same field of this. I don't know if anyone else feels the same way, but I can't stand in a tournament where the director will go over with like 5 minutes, 10 minutes left of going on break and doing a color up and saying, can you sell it all off to one player? I don't think we can do it because we're in the industry, but I think players are not good about not slowing down the action, and then they get confused and there's more mistakes to be made. We have a break for a reason. I dealt for a long time. I don't see a scenario where a 10-minute break can't do all of that in one time. I don't think we should be disrupting gameplay, and I think we should standardize it.
It is insane to me that we are asking players, not only asking, telling players to buy all the chips from the other players with nobody else verifying that they're doing it correctly, and they're throwing chips back and forth in the middle of the hand when people are supposed to be betting and calling and chips are flying everywhere. It blows my mind that this is standard procedure. When I did my very first, I'm not going to say where I did it, but I did it with some people, and it blew my mind. And because I'm like, how are you forcing the players to do this? It's our job. We should be approaching the table with the chips. We should be verifying that everything's being done properly.
But if you have a discrepancy, now you will be able to solve it. If after a break, like somebody says, like I had not enough chips or like I didn't get enough chips back, it will be easier to solve.
Oh.
How?
Because you only have one person to solve it.
One person that bought the chips. There's only a single transaction.
And what's the problem that happened, and how are you going to know if there was a mistake or not? What are you doing?
At PokerStars, from every table, we know how many chips come back. We keep them separate.
Okay. So this
Each
guy says,
individual
hey,
table,
I'm
yeah.
missing 5K. What are you doing? That player that bought them all
We do
has
triple
too many chips.
verification, yeah.
I still think it's more mistakes are being happen and no.
But you're gonna have a lot of people now. Oh, I had a full stack of 100s and now I only got 1K for it or whatever. People, you will have to solve a lot of issues with players claiming that they will have the wrong chips after coming back from break.
Playground runs massive fields for tournaments. Massive, okay? I don't know how big they are, but not World Series, but very big. You still do it the right way, right? You changed? You make people buy? Shut up.
Thank you.
They never used to. They never used to. I'm so sad.
Look, it's more secure this way. The same chips must be brought to the table. You know, you're going to buy off. You've got 20 tables. Every table gets whatever number, 100,000. Okay? You buy the chips from one player. Those chips come off the table. We have a little card to say what the table number was. They go to the chip room, and those chips are not introduced back into the chip room inventory until we continue playing. Everybody's happy. That way, if there's a problem, we can go to chip room. We can see if any of those tables are incorrect.
We at Aria, regardless of the tournament, $200 tournament, $100,000 buying tournament, we do have one player at the table buy up all the chips. I believe that a player-to-player transaction is very safe. I actually do not think it's a dangerous transaction. Both players are very invested that it is done correctly. So if Kenny is selling me black chips, I want to make sure that I'm getting the correct number for the 500 chips or for the 1Ks that I'm giving. We both have a lot of interest in this transaction, and we can't really free roll each other. I think a staff member only, like dealer, to a player is a more dangerous transaction, to where the player can be afforded a free roll, to where if the staff errs in their favor, they're always going to, not all players, I'm not going to single out all players, but some players may not say anything, getting extra chips, where the converse is not true. If they get shorted, they are always going to want to chip. So I think a player, I don't think this is a burden for the players. Some players don't like doing it, and they just want to go on break, and they'll give it to another person, or they'll just ask the floor, can you do it? And I say, yeah, we'll be happy to do it for you. But I don't think the players hate doing it. I do agree that a lot of venues pass out the racks way too early. This should be something done as the bell dings, maybe on the final hand, but it shouldn't be. They shouldn't be passing out chips while a current hand is being. And that's a separate issue. But a player-to-player transaction is very, very safe, in my opinion. Very safe.
I don't have a problem with the player picking them up. However, any tournament I've ever run or many tournaments that I've played in, the dealer has a stack of chips adequate to buy up all of the chips that are being colored, and I trust my dealers, or I train my dealers to be able to do that. And that's no different than the dealer making change in a cash game. They do that. And I think that's a better way to do it. It's a more consistent way to do it. But I don't think there should be a rule against the players making the transaction. I agree that that's usually very sound also.
Yeah, I think this is one of those where we're more talking about recommended procedure. There is no rule for this. Most of us up here, as Paul's and Toby and everybody have put out, most of us up here believe that if you have a 20-table tournament with 200 entries, 20 transactions between a dealer and a player, and then covered by a floor, as Toby laid out, that's a great procedure, in my opinion, is better than potentially 160 transactions that the dealer makes individually with 8 or 9 players at each of their table. I also agree with Paul. If I'm swapping with Hammer, he's the one buying them all up. I'm going to make sure that I get whatever I need for my chips. I'm going to be very clear of that. If your dealers are pretty good, they should be able to control the nonsense. Like, again, if you put your racks out 10 minutes early, it's just going to get crazy. But I definitely believe that is better as well. For Matt's first point, I will say, as far as chips being around, both my CEO, Fred, and myself, we steal the chips. If a floor leaves the chips unguarded, we walk over, we take a stack off. And it doesn't come up until they have to go to the tournament director and say, I'm short. And then Fred or myself will turn around and say, yes, we know. And they won't be again, because they got to be terrified and now go and say that they left their chips uncovered. I'm not saying, obviously everybody has surveillance and stuff. I'm saying that's something, we had that problem a little bit. People feeling a little overwhelmed. I'm opening 4 tables. I have to do a chip race, all of that stuff. And that's one of the ways, like, I didn't intend to, but Fred kept stealing chips and it was working. So I started stealing them too. And we don't have that problem anymore, because the floor now, they have to admit, they got to go to their TD and say, I'm short of chips. But in the other one, I agree with everybody up here. Our recommendation as a procedure would be to have the players buy the chips, and then you only have to make 1 transaction. And Toby's thing is correct as well, which I really like. Whatever that is a table seat card or whatever. If you went to table 21 and you had your transaction with Hammer, you take those back with a thing on them that says 21. They go to the chip room, and we don't put them away until the tournament is sat back down and Hammer's fine with his stack and we've all moved on. That's a great additional thing.
Yeah, that's a good procedure, and I hope a lot of venues are doing this. We have a lot of procedures that I've implemented with my team to where there's a lot of checks and balances. So, we're coloring up, yesterday they were coloring up 48 tables in that little one-day 1100. So basically every supervisor is going to be responsible for very specific tables, 8 tables, 10 tables. These are your tables. You are issued 100,000 in 5Ks by a different tournament supervisor, and then you need to come back and you need to verify that you are bringing 100,000 in chips or whatever. So that way, if there is an error, you know specifically what tables that they are on. So again, I would definitely encourage on color-ups to have some sort of verification procedure with another party, with another supervisor.
I agree with that.
I have just one little thing, Patricia. So I agree, as players, doing the chip count and everything ourselves is better out of really bad experience prior. So that I 100% agree. Maybe just for a thought, because when people are in the hand, to not be disrespectful and give them the time to go through their process, thinking and having the time to play their hands properly, instead to do it during that time. Let's say there's a 10 minutes break. Why don't we add 5 minutes to it and say in those 5 minutes before truly everybody gets up, that's when we all do the chip up. So everybody's still there. The players can do it. Nobody's in the hand. Nobody gets disrupted in their thought process or anything like that, and it can just be done properly, just as an idea.
You have a really good point. I agree with Paul and Toby. Triple verification, obviously. Most jurisdictions in this country, it's a gaming violation to leave cards and or chips, because those are part of the gaming stuff. So you're not allowed to leave those things. Those you should be written up, and it is a gaming violation in almost every jurisdiction. With your point in the back, we're trying to eliminate, because Paul, the player-to-player transaction, I believe, is the safest. We're just adding 5 minutes to the end of the last level and letting the players do it all themselves. And when their transaction is done, the dealer will say, table 1 is complete. Floor person that is in charge of these first 10 tables comes and picks it up. If they get an extra hand, great. If they don't get an extra hand, okay, no problem. We all have the extra 5 minutes, and we're moving along. Also trying to eliminate breaks for the first 8 hours of any tournament anyway, because players don't want to be told when to play, when to leave, and when to leave their chips. So we give them missed blind buttons like cash games. We have 2 of them. They can use those at the same time consecutively. And there's no crucial point in the tournament in those first 8 hours. Another thing is your P&L is going to go way down. Instead of these tournaments that are lasting 12 and 13 hours on day number ones, we're getting them out of here in 10 hours. There's no crucial part except for the hand for hand at the end of that flight. So we will give an extra third button, miss blind button, to them. And then we use it similar to a cash game. You know, you can't be short-handed to be able to use it. You take your break whenever you want to take your break. You just put your miss blind button out there and leave.
So you have no breaks for like 8 hours? I love that.
You never ran a ladies tournament.
Very interesting.
From a player perspective, you can't really have no breaks for the first 8 hours because there's some people that have disabilities or some people that need to check on their children, text, or like me, because I'm currently breastfeeding, just go and take care of that and make sure the baby has enough milk. Then there's some people that need to go to the bathroom more often or need those 2-hour breaks and then can tell people like, no, I'll take a break every 2 hours. I don't think eliminating those breaks are good for poker players, even if they might be better for tournament directors.
No, what he was saying is they give missed blind buttons. So they allow, you can choose to take a miss, you can just miss this round, and so you're taking your own break, effectively, if I'm correct, right? That's what you were saying?
Yeah, but...
Sorry, go ahead.
It's not missing the blind, it's missing those hands. You don't know if in those hands that you missed in that orbit, if you would have had aces or something like that, that's something that you worry about.
Correct.
Whereas if the tournament clock is stopped, you know you're not missing anything, and you're not missing any blinds or levels.
Yeah, if I'm understanding what he was saying correctly, he's saying it's empowering that player to choose when to take their break, and by eliminating breaks, they've turned 13-hour tournaments into 10-hour tournaments, which is more popular with their players.
But players can already choose when to take their breaks.
Sorry?
Players can already get up from the table in tournaments whenever they want. But having those set in breaks...
True, but they will owe the blinds in that scenario. It's just an interesting idea. Like, I would never do it for all tournaments, but I don't mind as a quiver, as a possibility, an arrow in the quiver rather, as a possibility. That doesn't. Yeah.
I think it'd be really unpopular with players for a number of reasons. Some people rely on those breaks every 2 hours.
Absolutely, but it might also be something if you were doing let's say you had a 12-hour day one, 10 60-minute levels, and you just you didn't want to have to, you wanted to try and get them pushed through to dinner, you could do that. You could just say, we're going to give everybody one missed blind and there won't be a break for the first 6 hours or something like that.
I am fascinated by this idea, and I'm only upset that I didn't think of it myself. This is good. There's really a lot of potential with this.
We'll have lunch.
Okay. Guys, we have a break scheduled coming up, but not yet. Please do not leave. We have a couple sponsors here with some really cool stuff that are coming up that are going to help. Do not leave, Paul. I said do not leave. First up, I'd like to introduce Neil Barrett, an old friend of mine. He's going to talk about LuxonPay, which is really cool from everything I hear about it. So here's Neil Barrett.
Hey. Thank you for inviting me, Matt. So for people that don't know me, I've been working in the industry 25 years. Had the pleasure of having Mike Sexton as my mentor at Party back in the day. I then worked with Matt, the World Poker Tour, running the international business. And for the last 10 years, been running high stakes tournaments, working with many different brands, WSOP, Triton, WPT. So I've come here today to talk about Luxon. We just received our US licensing, which means that it can now be available. If you don't know anything about Luxon, it's essentially a digital e-wallet, fully licensed. We have UK license, rest of the world license, and now we have our US license. Thank you. Essentially, it's just about making it easier for the players to move their money. 10,000 or more, you just can't travel around Europe. I know in the US you're allowed to, have cash on you, and it's a lot easier. But people still don't want to carry lots of cash. So you go through full verification. You have to do KYC. It's not a funny money sort of situation. I have lots of people saying, "Can you just chuck 10,000 in my Luxon account?" It's real money, right? It's fiat. Now, we do accept lots of different ways of bringing money into the wallet. So we have third parties that do the crypto conversion for us. But essentially, as a casino, you're dealing with a fully licensed fiat company, and you don't touch any of the crypto. The crypto companies that we use to bring the money in, they use items like chain analysis, which then checks on all of the crypto to make sure there's no black crypto coming into the system. So it kind of helps everybody move their money around. We've been in the EPT now for many years. I think, we're the biggest by a long way now with the money coming in. We're at the World Series last year internationally, and now we're available for the US customers this year. So we have about 300 million on deposit with the players. They trust us because the banks secure it. The money doesn't go anywhere. The banks have it. So it's really just a way of moving money around. Players can move their money person to person. And the best thing about it, transactions take like 1 second, 2 seconds. So if you are at the cage, rather than waiting for a bank transfer, you can move the money and it's immediately coming into your cage to be available for the players to use it. So, we're in about 85 casinos internationally now. We just did a deal with a French group called Partouche for all of their casinos. And we're here basically to talk to any interested parties with US casinos that's interested. We essentially feel like a player wants to be with us versus a Skrill Neteller because they don't work with the live casinos. Our USP is actually being available for online and live, so the player can keep all his funds with us and basically go around the world and use the money for poker and casino.
Do anybody have any questions about it? Because it is actually an amazing product, and yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to add, we use it on APT. We don't use it to the extent that EPT does. They do a lot of business with EPT, but it's a fantastic product, and the players do really. We haven't had any problems. You guys have been great in the time that we've used you for, I think, 3 years now, and no problems, no muss, no fuss. What's on the tin is what's advertised, and it's great for players. No, it's normal KYC, like going through a bank, right, Neil? Yeah.
You'll be asked for your ID. We need to know you're a real person. We will ask for a bank statement when you got past a certain amount. It varies from country to country. 2K is probably about average when you have to ask for the extra details. But we do all the stuff so that when the players already arrived at your venue, it's the money's been checked, the person's been checked. You still will obviously need to do your own, your compliance rules, etc. That's the part I can't answer, but we have done our due diligence. We've got all the data. It's all backed up by our licenses. So, it's a system that hopefully you guys can trust. And certainly, the players really like it. Internationally, it's gone really well. I think the one model might be about the commercial model. The commercial model is that we charge a small amount to the casinos. Now, internationally, the casinos swallow that and give it to the players incomplete. We recently started in Playground, and they've been used to charging their customers for card transactions. So they actually charge the customer the amount of money that we charge them, but it's much lower than the card transactions that they get charged normally. So it really kind of somewhat replaces those card charges, and then it's the casino decision if they want to take that or they want to pass that on to the player. It's totally up to you guys.
Yeah, I'd add the customer service has been very good as well. We have a direct line to Luxon. Any issues that we have, knowing the history of what our players are using, what they're spending and stuff like that, we can go directly there. I don't work for them. I want to, as somebody who's sponsoring us and being a part of this, we've had nothing but good luck. I mean, everybody, especially if you're international, you can be hit or miss with payment suppliers, and we all understand that. We've had nothing but success with Luxon. And our players and their customer service and stuff. So,
thank you. I think the position of Luxon US right now isn't where we want it to be, like internationally. Internationally, you can get a Luxon card. So effectively, you can use this for your player travel, hotel purchases, and everything else. It's digital or hard card. We don't have that available right now. We kind of rushed the product a little bit to make sure it was there for the World Series. So it's not an ideal product, I'm going to say right now, but I think within the next 2 or 3 months, we'll have all the international features sorted with the US banks, etc., so we can offer the full service of products.
Thank you, Neil. In my career of the last 26 years, I've been approached by literally hundreds of people with ideas and things and ways they're going to help me improve the TDA, improve poker, improve all those things. But very few times, like who I'm going to introduce right now, have they actually followed through with it. Leandro Cavarage came in and created what we call the World Poker Federation. Not only did they invite me to Taipei last year, but they also paid for all of that so that we could spread the TDA around the world. He's working very hard and creating different things that we can use for the TDA, and he has a couple cool things that he's going to show you right now that will actually be available for you to check out yourself. So I'm going to introduce Leandro.
Hello, everyone. I'll talk a little bit about the World Poker Federation. It started as an idea of putting together the strongest people in the industry to actually fight for poker in different fronts, from education to representing poker in the media, to have poker properly being talked about, to empowering the poker market, to making stronger circuits or tournaments, and actually put poker in a place that I think everybody here knows that we can get, That's lots of things we can do now. So, of course, I'm Brazilian. I've known DC for many, many years, and actually DC is one of the main characters of this story. In Brazil, we don't have gambling. Gambling is forbidden since the 1950s. So when people started playing poker, the cops, the authorities, they were not used to that, and they were simply seen as gambling and shutting down all the activities. They even had sometimes that they called the TV channels and told them, hey, we are raiding illegal gambling activities, so they can get there together and show on television. It was a mess. And then it started with the idea of having a federation in Brazil, the CBTH, the Brazilian Federation. One of the founders is DC. And they started fighting back injustice with studies proving that poker is a skill game in Brazil, and actually guaranteeing that we were treated separately, differently from gambling. So when we actually got that, poker boomed in Brazil. I think, as they said before, it's a pretty new market. We have maybe 20, 25 years of poker being played in Brazil as strong as now. And then when we got the approval from the Minister of Sports, we actually could do pretty much anything in Brazil with poker. Now we have the BSOP. There's a BSOP Millions, which is a monster in Brazil. We are having them in hotels, for example. We are pretty free to operate poker in Brazil, and we are using this strategy in some other markets to guarantee that poker is being played and respected as it should. Once we had this approval in Brazil, we started booming. We pretty much received all the big tournament brands. We have monsters like BSOP. BSOP Millions last year had for the first time $100K US tournament, and this is a monster. Given that in Brazil we have a currency that is 1 to 5 when comparing to dollar, so having a tournament this size is simply incredible. We have the largest poker clubs in Latin America. We have 2 of the largest poker teams in the world. Lots of attention for the media, not only from the poker media, of course, but sports media and regular media, and so many other opportunities for careers and entrepreneurship related to poker. And now we see the Brazilian players playing all over the world, the highest stakes. We have basically Brazil, I believe, it's a top 5 market for poker, if not approaching top 3. So when we started, of course, with the Brazilian Federation. Then we expanded to the Pan American Federation in Latin America, and then why not bringing the same framework to the world? So we started with a plan of getting poker officially recognized as a mind sport by the International Mind Sports Association. It took basically 2 to 3 years to get all the demands from them. And we got it approved at the end of 2024. It was, of course, the biggest win of our career. We had all the members of the International Mind Sports Association, and they sometimes are a little bit conservative in terms of the games, like chess and draughts being sometimes feeling more special than the other games. But now I think the relationship between poker and all the games is in an all-time high. We are very well treated inside there and respected. And then now talking about what we've been doing. So okay, we got this approval. How we put that into work? The first thing is now we are in over 50 countries with federation and associations representing the World Poker Federation. Some of them are related or even represented by some of the strongest leaders in the world and making the biggest events. Once we have this support from such a big international association of the International Mind Sports, we have a lot of strength to talk to authorities and government about how they should treat poker. I brought these 2 examples. In Colombia, basically poker was under the gambling laws, and only the casinos could do poker, and the casinos made some sort of a pact in Colombia that they would charge 50% of all revenues from any poker event, so they basically blocked poker events. And then we started talking to authorities, the Minister of Sport, showing all the documents we have from universities all over the world and studies, and they recognize poker as a mind sport. So we are, and it's not easy because we are facing a lot of backlash from the gambling associations, but now we are having poker tournaments and events outside of the casinos in hotels, and they are doing a really great job there. And the second one is in Thailand. The same, lots of fights with the government, and when they changed the government, they changed the laws again. But we have the Asian Confederation, some of the guys are here, and the support of the WPF, all their markets, all the history they have in supporting and get poker also approved as a skill game in Thailand. And sometimes I say about the skill game, it's not that we have anything like against gambling. It's just not that. It's just a way to make sure that we can operate and have poker respected in some countries. And we are building a sport framework for poker, which is constructed in a few parts. First, guaranteeing that poker is being treated properly in the media. We position the WPF as the trustful source of poker content, so all the media can access us anytime they need, so they have the proper relationship and the narrative about poker. We are starting major championships, and I think this is an important point, and it's somewhere you guys can help a lot. State championships, national championships, continental championships. Building local idols have a very important role in growing poker. So, and not only thinking about an institutional side or representing poker, but they are actually pretty good products. We have a state championship in São Paulo, which is a huge one. It's 1 million guaranteed almost every month. So there's a lot of things that can grow in this direction. those are the scenes that we had the Continental Championship, Teams Championship in Asia last year, huge success as well. Now about the ladies weekend, we basically put up the largest global women's poker event. Some of the girls from the women's committee they are also here somewhere. But I wanted to thank everyone for the support. It was a major event last year, and this year is about to get even bigger. More than 10 countries, more than 15 cities at the same time, having the same tournaments, women's only, a huge success. And there's something that we are also building together, a very healthy partnership with the TDA. When I first talked to Matt, I said that it's expected from a federation that they set the rules of the game. But given that poker, we didn't have for a long time a federation or an association like this, we had some people doing parts of the work in a very good way. So the way that TDA has done the rules and taking care of poker by the years, it's incredible. We don't have like any reason or any goal to be a competitor or anything like that, anything except to work together. So we start drawing plans to work together, and the first one was bringing the TDA Summit to more places than Vegas. So the idea is every a couple of years, when we do not have here in Vegas the summit, we are taking the summit to the continents. So people so people have a lot more access and get updated with more a better frequency. We had the first two try to experimenting with the events. The first one was in Latin America, and the second one was in Asia. Two huge turnouts in Latin America. We even had an event bigger than this, so it was incredible. We had a lot of also support from BSOP and ADTP. Bob's here also. So amazing turnouts. And when we keep talking about how we could do more together, we came up with an idea of an assistant using AI with all the rules that are current in the TDA rule set, but in a more interactive way. And you guys are the first one to see this. I think basically 5 people saw this so far. It's a test, it's a prototype, so we will put here the QR code, so every feedback is appreciated, but please take it lightly, it's a prototype. But the idea is chatting like ChatGPT or any of those AIs, and they will answer the doubts and bring also the rules. So make sure that we are putting this together in the proper way. I brought here, can you guys use this? I don't know if it's too small. Maybe it's too small for people in the back. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So there will be a break soon. We will leave this in the screen, but again, every feedback is appreciated. We are pretty easy to reach, actually, the worldpokerfederation.org or by email, so all the feedback is appreciated. And if any of you guys want to talk about supporting WPF or working together or joining any one of our events, we are more than welcome. I think this is it by my part.
Thanks, Leandro. Yeah, it's so important because as I'm always trying to grow the game globally, so there are so many countries where poker is not allowed. India, China, many countries where, and these are the guys that are going to go into those countries and try and make poker legal. And when you start seeing these players come to your properties or around the world, you won't believe how much of an impact these guys will actually have. So thank you very much. I'm going to leave this on the screen. Let's take a 15-minute break. We got a few more things to get into. It's perfect timing right now. Come back at 1 o'clock, please, and then we'll have no lunch break. We're only till 3 o'clock. So. Oh yeah, where's the pizza? We're only going till 3 o'clock today, so we've got to get a few more things in. We're not done yet. Linda.
This one's back on. Off. Back on. On. Hello. Oh, back on.
John Friedberg. John Friedberg.
Okay. Hi, everybody. You ready to start again? Please take your seats. So, please take your seats. Thank you. Everybody, please take seats so we can start. Okay, we have a few speakers who have asked for a little bit of time, plus we want to give our sponsor, major sponsor Poker Atlas, some time. Okay. All right, so we're going to bring John Friedberg, John here, my dear friend John. Okay, and then we've got a couple others that are going to speak briefly.
Thank you, Linda. Quickly, with a show of hands, how many of you here today were not here yesterday? More than one. Okay, I'll do my full 20-minute talk again. No, I'm just kidding. Actually, I'm not going to go too far into it. We're going to take a different, I want to do something a little bit different today that is a little bit more true to form to TDA Summit conversation. But before I do so, quick introduction. I'm John Friedberg. I'm the CEO of Poker Atlas. We provide poker room and tournament operations management software to about 210 properties around the world, with about, mostly in North America, but a number of international properties as well, and about another 15 or 20 or so in our pipeline. So we're growing very quickly. And as I mentioned yesterday, we also offer a lot of new features, notably electronic payments, where players can purchase entry into tournaments at your land-based properties online via Poker Atlas, and can also collect electronic payouts to their Poker Atlas bankroll, which is a digital wallet product, not too different from LuxonPay actually. But what I wanted to talk about today is really inquire with you all, who many of you already accept electronic payments for your tournaments. I know Playground does, and some others maybe who have either run WSOP circuit events or just otherwise have accepted electronic payments. This is reasonably, newer to the U.S. market than it is in other international markets. And so I've been out having a lot of conversations recently with legends like Ben Irwin at Thunder Valley, all of the folks, of course, at Venetian, the Wynn, all locations that Poker Atlas works with currently, where we are approved for electronic payments for tournament buy-ins and payouts. So here's my question that I really want to ask the audience. For how many of you, with a show of hands, think that let me back up 1 second. In order to process electronic payments, there are fees that come with it, right? Credit card fees or ACH fees, debit card fees. There's fees that come from electronic money movement, but there's also a lot of benefits to electronic money movement, such as giving players access to funds beyond the cash that they have in their pocket. So that being said, with a show of hands, how many of you who operate poker tournaments think that any additional fees that come from electronic money movement should be paid by the player? Okay. And how many of you think that these fees should be paid by the operator? There's a few hands in the back there that raise their hands pretty. I agree with you all back there, by the way. But I'd love to hear some thoughts on both sides, actually. And I don't want to take up too much time because there's a lot of topics here. But I do actually feel like this is a pretty important discussion, because I think whether we like it or not, electronic money will likely replace, a lot of cash in the tournament world, just like it has in the restaurant world and other forms of consumer spending. So would love to hear, anybody's thoughts on why they think the player should pay, and then let's follow that up with why the operator should pay.
Hey, John.
Yes.
Jacob from Tampa. I think it's similar to like an ATM fee. Players go to get cash out of the ATM, they pay the fee. Why should the operator reimburse them the fee because they didn't bring money with them? It's very similar.
I'd like to add that if you have a 10% entry fee on your tournament, the transaction fee is charged on the whole amount. So if you are paying 3% on your transaction, you are paying basically 30% of your revenue. So that's just too high.
I mean, I don't know.
Who's doing the AV around this place?
I agree. It's, as a player, you're paying for that convenience. If you want to use your credit card.
So I want to say a quick response to JD. And, Dan Goldman, a friend of mine who many of you, or some of you might know, was a former VP of marketing at PokerStars back in the very early days. After Stars, Dan went to Barona, a former customer of ours. They unfortunately closed poker during COVID and never reopened. But in any case, Dan told me something that Barona once did, where they struggle because they're, on the far inland area of San Diego, and there's something like 15 or 20 minutes longer of a drive for San Diego residents to get to their property than any competitors like Viejas or Sequan. So Dan once told me a story that Barona actually eliminated their ATM fees to players and basically ate the fees, and they saw, and I don't remember the numbers, so I don't want to BS you guys, but it was something like $10 or $20 million per year more in annual, ATM withdrawals at the property as a result of eating the fee on behalf of the customer. So, yes, of course, there's a big convenience to the player to, I need more money, I want to play, get me access to it quickly. But, in Barona's case, again, quoting Dan Goldman, it was a huge positive move for them to actually eat those fees because they saw a large incremental gain in gaming spend. I see the heads nodding back there with those who think the operators should pay. Would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Real quick, Barbara, with the Orleans, we currently take credit cards. I think we're the only place outside of WSOP in Las Vegas that does. It's $3 plus 3%. Players, they love it, and they don't mind paying the fees because they get the credit mileage. It's not a gambling expense. It's not a cash advance. So they get all the points and things like that. So.
I don't run any poker tournaments anymore, but I will say for our chess tournaments, we eat the fees because we feel that anything we can do to make it easier for players to pay for our entry fee is going to get us more players. So we essentially build that into the entry fee. That and our fees, we're only doing a couple $100,000 a year. So our fees that we pay are higher, but if you're taking $10,000 entries to a poker tournament, you're not paying 3%. You're paying much closer to 1.5%, if that.
I would like to pick up his comment about the ATM fees. ATM currently still is a choice. I can choose to get cash, however, pay with card, however, it's a choice of convenience or not. If we make it that we have to pay because the operator says we should pay with an app or such, who is saying that tomorrow that's the only way for us to pay and the cost stays stuck on us? I don't think that should be done that way. Yeah, and force us to pay for a fee while making us use something that is charging us. I don't think from the customer service perspective alone, it's not smart business either.
So any place that takes credit cards is already charging you this fee, whether or not it's as a fee or included in the pricing of whatever it is you're purchasing. The places that want to give the player a credit for the fee, that's something that can be in there, can be used to acquire players if that's something they feel like they need to do, like the casino he stated in San Diego. Them. But most places are going to have to put that cost somewhere, and they can't just eat it or they're not going to be profitable, right? They're literally paying it on every transaction. So it's a small convenience fee as long as we're not trying to make money on it. Like, I feel like the ATM fees are pretty abusive. They're like $12 nowadays, which is just crazy. But so if we start making the fees that much, then yes, I think we'll have some pushback. But I think if we keep them, to pretty much a break-even number, I think the players are going to really enjoy the convenience of being able to get money easily off their credit card, which they can't do now. So overall, I think it's probably a better thing for us overall. Again, I think having that option to credit it back to them or do something like that to help acquire other players is something that we can use, though.
So my only argument against the operators taking on the fees is when we look at a daily tournament, paying $3 on that event is not going to be a big deal for an operator. But if we're running a $5,000 championship, which right now at Borgata I have a $300 entry fee, $100 of which goes to my team, $200 is us. If you're talking about 3% on that, that's an extra $150. That's almost the entire amount that I have even cleared off of that player's buy-in. I just can't. It would completely eliminate higher buy-in events if operators had to take on this cost because it would eat all of their revenue where we're barely breaking even as it is. I think for the most part in a lot of houses, poker is an amenity, and if we BE when it's all said and done after payroll is paid, that's great. Whatever crossover happened, that's where the benefits of tournaments come from.
Let me just add one point of clarification. When I talk about the operator covering the fee, I'm actually not referring to if the player used a credit card specifically. Credit card, I think, is an incremental cost that is sometimes pretty high. I actually don't think that operators should have to eat the credit card fees. I'm more talking about a smaller, more nominal transaction fee. $1, $2, $3 per registration, or in some cases maybe a small percent, but certainly not, to your point, not 3%. I think that's a bit excessive. I just want to, one more point, and then I'll pass the mic on. So something to keep in mind, just not trying to change anybody's minds, but remember, anytime you add additional friction, you turn players away. And we all know how petty poker players are. They will literally, no problem peeling out $1,000 to buy into a tournament because they want to play the tournament. But when you tack on that $3 fee, surprisingly, there's a lot of players that say, "F that, I'm out. That changes my EV. Now suddenly you want me to pay $3 extra and rake, and I'm a privileged poker player. You benefit from me coming into your property? Absolutely not." So you'd be surprised how many Kesslers are out in this world, right? And it's, there really is a lot of benefit to operators to get more people in the building, and that just helps show higher entry counts, which invites more players. So I would just invite all of you to think about that and think about the big picture of more people, more revenue. Even if that revenue is slightly lower margin, still more revenue and helps your top line and helps grow your player base. And in closing, I just want to remind all of you who were here yesterday and not, Poker Atlas is now offering online payment services, both for properties that use our table captain system and for properties that do not. So even if you're a Bravo house, for example, we still have an online registration payment feature for you. We also have in-person credit card terminals as well for Poker Atlas or non-Poker Atlas properties. So you got my contact info. Let's all work together. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, John. And I'm going to do a quick testimonial for Poker Atlas, because as a player, I cannot tell you how many times a day I am looking to see where's this game, where's this. I mean, it's a great Poker Atlas. And Jason Sanborn, born from South Point, you would say something. And Jason is hosting a game tonight at South Point at 7 p.m., a 4-8 game. And Jan and I are hosting a 50 and 100 game at South Point at 6 p.m. So choose your battle. 4-8 mixed games at 7 p.m. tonight.
All right, so just real quick, yesterday towards the end of the day, we were talking about game protection and the electronics and cameras and everything like that. It was mentioned that we were going to a slide pitch. We're projecting to do that August 1st. I let my dealers know May 25th-ish that we were going to do this. I feel very strongly about it. I feel like the industry is going to go to it. I know there's a couple of videos online that are saying, it's not possible, this is why we can't do it. But they're assuming things that aren't true, and they're not actually sitting down to the table and giving it a fair chance. I've sat at the table, I've pitched on our nylon felts. We have a table that's configured with different obstacles about it. There are ways to get around these things. Might we have to do something as operators to change the felt types, change the layout of the tables? Yes, we might have to. But I guarantee you, once one room starts doing it, the players in that vicinity will go to the other rooms in that vicinity and tell them all that, hey, they train their dealers to do it. How come you're not doing it? How come my cards are getting pitched high? How come the dealers at your room are sitting there with the deck, basically vertical in their hand when they're waiting to put out the turn card, which we all struggle with. Even good dealers do it. They're going to come to you and say, they're doing it, why aren't you doing it? And I can almost guarantee, and I haven't felt anything this strongly in poker in a long time, but within the next 2 to 5 years, we will all be doing it. So you can either jump on board and be an early adopter and figure out how you're going to do it, or you can wait and be the last person and potentially lose business over the fact that your dealers pitch cards high and everybody else is sliding them on the table where the cameras can't see them. So do what you're going to do, but I can tell you, the people, my dealers that have been hey, I can do this, this is a simple thing, I'm going to jump on board and do it, have learned within 10 days. The people that are against it and are old school and my pitch is good enough, they're struggling. And the reason they're struggling is, and I thought about that statement a lot, I used to be in the same camp. My pitch is good enough. I have a good pitch. I don't wobble cards. I rarely, deal doubles or expose a card. Why should I learn a different way to do it? Well, because it's a better way. Are we here to do good enough, or are we here to provide the best possible service and game protection? At the end of the day, sliding the cards is a better way.
Thank you, Jason. And Venetian, you guys are doing the same thing? Is that what I heard yesterday, that you're doing it? Rumors? Okay. Yeah, and that's when South Point is doing it. So it'd be great to have a couple of card rooms doing it. And as he said, the others will want to do it too. Thank you.
Neil, I know you said you guys use it. Is there like a picture that we could see what the shoe would look like? Like I have in my head what I think it would look like, but I just want to see what you guys use.
Okay, and Kat, you asked for 2 minutes of time for your client?
Sorry, just to say, I have videos of the dealing shoe I can show you afterwards. Yes, we've been using it for like 3 or 4 months now.
Hey everybody, my name is Tamika. I want to thank Caitlin Arwine and Kat Williams for this today. Growing up, poker has been part of my entire life. It brought together my friends and my family. And that's a common thing all over the world. I'm curious, real quick, what does this mean? What? Oh. Do you guys know what this means? Anybody? 3. 3. Very simple gesture goes a long way in the poker room. So my time is pretty limited. I want to go numbers 0 through 9. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with your pinky and thumb, ring, middle, and then pointer finger. Very simple. Online, they have ASL apps, things you can look up. But there's a deaf organization that will be hosting a tournament here in Las Vegas at the end of July. If you guys want to go, check it out, see the environment, see how the Deaf Poker Tour runs. You can see it on their website, deafpokertour.com. If you have any questions, anything you want answered, go check it out. Contact them through Facebook. And then also, they're hosting an event at TCH in Texas. Love their room. But the bottom line is, your poker room can stay very connected with teamwork, and it's very important, from the registration desk to the dealers to the floor managers. So if I'm a deaf person, I come into your registration desk, are they going to look at me and be like, what am I supposed to do here? Pass the word on to the floor manager, pass it on to the dealers. You can be proactive in communication so you guys don't have a miscommunication. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
How do we get the information on the event that's here? Where do we look? Is there a website?
Deafpokertour.
Thank you.
.com.
Yeah, www.deafpokertour.com.
Caitlin?
I just want to say, for more information on accessibility for the deaf and hard of hearing community, you can reach out to Tamika or myself as well. I'm Caitlin Arnwine.
Hey, Matt.
Sure.
I just have a question real quick. When it comes to deaf players in our tournaments, when we have 2 deaf people, sign language is considered a foreign language. So they cannot sign at the table. So how do we deal with this as TDs? It's a difficult decision that comes up every year when we have the deaf tour. at the tournaments. It's
Isn't that pretty much just people wanting to cause a problem where there is none?
well, the problem is when you play with people. Yeah, I mean it comes up with people who are not deaf, who don't understand sign language. They're like, what's the difference between them speaking Spanish at the table or them speaking sign language
Or
between
the difference
one
between
of
them
other?
not being able to communicate at all?
No, and I understand that. So it's
I think we got to be sensible there. I mean, not during a hand, but they can, provide direction on the game or, I mean, how often does it come up? But I think, able people, hearing people, certainly have a leg up anyway. So let's be sensible.
I would say you do treat it just like Spanish. If you can't speak Spanish during the hand, or you can't speak Russian during the hand, but you can when the dealer's shuffling, when the dealer's dealing, that would be if you have to make a rule, like if you literally have players who are throwing a fit over the two deaf people signing because they ended up on the same table, then you could make that rule if you needed to enforce it, because it is a simple foreign language rule if that's how you want to treat it. If you're doing the Deaf Poker Tour, well then it'd be like having the Spanish Appreciation Tour and bringing all the Spanish players there. As long as you have Spanish-speaking dealers, the tournament is now Spanish. Or the Russian Independence Day event, as long as you have dealers who speak Russian, then Russian becomes a language at the table. So,
I run tournaments every week, and I get about 150 entries, and I get times anywhere between 5 to deaf people. Why does my microphone not work? I get about 5 to 20 deaf people in my tournament, and I actually didn't know how to deal with it the very first time I saw it. I was like, what am I supposed to do? These guys are signing to each other during the hand. 99.9% of the time, they are just talking about regular things going on in their life. They're not cheating, they're not colluding, but the problem is the other players don't know what they're signaling to each other. Just like when people are speaking Spanish or Chinese in another language during the hand, nobody really knows what they're saying. So I ended up texting Savage, and I was like, yo, what's the rule here? I don't want to be insensitive. I don't want to be rude and tell them they can't speak to each other, but I also want the other players to feel protected, that there isn't anything bad being said between these. But just like Neil said, I did have to come up with something, and they can't really be signing to each other while they have cards. That's really all I decided. Yeah.
Comment in the back.
Hold on.
A lot of deaf players are very aware that they should not be signing during hand while they have cards in front of them. They understand that. That's not a problem. They shouldn't sign during hand.
Hi.
Has AI developed like a Google Translate for ASL, or you can just take a video and watch the interpretation?
Most of the time, from my experience in New England, I have a large. Every time. Okay, here we go. I have a large group of ladies that play in the poker in New England area, and typically we have at least one person that is an ASL, but also can speak and he is a hearing person. So they'll interpret that, and they'll be happy to do that. But typically, like she said, we don't have a lot of issue. But I would say in New England, I've probably got 25 ladies that come to our events that are deaf, and I've not had a single problem at all.
Thank you. Thank you for coming.
When I've had that come up in the women's events that I've held, when I've had that come up, what I've done, especially during all-ins, is one, I've explained to players that they're just talking at the table, just like they'd like to talk. And then when it comes to all-ins and stuff, I've cleared it with the tournament directors there and the floor and the dealers, and they've written down what the all-ins are, because then nobody's signing during an all-in because they know what the all-in amount is. So there's different ways that you can be more creative and help people and still make everyone happy.
again, thank you. So here's some suggestions, and we're gonna have some ideas, and of course some Q&A. Kind of limited on time. We're supposed to be out of here by 3 o'clock, but this is Matt Waxman, who's usually at the TDA Summit, is not here this year. But he did send in this suggestion that in 10 tables or fewer, when a table breaks, what if the floor announced, so all tables about to deal can save the big blind for incoming players to avoid stalling. He says not only will it help players get more motivated to hurry up and get to their free hands, it also removes the problem of players dodging the blind when moving and rewards those that move more promptly. Just a suggestion. I'm not saying that anybody has to do this, but I don't know. It's just an idea of maybe something we could do. In talking to the board the other day, they were saying that Paul automatically does this when there's 3 tables left. I believe I do the same. I don't know with you. We're not going to have those tables dealing while we're breaking when we're that short on tables, just so that everybody gets to their tables and they can play poker. Yes?
Yeah, I don't have a predetermined number. It's the number that makes sense for the event. So I know Matt mentioned 10, but obviously Matt plays, these huge MTTs where, 10 is a reasonable number. Obviously, we're not suggesting if you have a 100-player tournament, you're doing it every time you have 10 tables. That's a little ridiculous. It should be based on the most important points of the tournament as you're approaching the money, as you're in the money. But yeah, when we're on random table break at the end of a tournament, then we already do. We already pause the tournament. We let a table break. We let all the players find their new seats before we resume, so all the players are dealt in and have the ability to lose their chips.
Okay, we discussed this a couple years ago about players obscuring their face. Back then it was masks and sunglasses and hoodies. Now we have players that do things like this and cover their face when they're in a hand. Yeah, it is a pet peeve for a lot of people. Feel that it's unfair and they shouldn't be able to do that. We discussed it on the board, and pretty much they all thought it would be okay if they did this. I don't know why. Just don't care. Anybody else not allow players to obscure their face like this when they're in a hand? It's just, I don't know. It's an annoyance for some people, yeah? Okay. All right. Jesse, you still have the 3, the rule? You can't have sunglasses, hoodie, and a mask. You can only have 2 of 3, right? And the 2 of 3, yeah, a lot of people have adopted that since then, having the 2 of 3. Yeah, 2 of 3. And it works pretty fine for everybody, so I don't think there's anything here. But again, if somebody is obscuring their face every hand, I guess you can deal with it as you see fit. Questions? Bob Mather, who's been playing a lot of tournaments lately, says that dealers should be able to put a player on the clock if another player asked, and the reason why, he says, is a lot of times it takes a long time to get a floorman to the table, and then if it takes that long, then the players are just sitting around waiting, and the player's getting actually maybe longer than they would even take, because now that player is going to wait for the floor to come. So if dealers are allowed to then call the clock when it's been requested, would that be something that anybody would be okay with? Huh? If it's going to take that much longer, she said, to get a floor to the table, they should have called the clock sooner. Right. It used to be 60. We changed it to 30 for this exact reason. Action clock solves it, yes.
When I hear things like people calling the clock, it's like I'm hearing a problem with a Walkman. It doesn't happen anymore. We created the solution. Use kitchen timers. You don't need fancy tablets. Action clock solves it.
I think that as a floor, if you can realize it takes too long for you to get to the table, you can adjust the clock. If your standard time is 30 seconds, but it took you 30 seconds to get there, you can put the guy on a 15-second clock at that point, or something that you can use your discretion for.
Okay. Number 3, I actually kind of agree with, honestly. When levels go up, we always have it the floor has to make the announcement for the level to go up. But should players, dealers, whoever be able to call it out? Waiting for the announcement sometimes takes too long. Not everybody hears it. If the clock says next level, it should be the next level.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Bob Mather. How many people disagree with this? Think it should be the old standard of it has to be a floorman to call the level up? There's 2, Venetian and Borgata, Poker Babe Boss, and
the reason we
She
wait
can live
until
with
it's-
it.
The reason we wait for it to be announced is so all dealers, all tables go up at the same time.
But if the majority or almost all of them are going up at the same time, it's going to be, instead of everybody not playing the right level, it'd be one table. But if players start to learn that this is the case, it's not going to happen.
So
It's
you don't
not
think-
going to
You don't
happen.
think the players at this table don't want the blinds to go up, so nobody's going to say anything?
No, I don't. I mean, the floor should still be doing it, should still be doing their job. But again, it would make it quicker for a lot of different reasons. And it's recommended that the floor continues to do it, but if a player or a dealer says the blinds are going up, they're going up. You can live with that, right? Yes, it's like 100% agreement. That's a pretty big one there.
But I think they should announce, like if a player's going to say the limits are up, they should say limits are up. That's what I do, so that not just my table knows, so that everybody knows.
It's going to be, I think this will be widely accepted. I really do. So
The best analogy we can do is like when the break starts in a tournament, the players will go on break. They won't say we're going to play another hand because nobody has announced that the break started. So.
there's enough good people in the game that are going to say the blinds are gone up. Yep. Okay, this is a pretty big one. So make sure
Excuse
we know
me?
that that's it. Yeah.
Alexis, Poker Atlas. If you have Poker Atlas, you can use verbal setting to have the tournament clock announce the blinds are increasing. So that way you're not just relying on the floor and it's loud for everybody to hear. If you're a second late as the floor manager, you're a few seconds late, you can have it automatically do it on the time clock for the tournament.
It's an enhancement. The floor should still be announcing the blinds up. But if they don't, players and dealers, they can make that happen sooner. You got that, Mike? Okay. This one came up too, and I never thought that there was a real issue with this, but apparently there is. Changing the new hand will begin when the new hand will begin because the first riffle is causing issues. Why is it causing issues?
Let me ask a question because this was an example that I used. You walk to the table. The dealer has riffled. The dealer has shuffled. The dealer's ready to pitch. How many of you are going, give me a high card? Yeah, okay, but if you needed to break that table and the dealer was about to pitch the first card, the majority of people are high carding. Well, I mean, I didn't see, not the majority in here. The people that I had asked before, they're allowing the dealer to high card that table because they want the other table in play. But if I'm the big blind, I could be going, no, they've riffled. They've riffled. This is. I understand, but then you also you would have to make sure that the blinds don't go up on that hand. You have to tell that dealer the blinds can't go up if it was happening on a break. I'm not suggesting. I'm just people were asking why is this an issue. To be clear, this wasn't my issue. That was just the example I could come up with where we would not allow a hand to continue after it had been riffled. We would, because we want the other table to be back in play. But what was the suggestion for the replacement?
The suggestion that I actually had was, what if we say the hand starts when the first card is being pitched to when the first card is being pitched. At that point, that's the point where we decide when the blinds go up, we don't seed any more players, we don't break any more tables.
Kenny, my concern with that, Kenny, you got to keep it the same for cash and tournament, though. You don't want a different procedure, and a lot of our cash stuff is on that hitting the button or starting the first riffle, and we're locked in with cash promotions. You can't have two procedures where dealers go, I started the hand or I didn't because I riffled in a tournament or I pressed the button. It's got to be the same.
But now we have different phases in the hand when we determine when a hand has started or not. Like we say, the first riffle is for the new blind level.
Well, I think the question is, if
in
you
the
riffle,
middle,
do you have to deal a hand or can you high card? Does it have to be, since I riffled, I have to deal a hand or I'm allowed to high card?
We're saying you're allowed to high card. I mean, we would.
That's what we are doing. We when the dealer is about to start dealing cards, like we will still break a table. When a new player comes to the table, we will still check him in.
You take the wording "hand begins" out of it, so that way the player has nothing to say about it. It's just.
But there's so many different points where we do many different things. When the first, like when the dealer is already pitching and somebody comes in the cutoff, he's like, hey, deal me in. Well, that same person is like coming up to the table and he notices in the big blind. He's like, oh, I'll wait a minute. So I just want to have some consistency. What are we doing at what point in the hand and when not? Because it's
always been
a little bit too variable for me.
First riffle, pressing the button have been the two, right?
For the level increase. That's the only reference.
Yeah, and the reason Bob came up with saying this, he actually wanted it sooner. He wanted the hand to the next hand to start once the previous hand is done. And the reason he wanted it is because he says that dealers are sitting down, they're checking into the computer, they're sitting there maybe adjusting their chair and all that stuff, and now the blind goes up, and that next hand hasn't started. So then the blinds go up. And he says it's pissing off a lot of players.
A dealer push is a part of the tournament.
I thought we already talked about this. I thought we train our staff that on a dealer push, the outgoing dealer crossing the deck locks it in. Like, you're good. Like, it doesn't matter. We talked about that, didn't we? That was 2 years ago. We talked about that recommended procedure. So if I'm getting pushed as the dealer and my hand is complete and I cross my deck, you're good. You are still on the previous level.
We've got a comment in the back, all the way in the back.
I'm not suggesting a change, but I just want to share a little eccentric rule we have back home. So what the rule we use simply is when we move the button, that's the start of a hand. If it's food for thought.
Is there anything here? Or are we good with the way it is?
Sorry, all Hammer just said is starting a hand doesn't mean you have to finish it, which gives the exception. But I don't think there's certainly no consensus for a change to the rule, so we just leave it the way it is.
All right, Bob got 1 out of 3. 1 out of 3. Not bad. I have seen this a bit too. Floors and dual rate staff picking up racks, standing at the table to break it during live hand affects the action 100%. He says it's not 100%, but it's not 100%. But get the dealer's attention more discreetly and have the racks nearby to pick up at hand completion, perhaps as best practice. It's more difficult with clock apps, but because players know when table breaks. But yeah, I mean, I've done it in the past. I've dropped racks off, and then everybody's like, "Are we leaving, or with the hand?" We're not breaking your table yet. You know what I mean? Maybe we're still 1 away, but we know that table's breaking. But now with random table break order, it's a little different. You don't want to do that. But I understand what he's saying. I just think that maybe we could be a little more discreet about which table's breaking next, right?
I don't think the breaking order should ever be published. You just break the table like when it's needed to, and you decide at that moment what table you're gonna break based on whatever needs you have for your poker room at that time. But also one thing that annoys me sometimes a little bit as a player is that the floor would start breaking a table while the hand is still in progress. They would put racks on the table, move players already to new tables. This is very disturbing while you're in the middle of a hand.
I just want to add a caveat to that. I agree. I don't think the breaking order needs to be published, but the operator should know the breaking order, should have it like what I don't want to see scenarios, because I used to see this happen in certain places that I went to, where it'd be like, oh, we just put Ivy on TV, I'm not going to break that table now. Changing the breaking order for a reason that is not game integrity related. So you should still be able, because like if I come up and go, wait, why are we breaking? You broke that table, that table, that table, that table. Now you're just randomly breaking me. The operator should still be able to say why, and maybe it's like, oh, well, we're putting the Omaha here, and so now I'm starting to break this section. But you should always have a reason for why you're breaking, because you may get called on why you're doing it. But I think public now, we've talked about the information, it's just used. People will stall so they don't have to take the big, or people will speed up to make...
That is the main reason indeed. You don't want to publish the breaking order, because if players know their table is about to break and you're in early position, you have a very big incentive during a big stage of the tournament to stall the game as much as possible, so you're not going to pay any more blinds. So that's the main reason behind it.
Did we land on that the random table breaking completely replaces any required redraw at 27 and 18?
Yes. So
that's definitive, yes?
Yeah. At our events, let's say we have tables 1 to 7, we break table number 7. From that point onwards, we randomly break a table. The only redraw we do is for the final table.
I have a question. As a player, it comes up very often in certain circumstances that your table breaks and you end up 2 tables away from the next breaking. You end up again 2 tables away from the next breaking, or you break and you get the big blind card, and then you get the next one, and you're again in the big blind. Is there a way that can prevent it, so the player, every player, so to just prevent the what is it called? I can't think of the word. So that you don't have a disadvantage. Because it feels we speak about these disadvantages all day long, and I agree with many of them, but from a player perspective in this case, I haven't heard anybody bringing it up, how big of a disadvantage this is for the players where it happens. And it happens very often. Maybe not every day, on every tournament, but often enough that it can be a huge disadvantage when you're constantly being put in a change and in a big blind, because you're paying over and over and over, and you're basically losing all those chips. So
it is indeed unfortunate, but breaking a table is part of the tournament process, and you will never hear the person complain. It goes from under the gun to the button. Sometimes players will indeed complain, and players sometimes randomly will have to pay the big blind twice, but it just is part of the tournament. Like, we can't help that. There's no perfect solution. Breaking a table technically will be a net negative for the entire table on average, because people will on average move to a slightly worse position, because you almost never will come in on the button or in the small blind but you can come in the big blind and any other position. So it is a part of the tournament. In the long run, like, you will have benefited as much as you will have as much advantage as you will have disadvantage over it, and
I disagree.
There's no perfect solution for it, unfortunately.
I'm asking for the extreme cases, because they happen. It's not one time, it's not 2 times. It happens even to me or to other player. If you pay attention, then around us, we notice people get moved 5 times in a matter of, like, I don't know, like you go from one table, and then the second table you get moved again, and then you go from big blind to big blind to big blind to big blind, and that was unnecessary. I think that there's a way that we could prevent that from happening, because we see the players moving. We know what C cards we're giving them. I'm just asking if there's perhaps, I know it's probably not easy and it's inconvenient for the operators to just maybe take a look at that to ensure that someone doesn't get moved 4 times in 1 or 2 levels.
Do you have a suggestion? Sorry, do you have a suggestion? Because
if I know how the system is put up, I have no problem to come up with a suggestion, because I believe there's always a better solution to something, but it's just I don't have the insights of how you operate, as I'm not a TD.
Yeah, well, I'm
I'm
pretty sure everybody in this room has actually thought about that to try to make that fairer, but there is no way, because unless you track how many blinds everyone's paying, in a certain time frame and keep a track of all that, see which position they've been in a certain time frame and keep a track of all that. It's just impossible to track. So I'm sure we've all thought about it up here. I've even had that conversation quite recently about exactly what you're talking about, and we don't find a solution. So if you have a solution, we're willing to hear it.
It's like if you have 10 tables and there's 9 open seats, you break a table, there's an empty seat on every table. Some player will move to the table that will be the next table to break. That is, the unfortunate situation for that player.
I do have a suggestion. It's it won't help in in most of the tournaments that we've run, but if you're using, this is a suggestion for the developers of Poker Atlas and WSOP Plus. Poker Atlas does know how many times you've had the blind. It does know where all the empty seats are, and it does know what the position of every player in the table you're about can know. It can know. Okay? Pardon? These
apps just track your position,
before breaking
just track
the
your
table,
seat
the
at the
dealer
table,
can
not
key
your
in the
position
position of the
relative to the button, or does not know how many hands you effectively have played.
It's not possible. And that's something to be considered for both.
Thank you. The rule is already fair because it's a random distribution. Random numbers cluster. When you start trying to mess with that, you're messing with the randomness of the whole thing. That happens to all of us sometimes. The manipulation is going to cause way more repercussions than somebody falling into a random bad luck of never getting aces.
This part, as part of playing poker, is there's variance in it, and it's just a part of the game. And sometimes you're going to fall on the good side of variance, sometimes you're going to fall on the bad side. It's just part of the game. Accept it. And the only people that are complaining about this are nits and pros and people that want the edge. Recreationals don't care about that.
Thank you.
Yeah, if we found a solution to fix this, then we would have to find a solution to make sure someone who just ran good and got the button 2 times in a row pays a big fine. So
that has been suggested.
So
by the way.
it's just
multiple times.
It's impossible. It's just impossible. It is what it is.
Along with people wanting on redraws to have tables ranked so that the 2 big stacks are never at the same final table. I think Paul likes that.
Not on this topic, but on the previous one. Can we make it a recommended procedure or a rule to not publish the breaking order?
We can definitely add that.
I'm sorry again, I was not here yesterday, so it sounds like we went over redraws yesterday. Are redraws a thing of the past?
Depends on what you do. Like a lot of poker rooms now go to random breaking table
Right,
order
which we
from
do.
a certain amount of tables, and the only redraw that happens is at the final tables. If you still want to do redraws just at final 3 and final 2 tables, there's not really a rule against it, but the recommended procedure is for random table breaking.
I don't even think it's not a recommended procedure yet, is it? No.
I mean, obviously, you still need to redraw when you're combining flights. Like, obviously, that's still the only way to do it. I think there are still a couple times that redraws do serve a little bit of purpose. Well, final table, of course, you redraw. There was an event yesterday at the WSOP, the 5K, that everyone late regged, creating a really odd situation. So sometimes in a big buy-in, small field where that such a high percentage of the field is going to max late reg, it might be best to just treat regs close like the end of a day, and then redraw it coming back into reg close. Kenny, would you? Yep.
Yes, and it's one of the things that I'm going to talk about coming up on what we can improve on. And listen, this next few slides are going to, a lot of you are going to say this is not TDA's area to discuss, but they have been brought up by the players. So I have told the players that have brought them up that I'll bring them up to you. But a lot of these things are not TDA's area. We can discuss them, but we are not the ones that decide all of these things. You are. But maybe we can improve on some of these things and make them better for the players, a better player experience. Let's go forward. What can we do to get players to register earlier? We just talked about this where they had an event with 577 players. And 100 and what, 500, was it 577?
I think there were around 300 plus players left and slightly less than 200 players
registered
during the final break when
so players at that buy-in level are figuring out that registering late, and you wrote an article about this. Why it is better for you to register late.
there is a financial
it is why
benefits
it is
to register late, especially when there's a lot of people already eliminated. Your starting stack, let's say in a $1,000 tournament, is worth $1,000 at the start. The starting stack deeper in the tournament is going to be worth more. Like best example I can give, like if you're just in the money with a starting stack, and you have locked up a $2,000 min cash, your stack is going to be worth at least $2,000. And even just before the bubble with a starting stack, your stack might also already be worth like $2,000. If you close registration close to the money, that starting stack can be worth $1,200, $1,300. If I register when the registration is closing, I basically, by paying $1,000, I get immediately a couple of $100 back in this example. This couple of $100 does not come from the operator. It comes from the players that are already playing or have played this event. I'm basically taking away money from the players that were there from the start of your event, that were there to support your event, so I can then basically financially benefit from that situation. This is one of the main reasons why a lot of people have figured that out and are now just basically laying on the couch at home waiting for registration to close, and once registration is about to close, they'll jump into the tournament, immediately basically making some money. The best way to combat this is to close registration earlier in your tournament. Me personally, I think when roughly 50% of the field remains is a good time to close registration. Those players, they will show up no matter what. If you close registration at 4 p.m., at 6 p.m., at 8 p.m., at the start of day 2, they will come anyway. It doesn't matter at what time, they're just going to wait until the last moment to register. The earlier, it's not necessarily going to generate more entries when you keep registration open for that longer, because a lot of players, like even in the professional circuit, like we're discussing what should we do, and we kind of came to the conclusion it's okay to start early, but like once you're eliminated somewhere throughout the day, you better just wait until registration closes. So, and that's what we're doing, and it doesn't matter again when registration closes, we will register anyway, but not necessarily fire a lot more entries into the event. So we cannot, of course, force play or operators to close registration when we say they have to, but for your ecosystem in your local community, to protect the recreational players that are necessary for the growth of the game, it is important that we protect them, and one of the big things we can do to combat that is by closing registration at an earlier point. Also, as a recreational player, let's say I've been playing relatively from the start. I've built up a stack, like 50, 60 big blinds. All of a sudden, there's like players coming in with 10, 12 big blinds. Like they just go all in on every hand. It's not necessarily something I want. I'm there like I want to play a flop. I want to see what I can do with my 5-6 suited, if I can make a flush or a straight or whatever. I want to set mine. I just want to have some fun, not being put to the decision of an all-in or not basically every other hand. Like that's not often what recreational players are signing up for as well. So yeah, I think it's good for every operator to have a good think about it, about what you want to do with your registration times.
So I was a professional poker player for many, many years. Today I consider myself a recreational player. And I feel that as a recreational player, and I think I represent the feelings of a lot of recreational players, I am being penalized because if I show up early, I have to play 4-handed, 5-handed. And that's not right. $1,500 buy-in, I want to start at 2 o'clock, but I can't go at 2 o'clock because I'm being penalized. So I also have to go in late. And we have to do something. There's a lot of suggestions on here. I'm not sure any of them are the right ones, but we really need to do something so that recreational players are not penalized by being there on time.
Kenny, just wanted to hear your point of view. Do you think there's a difference between registrations and re-entries, meaning new players versus a player that has already been eliminated and re-entering again at a later stage?
I have discussed this with some people indeed, so that you would be able to, let's say you can enter the tournament up to level 6, but you would be able to re-enter up until level 8 or 10 or whatever line you put. It is worth considering, but I think it's not always easy to necessarily implement or for players to understand, like because you're gonna have to have 2 different registration times on your structure sheet, and it might create reasonable amount of confusion. And still, when I'm the player that started from the start, I bust my first bullet in level 3. Now all of a sudden I can take advantage again of that benefit of max late regging again. Like we do consider a re-entry as a new player in the tournament, so I still would actually take the advantage over the field by doing that, even though it feels maybe a little bit less severe than if it's only your first entry.
Oh, someone, look, who has the mic? I have something to say. It's me. No, as a longtime recreational player, like 24-ish years, with some small modicum of success, I know we're never going to go back to the days where my preference would be 1 re-entry by the end of the first break. My preference is always to play freeze-outs, or because I consider myself a fairly good freeze-out player, or a 1 re-entry. But I think we've gotten to the point where 96 hours of re-entry or new registration has gotten to be a little bit excessive. And I agree with Linda. I always show up at the beginning of the tournament because years ago my coach, when I had a coach, told me, you want to get in and play and gamble when chips are cheap. And so I've always kept that. That's my personal playing style. I want to get in there and gamble when chips are cheap and try and acquire some chips. I don't want to have to pay more money for them. So I'm going to try that. But I don't like having to play 4 and 5-handed if I'm sitting at a 9-player table. And then waiting until, day 2 or the end of day 1 before the tables fill up. I just think we have gone, as a recreational player, too far to the other extreme. There's got to be a happy middle somewhere. And now back to my duty.
Well, there's 2 things I just wanted to add real quick. I mean, one, we haven't run it yet, but one of the things we talked about was running a frozen out tournament, which is the only people who could re-enter were the ones who were there from the start. If you were there at the beginning, you had the ability to re-enter, and anybody else, we were calling it frozen out. We haven't run one yet. We've talked about doing it at the upcoming Taipei event. And but the problem with re-entry in general is it impacts your guarantees. It impacts your rooms financially and stuff like that. The operators nor the players are necessarily incentivized to curtail that. Also, everybody I've seen complaining about re-entry, for the most part, they all agree that it should end at 20, 25, 30 big blinds, Well, most operators, I know there's a few exceptions out there where it's coming in at 10 bigs and stuff like that. Most operators, we track our competitors and stuff. Most people are ending at 20 to 25 to 30 big blinds. It's just how long they're taking to get there. And that usually has to do with, do I have a $500,000 guarantee on this? Do I, so I don't know that there's any type of magic bullet for that. Because if I said, if Hammer was running a tournament that closed with 30 bigs at end of reg, and he had 4 levels of late reg, and I was running a tournament that closed with 30 bigs and had 8 levels of late reg and took 3 times as long to get the end, we would have the exact same tournament at the close of reg, but everybody would say, "Oh my God, your re-entry was so long." So I don't think there's anything the board can do about that. I do for Linda's thing though. That I think is a slightly separate issue, and that is something I do think most operators should look at. Most of the players I talk to, I would rather, I don't know how everybody else feels, if you told me I can play 4, 4, and 4, or I can play 6 and 6, I would rather be playing 6 and 6 and get picked up when the people show up. But I know that also part of the problem is if you open with 40, I can't remember who said it earlier, they start with 40 and then they get to 500. I think it might have been you, Paul. It is tough if you know you're going to have to open 20 more tables, and I get that. But I think if you told Linda she could start the World Series event 8-handed or 7-handed at the worst, she would show up and she would be on there. But the problem is because everybody knows the World Series is going to get 400 more players each hour, they're leaving them open. I just think, setting aside the World Series, we're looking at this is one of the things on my notes, is can we do a better job before we separate out, even though we know the tournament's going to grow, to try and cater to the people who actually showed up and gave us their money at the beginning and helped start the tournament. And so I think they're 2 separate issues, but I think that's one that is going to be easier to address. Like when we talked yesterday, like we start our tournaments with 4 players. Paul said he won't start with less than 5. And so those are that's something I think we have a better chance of fixing, is making the experience better for beginning players. But the re-entry, I am not sure what to do, other than we're going to try a frozen out tournament.
I much prefer 5, and I think that some are starting with 3, which I think is way too few. But also, they're not filling them up as fast. Instead of they're leaving them at 4 and 5 for too long. Also, instead of giving those players more players, and then when they do get full, we're close to full. What we're doing is moving players that started there on time from those tables to accommodate people that are registering late, which also tilts to recreational players like me. Yep. I don't like being moved. I was there from the start of the tournament. Why am I getting moved?
They did something at the World Series a few years ago, if I remember correctly, where when they started almost full tables, and then if you came in and registered late, you had to wait. Say the tournament starts at 2:00, you had to wait till 3:00, and then they opened all those new tables. But we got to stay and start full.
Okay,
I mean, we
yeah,
could
that's
do
what I was
something
just
like
about to say. We have something called secondary seat draws, and it's like a timed seat draw, right? So we'll start at 2:00. We'll have 60 people over 10 tables. When those 10 tables are full, we'll fill them up. Then the next 40 or 50, we'll open your tables at 3:00. Whatever those times work, right? So we call it a secondary seat draw. We give them a ticket, and it says on their ticket, table opens at. And we can do this 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, because we also have some of the same problem. We can start with a tournament of 40 people and end up with 500 people within 3 or 4 hours. So we're trying to fill those tables up. Then when the next 50, 60, 70 come, fill them up 30 minutes later. Now, you can keep doing that up until a certain point, and Paul can talk a little bit more about this. He's pretty good on this. Until the certain point where the average stack on the table is now going to be really skewed. If you're opening 5, 6 tables and everyone's getting a 10K starting stack on level 6 and 7, well, that's not right. At some point, you have to stop with your secondary seed draws, and then you do have to start moving people. But this is part of the tournament. Tournaments grow and tournaments shrink, and that's just the way tournaments work. But essentially, in the first, let's call it 3 or 4 levels, because obviously it depends on your blind structure. But in your first 3 or 4 levels, you can open multiple tables in blocks without it affecting the average blind structure and without moving players from who was there on the first tables.
Yeah, Toby, thank you. Exactly. So there's really two methods of opening tables. One is to open them through whatever operating system you're using, whether that's Poker Atlas or Bravo, and to just open up blocks of tables where these random players are going to random tables. And it's fine. It's fine to do that for the first couple levels of the tournament. The players have gotten a little spoiled in the sense that they think that they deserve, if they show up an hour late, they think that they deserve you to just start moving players around to accommodate them, and they don't actually deserve that. What they do deserve is they deserve to go to a table that has a fair chip distribution relative to the rest of the tournament. So if you are running a no-limit tournament, during the first couple levels, there are very, very few players eliminated relative to the field size. At that point, you can be opening multiple tables still through your operating system. That is fine. That table is going to have 9 starting stacks on it. Maybe you'll have seated an alternate on that table because due to an elimination, so it has 10 starting stacks on that table. And then if you start opening 2, 3, 4, 5 tables at a time for all these new players, they're at no competitive disadvantage. Their table is going to have the same amount of chips on as another table. Now you're going to get to the point in the tournament where that is no longer the case. You're going to get to the point in the tournament where one table might have 15, 16, 17 starting stacks on it because you either were seating alternates or seating new players in a different method onto that table, and now that table has way too many chips relative to a new table to start. Now you have, as an operator, have set the registration parameters. So if you set the registration parameters, the players aren't late, right? So they do deserve a fair draw in terms of that their table has a reasonable, fair shake on how many chips are on the table at that point of the tournament. And the way to accomplish that is now you can't just like make sure they have that, but you move players around so they get a random chip distribution from the remainder of the tournament. Everyone understand what I'm saying? That point. So that's how we do it at Aria. Basically, in these 1 days, if anyone's ever played one in these 1 day events right now in No Limit Hold'em, I'm still comfortable putting tables in through the operating system where players are just getting seated randomly up until first break. Then after first break in No Limit Hold'em, any tables that I need to open, I'm going to be opening it by moving players because at that point in the tournament, I'm uncomfortable with the chip variance from table to table. And then in PLO, that game, there are more eliminations early on in the tournament relative to the field size. So in PLO, I would probably I'd go 2, maybe 3 levels in a PLO, and then I would start opening. But like a limit tournament, like a limit horse tournament, you might not lose 5% of your field while registration is open. And in a tournament like that, it's very fair to be opening tables, even with groups of people. They still have, if you're playing 8-handed and they're starting with 20,000 chips, there's 160,000 chips on that table. If they come 3 hours late, they do not deserve to have you move all these players around just to accommodate you. They're going to be sitting down on a table with random opponents where there's 160,000 chips on that table for them to win. I do not pull blinds. Oh, okay, I see what you're... Yeah, so when the tournament clock is not running, which we define as break, and you're on break, obviously the break clock is running, but your tournament clock is not running. When the tournament clock is not running, and I'm at the point of a tournament where I want to open, tables at that point, what we'll do is we'll basically fill up the tables that we want to potentially move a player off of. Let's say I want to open 2 tables. I need to, 9-handed event. I want to move 2 tables, and I want to make sure that they are 7-handed just to kick off. So I'll have 14 specific tables that I am moving players off of. We'll make sure those tables are full or reasonably full, and then I'll do a high card on 1 table. And if that high card is the 4-seat, we instruct the dealers, all right, dealers, put your rack in front of your 4-seat. Your 4-seat is moving. We just deliver seat cards to those players, so then they get randomly dispersed to those new tables. I've just created 2 new tables with these players not missing hands, and then I continue to draw in all the alternates or all the new players, so they're going into random tables with, in theory, pretty even chip stacks on all the tables.
I got a random question for Kenny. This is not the answer, just a question. Given the fact that we know registration is open too long, agree 100%. Also, part of that is because now we give people so many chips, right? So we just keep giving more chips and keeping registration open longer. Instead of, again, not the answer, just sort of a question. If you cut off if your registration was open for 10 levels, you're saying keep it open for 5 levels instead, and those players will still show up. What if we just got rid of the first 5 levels?
But this is one of the things that you can consider, like for your local tournament. Very often nowadays, like one of the reasons players sometimes, a lot of the players at least, don't show up early is because they're starting with too many chips. Like players don't see the benefit in a no-limit tournament of starting with 200 big blinds deep. Like they win a 20 big blinds of somebody, that's a reasonable pot, but it does not mean a lot to their chips. Like they rather just do something else with their time. This is so one of the reasons why tournaments often only start with, let's say, 20 players and grow to 200 players. I think you have to decide for your own local community, for your poker community, what works best. If you notice that you're at the start of your tournament, almost nobody is there, you can definitely consider removing the first few levels of your tournament. If you see that a third of your players are already there in level 1, that means probably that your structure is fine, as it doesn't need to be any more alteration to it. So there's no answer that fits all. It's really based on what your players want and what they need and what works best for you.
So as a recreational player, Jesse, I hate the idea of removing those first 5 levels. When I look at the structure sheet, I want to be able to play at least 8 hours. If I'm going to put up $1,500, I want to play. And I think a lot of players are that way. When I look at that sheet and I see that the blinds are starting at 3 and 600 or 4 and 800, I won't go because I want to be able to play. So I think we're catering to the professionals a little bit too much, and I think you're losing revenue from people like me who aren't going to play if we don't, get to play.
I think there's a lot of good things being talked about here, but generally my opinion is we're not going to solve this. We're just going to, like Kenny said, we're going to make some things that encourage people to show up earlier and try to make things a little less bad. But with that in mind, I have another friend who's afraid to talk to the mic. He works at TCH Social in Austin, and they've been doing some great things to get people to sign up early, so I'm forcing him to tell you. His name is Josh Atkins.
All right, so it's a little bit different because most of y'all probably rake, where we do not in Texas. We charge time. We charge $13 an hour, tracked by Poker Atlas, to play at our tables. So it's not really something that y'all can do, but we give $20 in free time to anybody who registers our tournaments on time. That helps quite a lot. It's a little bit more than an hour of play. It also helps with crossover from tournament to cash. Some of the other things we do for my daily tournaments, I was starting with 1 table. We started my daily's called Daily Bankroll Builder, so I called it Daily Bankroll Builder Leaderboard. And you got 2 points towards that leaderboard for registering on time, where 1 point only for entering. So double the points if you're on time. And I went from starting with 1 table to now 4 tables every day after starting that promotion. Player of the series, we've done it with the Poker Atlas Tour as well. Same system, 2 points for registering on time, and comparing that from one series to another. It's definitely valuable. Definitely gets people here early. So that's all I got.
Yeah, there are many tools you can use to try and attract players earlier. I know the EPT with the high rollers has given a discount on the entry fee, right? For the high rollers, I do it in Brazil as well. It works. It works a lot because especially the high roller players, they're very, very sensitive about each EV point that they can get. So it's very good. We've tried to be as data-driven as possible. So what we've been doing these last few years is actually looking at the numbers. So we've started testing tournaments and testing the results. So we started eliminating a few of the first levels, reducing the amount of big blinds the tournament starts with, and tracking the number of pro players, the players that we consider to be professionals versus the players that we considered to be not professionals, and see what changes affect which outcome, which group subset of players. And we've reduced a lot. We used to have like 200 big blinds start tournaments. Now most of our tournaments are between 100 and 150. It hasn't affected the amount of recreational players that we get. Also, for example, the max late reg, the thing that's oh no, it's not on the TV anymore. How many big blinds you have to have when max late ends? And we've been testing, and we've tested the elasticity of that registration period, and we've let the players decide. If they sign up at a certain level, it's still working. If they are willing to put down their money, it's working. If they're not, it's not working. So we step back a little bit. So I mean, if you do things from a data-driven approach and you look at the numbers will usually tell you what the players want. Subset, a very small group of players are vocal. Very small group. So you have really to be really careful about who you listen to, because most of the times you listen to one or two players and it gives you the impression that most of your players want that change. And it's really not like that most of the times.
So I'm just going to say that I think that we're trying to solve this problem here, and we need to come at it from a few different ways, right? There's not one magic bullet to solve the whole thing. From Linda's point, right, as a recreational player, we want to play as much as possible, right? Get our money's worth, as we would like to say, right? If I'm going to pay $1,000 to get in a tournament, I want to get my 6 or 8 hours of play in, right? Where a professional player, they think more about their hourly rate, right? How much am I making per hour when I'm playing? So they're going to attack it from a different way, right? And to Linda's point, she was saying that the reason why she doesn't show up is because of the tables being so short. So that's on us, right? To provide an environment for those recreational players that's inviting and welcoming, to make sure that they're playing full. And I work lots of different tournaments, and I definitely see some where we're playing 4 or 5-handed for hours, you know, and that's crazy to me. Right. Of course. Right. So us as operators, one, need to be making sure that we're creating an environment for recreational players that are going to make it inviting and making it so that they're there and going to be able to get the play that they're wanting. And at the same time, to prevent the pro players from, you know, max late regging with such an advantage monetarily in their favor, maybe we just shrink the registration period times down, maybe even shrink the starting stacks. Do we need to start with 200 big blinds in every tournament?
So what I was going to recommend is what he was just talking about, and it's Toby's idea that, like, just in my head kind of morphed. So instead of, I like the idea of like the timed of when we're going to open up a table, but what if, you know, obviously at your property, you know what, you know, how many runners you're going to get for a tournament. So what if you start a tournament, you know, with 4 tables, so you get up, you start with 30 players, so you start the tournament. At that point, once you fill up those 36 seats, what if we just treated it like a sit and go, where it was alternates on Poker Atlas, and as soon as there's 9, that's when we start up the next table, so that the players can pay attention to the clock, know that I'm number 7 that have registered. As soon as 2 more register, that table is going to start up, and it's going to ensure that all the tables are full. Because by far the biggest complaint I've ever gotten run tournaments is, like you said, playing 4 or 5-handed. It's bad for recreationals. They definitely don't like it. They don't understand it. They don't understand the optics of the logistics on it on our end as operators. So it just kind of came into my head, but I think it could be a good idea that maybe we could all look at. I don't know if I explained that well or not. But
yeah, I think if possible, never open just one table. Like, you want to always open at least a couple, 2-3 tables at a minimum, because if you just open one table at a time, that means that the 9 consecutive people that signed up for your tournament all will end up at the same table. And it often happens. It's a couple of friends. It could be a husband and wife that register at the same time, and they will literally get seated at the same table. So to minimize that problem a little bit, never open just one table, but try to do it in as many tables as possible. Still without trying to maximize the amount of seats that you want to, still trying to maximize the amount of players on each table.
It's difficult trying to please everybody here because, like, the people who want to come in the beginning, they want to play poker, they don't want to play four-handed, and the people who want to come later, they want to be in the seat draw with everybody from the beginning. All right, so you're trying to please everybody here, and you cannot. And I think we also need to move away from the players that come late. They don't, when we tell them your table opens in 20 minutes, yeah, I hear it, they complain. And I'm like, well, if you want to be part of the draw and you want to be on the start time, then you need to register before we start the tournament. They have no right to be part of the draw in the beginning. And we need to try and make players understand that, because many players feel they have a right to be part of the draw with everybody else, and they do not. And as Paul explained earlier, but what they do have a right to is, you know, an even chip distribution amongst the tables. That is something that we have a responsibility to do our best to do. But I think that we have to make sure that players understand and accept, without arguing with us, that, you know, there is nothing wrong with what we are doing. We cannot please you, and we cannot please them at the same time.
I like what you guys do, and I'm really curious because I know I get accused of caring about dealers too much, but with this trend, with this trend, I also have seen the problem where I schedule dealers at the beginning of the day, and then I have them sitting around. I have too many dead spreads. It drives the down rate down, and when the down rate goes down, you get dealers the better dealers go elsewhere, right? So I'm curious how having these like secondary timing seat draws, have you seen it affect your staffing and scheduling?
Look, I'm just running EPTs and some small events in Europe, right? And I can look at a schedule and I know how many tables I'm going to have at 1 o'clock. I know how many tables I'm going to have at 2 o'clock and 3 o'clock. From the beginning of the day till the end of the day, I can pretty much guesstimate how many tables I'm going to need with a very, very reasonable accuracy. And that's because I've been doing this for years. I've got tons of data, and I've done it 100 times before. So I don't bring all the dealers in at 1 o'clock. You know, I know at 1 o'clock I'm going to have 10 tables. So at 1 o'clock I bring in 10 dealers, or maybe 12, because you need a couple of breakers, right? And then at 1:30 I've got another 10 dealers coming in, and then 2 o'clock I've got another 10 dealers coming in. So we stagger them in like this. And look, sometimes I get it wrong, right? Sometimes I get it wrong and I don't have enough dealers, and you know, now we don't have a break, right? Or sometimes I've got slightly too many dealers. But I'm lucky and fortunate because I have 15, 20 years of EPT experience and all that history and all that data. So most of you probably have something like that in your rooms, right? Most of you probably can have a look at that data and crunch that data and figure out when is the best spot for you to bring your staff in. I also do with floor staff. You know, on an EPT main event, I'll start with 5 tables, 10 tables. I'll have one floor staff. At the end of the day, I've got 50 tables. I'll have 6 floor staff. So we just stagger them in and stagger them out, essentially. No, we also, but that doesn't mean that we don't care about, the hours, because we don't pay downs. Yeah, but we pay from the prize pool. We pay from the prize pool. So if I bring in 100 dealers at 1 o'clock to sit on every table, I'm just reducing everyone's hourly rate. It's just a waste of money. So
did you see an impact when you started doing the secondary seat draw timing of how your operation works with sitting dealers down or anything?
I mean, yeah, it's better because we can bring in less dealers. Yeah, it's better. And
yeah, when I told about being data driven, that's one of the aspects. If you're doing the same tournament for a few months, years, decades, you have the data. You know how many, what is the pace that the tournament usually fills up and then goes down in numbers. So it's take a look at it and you can guesstimate with a very reasonable accuracy.
Yeah, I think K Hold'em has a lot of that stuff. Helps us out when we go to Europe. Paying by downs and paying by hours is obviously different. In Europe, it's better to be on break. You're getting paid the same as if you're dealing. So it's run a lot different. But when I was at the Irish this last year, we had a structure that I think we called the Supreme structure. What we started with was 50 bigs, and the level was 3 hours. Level 1 was 3 hours. Level 2 was obviously an increase in level, but it was an hour. Registration closed at hour 6, but obviously when we're starting with 100 plus big blinds and we're losing 3% of the field in level 1, 2, and 3, as opposed to when we're losing 20 to 25% of the field in level 1, we can get much more closer to our guarantee. We're getting bigger numbers. Obviously, when we're removing breaks, we're getting back on labor as well. So that supreme structure that we use at the Irish was very eye-opening, and I am going to be adopting that very soon. It's similar to the Savage average, but there was some
Slightly worse, but what's that? All right, let's move on. Come on, let's move on.
There are some rooms that are removing on their tournament sheets that say, oh, when 5 players registered, then we'll start the tournament. If you don't have 5 players, then we won't. So I've heard from my players that, and like my crew and, peoples, that they'll drive for hours to a tournament, then the tournament will be canceled because there isn't enough players. And then, or, regular players go there to play, showing up on time, not enough players, and they'll just cancel, and they'll be like, hey, this wasn't, So some places are now removing that off the structure sheet so they don't have to deal with that, in my opinion. And I think that it should be on structure sheets that, hey, 5 players minimum, and if, in 30 minutes, we still only have 5 players, then the tournament will be canceled, just so people know what's going on, and there's that accountability.
Okay. It was raised today, and that we're getting a little lax on the fact that what organizers should do to protect players when it comes to deal making. Should we be assisting if some players are getting bullied for not accepting deals? The World Series doesn't allow deals, so that's not an issue with them, but are we stopping the clock? Are we getting involved with people making deals? You don't have that because maybe in your $200 tournaments. Are you assisting them? Giving them a calculator, all of that? ICMF.
I think, if I recall correctly, it was 2015 or 2013. We introduced a recommended procedure, right, for deal making to have the black and red cards, so that nobody gets bullied into accepting.
Venetian does that. Cool. No bullying. Kelly's going to say something.
Okay, thank you. On the deal making side, I guess I don't have that much to say, except at the point of the bubble, which is where most of the absurdity arises. I think that whole bubble thing is an absurd, structurally absurd thing that's kind of dressed in kindness and tradition. I think, like the gentleman says, it's an old people problem. We have a lot of bullying that's implied, or it comes in undercurrent. It really comes up a lot that if somebody doesn't want to participate at a bubble, the name calling begins, the pressure begins, the dynamic becomes uncomfortable for them. I've talked to a lot of people about this, and they say, yeah, I always agree to it because I don't want to fight. Or they'll say to me, thank you for fighting for this. I don't even know why you bother fighting for this. The point is that it's not, some of the feedback I've had from venues is that it's their money, they can do what they want with it, but it's really not. It's their equity. If there's 12 people in and 11 get paid, there's not 12 people with money in that thing to decide. There's 11, and we don't allow redistribution of the equity in any other event.
The thing, depending on where you do your stuff, like for our deal making purposes, all of our satellites are milestones, so we don't have any deal making in those because there's only money left at the very end for the one person. For our tournaments themselves, we only allow deal making at the final table. So unless, I was going to say we don't allow bubble deals at all, but obviously if only 5 people were getting paid, then maybe there could be something done that. But the circus usually comes to town when there's 18 people trying to pay 19 or 24 trying to pay 25. We don't allow that. The answer is 0. We will never stop the clock. We will never allow people to get up and wander to other tables to start doing it. The answer is no, because we won't pay that, because it becomes a nightmare. So for at least for APT, and unless Toby changed it, it was EPT as well.
No,
only
we should
deals on the
absolutely
final
be
table,
helping
right?
players do deals.
Sorry?
We should absolutely be helping players do deals and also protecting them. To your point, when the players want, I'm not talking about 18 people trying to pay the 19th bubble, right? I'm talking about 3, 4 people trying to do a deal. It's their money. They want to redistribute it. We should help them. We should help. We should make sure nobody's been bullied. We should make sure they've all got the correct information. We should make sure that their chips are correct, that they say, I've got this many chips, and I even have a spreadsheet where I provide them with all the details with ICM and chip chop, both. And I can even take off, they say, let's take 10K off. Like, where'd you take that 10K off? Oh,
Right.
this is arguable, okay, but I can take 10K off and they can see the ICM numbers and everything else. We need to stand there, we need to watch it, we need to make sure nobody's been bullied, and if anybody is being bullied, we need to intervene.
We just agreed, I think, as a room that we are doing the black.
No.
I brought it up last summit, and a lot of people want it to be an actual rule. They want it to be a procedure where we do the black and red cards to protect the people that don't feel comfortable saying something. And we disagreed, and we said we weren't going to do it, and we just kind of like passed over it because you guys asked, is everybody doing that? People were like, yeah, we're doing it, and then we moved on. Are we going to do it, or are we not going to do it? Can we make
It's not a recommended procedure currently because I.
Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. You guys said it's a recommended procedure back in 2013 or 15. I know every rule and it's not in there, so it's not there. So are we doing it?
I mean,
there's a lot of lack of willingness of venues to step up and do something about it. I was recently involved in a casino, not a far-flung casino. It's a very prestigious place that hosts twice a year a WSOP circuit event, and their policy is we stay out of the bubble. So I said no to a bubble, so they said, fine, we'll do it without you. So I went and got the floor, and they said, no, we stay out of it. I went back and said, if that's the case, I'll buy in. They said, no, you're out. So I'm just showing this as a ripple effect. That is ridiculous, but that is the undertone of what's going on here. That's the mentality that's driving this. You say you don't allow bubbles. A lot of places don't. I think the best thing to do is have a rule that we don't do this because it's absurdly brought in anyway.
The problem is that, like, I understand the example you're giving and stuff like that, and with respect to everybody's property, it's slightly different because it can matter. People who have, I don't have $100 daily. I don't have a $100 nightly or a $200 nightly or whatever, where you're dealing literally with the same 80 guys every day who are playing the same thing. They will always do a deal at the final table. They will, they're literally just chopping each other's money up every night. And that's a slightly different dynamic. But it comes down to, like, TDA doesn't have the ability to say all MGM properties should do X. That's something that MGM has to determine. All you can do is advocate. If that room says we won't participate in anything, then that's just something the players have to understand. Same thing World Series of players are dealing with now. The World Series has never allowed deals. They have never facilitated deals. For everything that I've seen and talking to people that I knew at Caesars and Chigi and everything, the World Series will never allow deals. That's just the way it's going to work. So people who play at the World Series play under that assumption. For people who go, when I was on EPT and now APT, we even have extra things written into the rules. We allow every player a translator because it's entirely possible the 5 people trying to do a deal at the final table don't speak a common language. So they're allowed to have somebody on the phone or somebody that will come to the table who can speak in the common language to do the deal. Because it's not fair for the one Russian guy who doesn't speak any English to get carved out. But I agree with Toby 100%. If you are allowing deals in your room, then now you've stepped into it. You can't tell somebody, don't do this, this is a really bad deal. You're providing numbers, you're signing the tax forms, the payouts, the everything, you're getting it all recorded properly, and making sure that when it's me, Justin, and Tyler, and Justin says, no, I'm not doing this, I'm playing for the title, and Tyler and I go, well, we'll chop up whatever we want to win, right? You make sure that doesn't happen.
I hear you, and I agree with you, and I'm not speaking at this point in deals in general. It's the bubble situation that's really out of hand. It's a tradition that's going on, and that's sort of the point of this whole organization. A lot of nonsense that's been traditional has been cut out. There's
I
no
would
more
tell people not to allow bubble deals, and I would
And
encourage
that's what I'm
people to.
asking.
I would
That's-
encourage people to switch to
I
milestone
w-
satellites. It's a better satellite format because satellites, when you've got I don't know what you guys run, but a satellite that gives away 20 seats, that becomes a nightmare at 25 people or 30 people or whatever. Whereas when it's a milestone, it only becomes a nightmare for the final 4 people or 5 people or whatever. So I would say my solution for fixing that is to tell operators not to allow bubble deals, period, and not to run non-milestone satellites.
The operator doesn't want the pushback from the field. And it's because it's me taking away this privilege of bubbling from you. If they can go back and say, there's a TDA rule, we don't do it anymore.
The TDA can't rule that. I'm sorry, sir. I know what you're asking. We cannot rule that. Because we can't, like for France, for example, Toby does, because I know this from when I was on EPT. PokerStars was, I think, the first operator to facilitate deals, because Jeffrey Haas and myself, when I was there, it was a big thing. We believed that was a tournament skill. It was interesting. It made our live streams really interesting as people got to watch the deals and figure out how it was cut, because it's all microphoned and everything. But deals are illegal in France, not in Partouche or in any of the operators. It's illegal in France, which means when they had EPT Deauville or EPT Paris, no deal. Players would be like, oh, but we go to Germany. Yep, but you're not in Germany. You can't deal in France. Well, yes, we all know that. But that's not convincing the people in Paris to change the law. So that's what I'm saying. This is one of those things that Matt brought up. We all have an opinion, and we will certainly give the recommended idea of what we're doing in our rooms. But the TDA can't have. This is the same reason 2 years ago the TDA didn't give an opinion on prize pool structures. It's the same reason we won't give an opinion on rakes or reentry, because it's operator specific. So I respect what you're asking, but TDA isn't a body that can can say you should do X with deal or Y with deal.
But
bubble deals are allowed, and I know that most daily tournaments at Bay 101, they were making a deal every single day for the bubble. Every day. Not with, like, without exception, they made a bubble deal every day.
Can I make a comment on the bubble?
Made one, yeah.
If
At
if
the
you
TDA meeting, they made
if
one.
you make a bubble deal, there's still a bubble. Now there's somebody else that's not going to get paid. 'Cause I used to be one that would agree to a bubble, and now I don't, because I understand where does it stop. So if you agree to pay the bubble, now somebody else is the bubble. They didn't get paid.
That's part of the absurdity of it.
But that's why I don't do bubble deals anymore, because someone's always going to
There was a bubble deal in the TDA tournament last night. Last night.
What did he say?
So
There's what?
okay, there was a deal, and there was a bubble deal last night in the TDA tournament. So how are we going to stop it? All right.
So I wrote an article that appeared in Card Player magazine as to why we shouldn't pay the bubble. I do a lot of seminars around the country, and people always ask about paying it. And I have a theme, FTB. The bubble is the last TB, but you can figure out the F. But and that's what I teach people. I mean, you know, this is a sport. Can you imagine at Wimbledon they said let's just pretend that this guy is in the money? No, you don't do that.
Guess who I learned it from?
Yes. All right. So this
can I
is
add?
go
Can I
ahead.
add one thing? One thing, just game integrity and player comfort, etc. First off, I think tournament directors or a floor person should always be at the final table to watch. We've seen what happened down the street. I've seen what's happened in my tournaments in the past when there's not a TD at the table. And especially when it comes to the bubble, like not bubble, but a chop. If players are talking about a chop, especially at the final table, I think it's really important that a tournament director should be at that table. If a player has already said no, you need to nip that conversation in the bud right there. We really need to protect the players who don't want to chop, and we should always be at the final table to make sure they're not abusing others.
All right.
I would add just one thing to that, because this was something you asked, Matt, in the board meeting. we allow the deal discussion if the deal falls apart. We don't allow deal discussion again. We stop the clock the first time for a deal. We allow the deal discussion to take place. If the deal falls apart, we don't, unless the chips move so dramatically that the situation is changed radically, we do not allow, if we try for a 4-person deal, there is no more 4-person deal until there's 3 people, unless the chips move so much that it happens. I will, on 3 people, I would then pause the clock again, but not for a really long time. Like, I'll give them that moment because I'm not trying to put that pressure on them. But so those are our rules for that as well.
Kelvin, Red Rock Poker. Regarding the whole bubble discussion and the idea that there's always another bubble at our room, what usually happens and what we allow for bubble deals is we allow the discussion to happen only when there is one more player left before the money. I forgot what else I was going to say, but that's it.
Is there any procedure to come out of any of this? And just as a suggestion, deal making for operators that permit deals, the TDA recommends the House provide reasonable help to the participants and to reduce bullying. Yep. Is there any enthusiasm for anything?
Direct this question to
So, I mean, are we in favor of such
Just asking, sorry, 1 second, Brett. What Mike was just asking is, would we be is the TDA as a group, so we'll ask for a show of hands, in favor of putting in a recommended procedure that says if the House offers deals, they should provide help and reasonable help and supervision of the deal-making process? Yeah, reasonable help is pretty much an ICM calculator for most people. I mean, well, because a bubble, I would argue that one, I don't want to specify bubble because I want y'all to stop allowing bubble deals. Right. But I would say that bubble is inside the deal because that would refer to any deal that's being made. Then I would yell at that operator. To be honest, like I mean, if it's your local thing, I would go to those guys and say, if those guys are helping when it's a 4-handed deal, but not when it's a bubble deal, then that's a bit weird. But
I mean, I try to educate players in my seminars and stuff that if you don't want to make a deal while you're on break at an appropriate time, whenever it is, go and tell the tournament director that you don't want to make a deal, and then the tournament director should protect your anonymity and also the fact that you just say somebody here is not. We're not going to have a deal.
Linda, that's great, and I love when the players do that. They'll come up to us. They know our procedure. We use a yes/no card as opposed to a red/black. We use yes/no, red/black, same concept. But a lot of the players, you know, and this time I'm referring to more like the daily tournaments because that is where most of the bubble deals come. We don't have bubble deals in our Aria Poker Classic when we have 900 people, but in the daily tournaments, you know, where we're paying out, you know, anywhere from 7 to 11 spots. And we really appreciate it as operators when a player will come up to us and discreetly and say, I just want to let you know I'm not going to do a bubble deal. And then when it comes to that point, we hear the discussion, we just shut it down right away. So I've already had at least one player come up to me and say that we're not going to have a bubble deal. So we're just going to get forward. So I do think a lot of that can be alleviated with just better communication with the floors and, like you said, discreetly. And also, the bubble is the most interesting point of the tournament. Why are people making deals on the bubble? Start accumulating chips.
Okay.
I just want to just get some clarification from either the Aria or the Venetian for tournament directors that want to try to implement the red and black cards or the yes and no cards. If you can just discuss a little bit more about exactly how the procedure is run and how does it actually protect anonymity? Does it accomplish the goal of anonymity?
I mean, you just give face down 2 players a yes and a no card. They give their answer to the dealer. They put face down. The thing that they're not answering, they're putting it in a separate pile. You flip over all, you mix it, all the answers, you flip them over. If there's one no deal, carry on.
Yeah, so like Kenny said, you have two cards face down. One says yes, one says no. You just look at them just like you would a hold'em hand. If you're voting for the deal, you're going to put the yes in. If you are voting against the deal and want to keep playing without any alterations of the prize pool, you put your no down. We collect their other plaque. We collect their other plaque that they left behind, and then on one table we would obviously scramble it and then just turn it over. If it's like a 2-table deal, we would take those plaques, combine them so the players at least didn't even know which table the nay vote came off, and then we just spread them. And if it's yes, it's a deal. If there's one no, no deal.
Then you lose one player and you do it again.
Every hand, actually, Matt. Every hand, actually. No, my philosophy on that is pretty much exactly in line with Neil's. That once they vote no, once they elect to not do a deal with that many players remaining, I won't even really entertain and certainly not stop the clock until either they've lost a player or the situation has drastically altered.
So I'm sorry. My only concern is that if there's one dissenter and the cards are revealed to the table, they might be like talking, hey, who's like, did you do this? Did you say that's not it? So I was asking, would it be okay to not reveal the cards and just let the supervisor just say there was at least one dissenter? I don't know. No. So there's no bullying that happens after the cards are revealed. That
No, it's not really bullying. It's just that might get a couple of players groaning, be like, but no, they really don't know who voted. And even listen, I know darn well that a player voted no and then said, "Oh, I voted yes. I don't know what happened." Like they're not very. They like the anonymity because they don't even have to be honest in that situation about which way they voted. No, I don't. As long as that vote is anonymous, the bullying is almost non-existent.
Also, generally speaking, if there's 18 people left, really there's someone who's probably going to be a chip leader. There's going to be at least one person who truly in their heart does not want to do the chop, but they know that everyone else is going to know that they're the ones that said no, so there's some pressure. Not saying I've ever done this, but when people have brought up a chop and the chip disparity is pretty large, you do have the option to say, oh, some player has told me privately they don't want to chop, whether that's true or not. But you do have that in your arsenal as well. The players won't question it, and you can get on with the tournament.
The only thing I would add is, okay, so at the Orleans, I'm sure you all know the Orleans, and we have probably some of the grumpiest players and largest local population. So, with that being said, yeah, there's always oh, I said yes. No, did you say no? Are you the one who said no? Again, that comes into you guys us as tournament directors. You got to put an end to it. And if they don't want to shut up, the next words out of my mouth are, you're on a penalty. And I will penalize you out of the tournament.
All right. I just wanted to say, at Firekeepers, we've been doing the chop cards for a while. We have a chop and then a no chop card. They turn it into the dealer, the card they want to do. Turn the card you don't want to do into the floor man. The dealer then turns them over and spreads them. Because most of our tournaments are daily tournaments, with more of an aggressive structure. Typically, our rule is that anytime a player gets eliminated or the blind changes, the blind levels go up, then we can talk about it again. So that's the way we're doing it. And if anybody were to start asking, who said no or anything like that, we would immediately shut that down. And if it continued, give that player a penalty or whatever was needed.
All right. Nice hat. This is just a pet peeve of mine. We're not going to discuss it, but you have to bag the cash in multi-day tournaments that play to the money. It makes bubbles even more painful for those players that have played and the mid and short stacks, and it could take longer. They usually announce how much the mint cash will be, so seems like they should be paid. If there's 100 players in the money and you have 101 players left and 5 get busted out, a lot of you out there are not paying those people. I can't believe it. Can't
Matt,
believe you disagree.
sometimes you don't know them in cash.
It's ridiculous, but you should.
How can I know them in cash if A is on the bubble and B
You
and
have them
C
come back. They're in the money.
So they got to come back 2 days later to get their min cash?
Sure. And then
No,
they're going to play
sorry.
again.
Must bag the cash.
No.
Yes.
I agree with
I know
Neil.
exactly what our payout is. I know what it is. It's double. What's what? There's still a minimum payout. Nobody. It goes back into the prize pool. You don't have that number figured out at that point. You don't have that number figured out. You suck. I like paying more people. I like paying more people. I don't like paying less people. No. All right. I know what the payouts are in my payouts. All right, here we go. So for us, Jaka said that people that have day twos, that he suggests a minimum of 12-hour turnaround between bagging and restart. I know this isn't always feasible, but that's the reason he gave. He said he needs an hour round trip to get home and back, an hour to wind down, 8 hours of sleep, an hour and a half to be human, shower, eat, and exercise, and a half hour to run basic errands, email, family, etc. 12-hour turnaround is what he's suggesting. It's not always possible, yes. It's not always possible. It's just what he says. Moving on. Tristan Wade, maximum rate. Can we talk about other standards in the poker world? Why not educate and brainstorm with operators for a healthy ecosystem for all? Not a TDA decision, obviously, but I said I'd bring it up. So here it is. Tristan Wade. Thank you. Player welfare and format. I know that at Venetian and the Win they validate parking. Do you validate parking here? No. I mean, it's a nice thing to do if you can get it done. Yeah. Anyway, this again. Amanda Baker, no dinner breaks. Dinner breaks are becoming less and less popular. I'll have you know, Jason. Dinner breaks are becoming less and less popular. I know. I know. Yeah. Well, that we were also playing 12 hours, right? It was 10 hours of play, but there was 30-minute breaks. No dinner breaks. More quick food options. Women's event held closer in the series rather than near the end. I don't know what that's about, but live streaming. I know that there's not very many live streaming in here, but for those that do, I suggest writing something in your language that says that they must show their cards to the reader. So the people that are doing the commentary, as I do sometimes, have something to talk about. We know what the hands are. Just a thing. Make sure that you have that in your requirements that they do need to show their cards to the reader. It happened at the World Series where somebody said that they weren't going to show their cards until after the hand was over. I think it should be done before. And there's actually Toby's, and, the WPT, and in APT they have it that you have to show. Also BSOP.
Clock and time extensions, correct?
They refuse to show, they're giving them a penalty. We talked about this already, but the random table break, not posting a break order. Drawing for hands at the end of the night. For those of you that run 2-day tournaments, apparently Mike Leah and others have said that it has been solved. It's been solved on what they're doing to randomize how many hands are drawing at the end of the night. What are you doing to draw hands at the end of the night?
At the PokerStars event, we stop the clock between 7 and 15 minutes at a random time by floor discretion, and then we let a player draw between, I'm going to look at Toby, 3 and 6, 3 and 7, between 3 and 6 hands, and that's the amount of hands that we're playing. So sometimes it can be 7 minutes, 6 hands, or 15 minutes, 3 hands in the worst case. It is very random. Players have no idea at where exactly the button or the big blind will stop at the end of the day, so no incentive for stalling.
So just doing the same thing every day, by the way, it has been solved apparently by the players that with 10 minutes left drawing 3, 4, 5, it's been solved.
Yeah, the stopping of the clock is by discretion. For example, you're one player short of breaking a table, you might just first break that table before you stop the clock. Like it's can be various factors that come into your decision, but it is randomly in that sense. Like there's no clear guidelines when they have to stop the clock. And the players are fine with it.
Just
and
one
we
extra
manually
thing.
draw, like we let the player always draw for the amount of hands.
Just one extra thing. Once we do this process, we don't allow any new players, and we won't break any more tables or move players around. Exactly, yeah, none of that. It's the end of the night. It's 3, 4, 5, 6 hands on each table, and nothing else is going to change apart from that.
Not acceptable. If you're the person that has to go dig it underneath the seat. All right. Train your dealers to accept the racks. They can put them right next to themselves. That they could train the dealers to take the racks. I know you guys were going to say that. Yeah. Exactly. Put it on an empty table. I'm going to ask. Oh, I am. That's important to me, Linda. All right. Why are people opposed to giving the racks to the dealer?
There's plenty of space, and it's just for a few seconds while the floor goes around and collects it afterwards. I'm actually quite confused when this went up and you all booed. I was like, hey, what's going on? Like, give me the reason. Okay, give me the reason. Space. It's what other reasons are there?
You have a full table coming to you, you now can have up to 18 racks thrown at you in one time, and now you're supposed to pitch cards.
But you'd never have 9 people coming with racks. Never. They're not going to the same table. Redraw's different because you haven't started. Redraw's different, you haven't started the tournament. So you have plenty of time for the floor to get everything ready and have the other players to stack their chips.
Do more color-ups.
Two rules we discussed yesterday, and I don't think were resolved. The first one is the language about abusive behavior at the table directed towards females. Is there any support for adding some word or two into Rule 70 etiquette violations? Right now it only says abusive conduct. There's nothing that's female specific.
I think agreed, Mike, yesterday that with the board we would carefully write down the rule, let it review by multiple people before we put it into place, basically, because it is a very sensitive topic and it's a rule that definitely needs to be written carefully, that everything is covered. So, and it's not something that we wanted to do overnight.
Okay, so a few things. We're wrapping up here. Does anybody have anything that they need to add or need to get off their chest here?
Is this confession? Are we in church?
All right, let's go.
Hopefully this is two really quick things. We were going over the stud procedures yesterday earlier, and everything we kind of went through a list of things we agreed on. One thing that I don't think we clarified was whether or not to cut the deck after the scramble. So I mentioned that I think Lloyd and Shannon agreed that maybe they don't need to cut the deck, but other people have good reasons to cut the deck. So but I think the idea is not to pick up any of the cards off the table. So that's one thing. The other thing, really quick, is we talked about the button. When a player is transferred to a table, from a broken table player or a new player can assume a vacated button, regardless of what position they're in. And we showed the example for that. And I just want to think, if we're going to put the language in the booklet, we should include the same words for vacated small blinds. So if you have seat 1 is a button, seat 4 is the big blind. Seat 3 was the previous big blind, is now eliminated. So seat 3 is a vacant small blind. Now you have a new player come in seat 2. They're in proper position to play a vacated small blind, but they're not in the exact same seat as the player that was eliminated. So I think whether we decide to include it or not, I think that we should discuss that for a second.
Depends on his balancing tables?
No, not when balancing tables, because that's different. It's a very controlled process about putting them in putting the player in worse position. So this is just when a new player comes and can
new player can assume the big blind, small blind, or the button,
or the button. But we agreed yesterday that if they don't have to be in the same seated in the exact seat of the eliminated player, they can, as long as they're in proper position. And we agreed upon that with the button, but I think we should also clarify whether or not we can agree on that for the small blind, because you can have a vacated And I agree totally with that. I just want to put that in writing with alongside the vacated blind button.
I want this. All right. Yeah. I agree. Yeah. I agree.
Good one. This summer I had a couple of players, more than a few, asking me questions about whether a dealer can answer a question about how much more the bet is. If a player says,
we want the dealer announcing the entire amount. Yeah.
Absolutely. Unless the player asks them specifically, how much more is it to me?
No, just the entire amount.
Okay.
Yeah.
So maybe put that in writing.
I think that is there.
It's not. Pulling in bets is discouraged, but there's no rule about answering the question, how much more is it to me?
We state that the amount of a bet should be in the amount of there's nothing specified. If somebody asks the dealer how much more to me, there's nothing specified one way or the other.
Mike, it's a good thing. We can add it to the examples under that specific rule. Just say, as an example of what not to do, like we say, don't bring in bets. Don't think under the examples we could add one that says, if a player asks how much more is it, the correct answer is the amount of the total bet. Just becomes like, it doesn't have to be written as a rule or anything, but it can just be another example of what you wouldn't want the dealer to do. But to me, that's a little bit of training. If I mean, they would see it, but let's use easy numbers. If the raise was from 100,000 to 200,000, and he says how much was it, the dealer should say the total bet is 200,000, sir. Like that's what they should say. If he just says 200,000, then he's answering the question the wrong way. The dealer should be using proper language and saying the total bet amount is now 2,000. No, I said how much more. It's the total amount is 200,000. Because the reality is, while the dealer's saying that, 4 people at the table are going to go, yo, it's 100K more.
Wait, what was that now? You are allowed to give information as long as it is part of the game. Any direct question?
So I just want to clarify. So we think that if a player is in for 100,000 and a player raises to 250,000 and the action is on the player with 100,000 and asks the dealer how much more is it, that we don't want the dealer to answer that question? I don't agree with that. I do not agree with that. Do not agree with that. They are answering a factual question. That, I don't agree with that. How do you feel about that?
I'll be honest. I don't care either way. I just know that the existing rule is that is a mistake on the dealer to provide that specific information.
As a very, very seasoned dealer, in those situations, I think they're two different situations. In an all-in situation, that bet should be protected, and that's a player's last right and last stand. And the only answer should be the total amount if they are asked, what is the all-in? It should be 250,000. In Paul's scenario, if a player bets 100,000, someone raises to 250,000, and that is not an all-in, and a player asks, how much more is it to me? My answer is not it's 150,000 more. My answer is the raise is 150,000. Every player has a right to ask what the raise amount is, and I will is 150,000. However, in an all-in situation, I am not giving them I'm not doing the math for them. And I think there's two different distinctions there. If someone bets 100,000, someone says raise 250,000. If it does get asked to me as a dealer, how much more is it to me? I'm not saying it's 150,000 more, but I am going to answer the raise is 150,000, and I don't think that's unfair.
Leave the word more out.
I agree with Linda. I definitely don't want this a rule because I definitely want to be able to train my staff to answer direct questions like that. I think.
What do they do in chess tournaments?
Sorry. So really quickly, because again, I don't actually care either way. I just know that the way I was trained, you wouldn't answer 150. You would say 250. How many people in Paul's scenario, the bet's 150, the guy raised to 250. How many people think the dealer should be allowed to say the raise is 150,000?
The problem with that is we teach people
sorry,
when
just
they
one
say
second. I just want to see the hands. Okay, so how many people think it's okay to say 150? How many people think it's wrong to say 150? About 80-20, about 80-20. How many people don't give a shit because it's 3 o'clock?
When you say the raise is 150, we've already trained the players that when they say raise 300, that means they're raising to 300. And now we're going to be saying the raise is 150. That's confusing to them, making them think the raise is to 150.
I understand
That's
that, but
gonna be confusing to
the thing
them.
is, the player has specifically asked that question. It's not the dealer announcing the
And
bet
also-
150 raise, or sorry, bet 100 raise
When you-
150 to 250.
When you tell them how much more, sometimes the dealer telling them how much more, a light bulb goes off in their head and they go, oh, it's only that much more? Okay, I'm going to call. When that you're influencing their decision to call by telling them how much more it is.
Two things I would say there. One, the dealer should never be using the word more, because that's allegedly that's an influencing word.
Or only.
Or only. Yeah, we all know only. We all know the example. It's only 30K more. We know that. So more is probably the bad word there as well from the answer. But I understand, and you just say the raise is 150,000. But the question now, off the votes, is 80% of the people in the room, 75 to 80%, think that the dealer should be allowed to say 150. And Matt, 20 to 25% say that the dealer shouldn't be allowed to say 150. So we just ignore it and we go home and do what you want?
No, I think maybe we could have ruling here.
So with as much distracted play that's going on nowadays in poker, players not paying attention, dealers ask how much the raise was by the person whose turn it is to act. The dealer says the raise is 150. The next player to act doesn't realize that that is what the question was that was asked and heard raise 150. He now throws out 150 chips, and now he's being stuck to being held to leaving his chips in there because he heard raise 150, and that's not actually what the raise was.
It's I mean, in my eyes, it's a visual game. It's your responsibility to pay attention. I would never. I've been dealing. I got into the business 19 years ago. I was taught this way. We don't ever give out the information voluntarily. But if someone specifically asks, how much more is it to call? That is the only time you can answer the question. So I don't see a problem with it. And it just seems like if you're not going to pay attention and confuse it with 150 more as the 150K is the bet, you're just not paying attention to the game and you have your money at risk, and that's up to you.
And in the same vein, can I ask if the door is open? Is the door open? So I bet somebody raises all in. Can I say, ask the dealer if the door is open, or do I do the math myself? Oh.
I think if we allow the dealers to say the betting is reopened, if a player then asks how much more it is, we should also be able to answer that question. Then you just say raise and throw in like one low denomination chip, and the dealer will tell you.
Is anybody that can't live with the dealer telling that a full amount? By show of hands. Anybody that can't live with that if the specific question is asked? How much more? They give the right answer. Yes. Action has to be on that player. Is anybody 100% against that? Can't live with it when action's on him. Let's take a vote. Nobody's against it.
Again, it's one of the things where we want to be more welcoming to new players. If they have these types of questions, we'll help them with the game. Yeah.
Okay, it's in, Mike. It's in. Yes. Okay, a few exciting things coming up, guys. We are rebuilding the TDA website. Our group is helping with us rebuild the site, and our Taiwan friends. We have the WPF app. If you want to use that, I believe that's going to likely replace the TDA app, but maybe not. We'll see. Mike, I don't know. We're going to work on, thank you, Mike Bishop. We're going to work on the testing so Mike doesn't have to keep answering questions about testing every third day like I keep sending him emails. He's a busy man. And I am going to be working on some kind of certification. And I think that with the new website and everything that was coming up with the WPF and all of that, we're going to have that. One more thing. Jen has asked to say a few words. She has, it's similar to like the WSOP uses TDA rules, but they're inside of the rules. She has rewritten the TDA rules.
So anyone that was here last summit, I spoke to everybody and said that I did a rewrite of the TDA rules because there are a lot of people that are not tournament directors and been poker for 20 years, and they read the TDA rules as they are written, and it is confusing for a lot of them to understand exactly what all this jargon means to a regular 22-year-old guy who's just started playing poker, or a new person that's just been promoted to floor and is trying to learn all of these things. So last summit, I rewrote everything. It's mostly rules 40 to like 58 that I did a complete revamp of, and it's about betting, raising, calling. I made all the sections flow so that first we learn how can we bet, how can we call, how can we raise. Then we learn what is a min raise, what is a 50% raise, short all in, reopening the betting. And I have it all laid out in order so that you don't have to refer to a different rule while you're reading a rule. I'm reading rule 47 and it's not going to tell me refer to rule 56 and 54 and this and that. It's all just kind of laid out in order. So I did email it to a few people who wanted it last summit, and we didn't end up implementing it last time. But I believe that it would make a really big impact on the rest of the poker community if we could kind of rewrite these a little bit so it's easier for everyone to understand. I don't know if we want to vote and see if people think that's a good idea, but I have copies that I can send to people if they want, and we can put it up on the board for anybody that wants to come and walk up and look at some of the stuff that I did, just to see how it's written and if you think it's worthwhile to make a change. But I don't know. What else you want, Matt?
It's on the screen now, but small.
What we need to know is that if everyone's cool with this, because last time, Summit was over and we were going to do it, and we're like, well, we don't know if everyone's cool with a possible rewrite of the rules. So is everyone cool if like rule 47 becomes rule 42 next time? Like, are we cool with the renumbering if it needs to be renumbered and you can read and understand? Oh, one more thing. I made my entire family read this, and they know nothing about poker, and they got it. So, like, if my regular family can get it, I mean, I'm hoping the rest of the people can get it. No, rewriting, just revamping. Yeah, same rules.
All right, is there any other questions, any other things to add?
Matt, can I just
Yeah, of course.
One point we missed on mixed games, moving the lammers. Can we all please be consistent that we move the lammer at the start of the hand?
I want to say thank you once again for everybody coming out. It's I think this was a very productive summit. Maybe better than the last few
Matt, real quick,
that we've had, but here we go. We got one more thing.
I don't know if it's in there or not, but an alarming amount of players and a lot of staff don't understand the 50% rule, and a lot of them confuse it with an all-in. And I think we should be able to. Oh, is it okay? But I just think like so many players don't understand it, and they, I just think we all need to be on the same page that if it's an all-in, it needs to be double the bet, and if it's 50% more, that's when chips are behind.
Okay. Anything else? Again, thank you. It was awesome. Great couple days here, and really appreciate all your support. And we'll have these rules out soon. Mike, Jen, everybody. Thank you again. Linda, you want to say anything?
Who wants their mics?